fucking.
So the idea of
dogpile.
stuff flying straight to and just having this full collapse or dissipating out
You can't
is
prove it.
completely not true when you
It's
consider
bullshit, 'cause
the
you can't
idea
prove it.
of
Prove it.
momentum.
You won't let
and
me
speed.
respond.
Until
You
I finish
already
the
said all
point.
this.
So go for it, buddy.
What does this got to do
Right.
with
So
something?
be done. So the response has
Wow, you're
no
so
refutation to what I just said. So it's not moving only vertically. It's not moving only horizontally. It's moving diagonally. And my point still stands. Moving away or toward things. So either this absolute vertical or absolute horizontal movement of an implosion, collapsing all matter into one humongous clump. We don't live in that world. That's a false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. And same thing with the absolute dissipation and disintegration of all matter, which is the second alternative of the supposed implications of universal mass attracting mass, Newtonian Cavendish, so-called universal gravitation. It implies falsehood in both ways, whether it be implosion or absolute disintegration, moving vertically or horizontally or fucking diagonally. It implies falsehood. That which implies falsehood is false, refuted.
Except if it takes a whole ass long amount of time, right? If the momentum eventually slows down over a really, really, really long period of time and we eventually do get to that point of total collapse,
Right.
you're
So
looking
a
at things on a
post-hoc
very
appeal.
small scheme, and you're failing to look at how
Prove
the
it!
law of
Stop
big
saying
So
it
a
over and over.
post-hoc
Prove it.
appeal to this
your
eschatological
understanding of
doctrine.
math is shitty.
Yeah, so
is
a
the point here.
post-hoc
Understand that
appeal.
reality is shitty.
I'm going to say
How
the
about
critique
that?
again. I'm saying the critique again. A post-hoc appeal to an eschatological faith commitment. That's what that is.
So again,
you don't have any empirical data that proves that is what is going to happen. It's just a rescuing device, which is post hoc in response to my refutation.
Exactly.
Done.
Exactly.
Big numbers are
I don't
hard for
think you
people,
had
man.
a refutation.
Big numbers. Have you addressed the fact
He
that
didn't
it can
have one.
happen in
He just doesn't
reality?
understand how big numbers work.
The really is level where we're all
Probably
living at? Have you addressed that claim? No,
Well, firstly,
right?
let's get back to the original
Firstly,
conversation
let's
on
see if
where
that
the
can happen in
container-
reality. How about that? Can this shit happen in reality? Yes or no?
Can what shit? Like
What
pressure
shit this
to
young man was
lower
waffling
pressure?
about?
Hold on,
He's
so
saying
hold
all
on.
this shit.
Hold on.
in
So the
comparison
plane.
The comparison to the length of time that the universe operates, we are in such a tiny, tiny fraction.
Oh
Our
my
reality would not
God.
witness something like that. What?
Dude.
Why are you saying, oh my
You
God?
have never empirically verified this
nothing?
cosmic paradigm.
How you gonna verify that, dude?
Sure. And have you ever like been able to like prove that the dome is like 3,900?
Have you? How are
No,
you? No,
not
answer
try
my
to switch
question.
the tables and
Answer
scrutinize
my
us.
question.
Your
How you
cosmic
gonna-
paradigm
let's
is
do it.
not
Evidence of
empirically
that.
verified.
Let's scrutinize your position.
Nah,
That's why they
you
don't
have a
no.
talk
model?
about
We're
their
gonna
position.
we're gonna
model
look
at
into your
all?
bullshit that you just went on
They
about
don't
for
talk
30
about their
minutes.
model.
Now, tell me how
Gregory,
you're
do
gonna
you have
prove
an
that.
idea of what shape the Earth is?
No. Prove what you just said. Both of you who are talking about something magical happening in the sky. Prove it. How are you going to prove it
Something
to us?
magical?
All of us
So
in here
hold
right
on.
now listening.
Hold
How are
on.
you going to prove it
Something
to us?
magical
With
happening
math?
in the- Okay. Are you just gonna stop molding, or are people gonna be able to answer your
Yes,
question?
yes, exactly. With math.
Go.
Yes, exactly.
Yo, Mayhem,
So,
what shape
is
is
this
the
guy
Earth,
gonna
bro?
hold on? Is this guy gonna stop yelling in the background long enough for people to answer his fucking questions?
You're going to
Are we
keep
gonna get
telling
another-
me about
Or
how
are we
you're
going to
gonna
get
keep
another
telling everybody
episode
how
of
I'm
Dragon
yelling?
Ball Z?
One of you needs to yield and stop shouting over one another.
Interesting. Mayhem, what shape is the
I
Earth?
would really like to answer the questions, but the
No,
guy's
you're
like
not doing
powering
it,
up
so
like
I'm going to keep
Goku in the
interrupting you.
background.
Until you start doing it, then I'll let you go.
Mayhem, what-
Okay, so you globalists, you figure it out amongst yourself. You let us know when you want to stop having a
So-
cacophony.
So, Mayhem,
Yeah,
what
so-
shape is the Earth?
Oh my goodness me!
Earth is Earth shaped.
You must understand that flat earthers. You must understand for first instance that flat isn't a shape; it's an aspect. So no
Cool.
flat
I'm
earther
asking
can tell
Mayhem.
you the shape of the Earth. Now,
I'm not
could
asking
we?
you. I'm
Let's give
asking
it a-
Mayhem.
I don't give a shit who you're asking. I'm answering for him and he'll say the same fucking thing.
Well, that's great. Mayhem, can you answer? What shape do you think the Earth is?
The Earth, we don't lay a claim to a shape. Whoever asked that, we don't lay a claim to shape.
Yeah, they're too afraid to make a claim.
So
They know
it's
they'll get
any-
fucking
okay,
proven
got it.
wrong.
No, you're just
So it's
annoyed that you're not getting an affirmation so that you can chew it up and tear it up.
Oh, I
You're
know
just
why you
annoyed
don't
that
make
you
a
didn't
claim.
get one.
I know
It's
that you
not
don't
that
make a
we're
claim
afraid to make
because
one. It's that
all
we're
you-
not stupid enough to make one like you are.
So you just have no balls then. You can't like take
No,
anything
we're
that you
just not
think you
as
know in a
We
stupid
do
as
blind.
not
you
have a
are,
bunch
so
of
we won't make
fictitious
claims
balls
that we
flying
can't.
around in a cosmic vacuum. That's right.
How does
Well,
season
definitely, I
work?
don't believe in balls.
Yeah, y'all
Sure,
just
let's-
believe
hold
in
on,
gas
how about
pressure
this?
existing next to a very much lower gas pressure, right?
You don't know
Let-
what you're talking about. Sit down. Who's
Here,
the other
hold
guy?
on. Chief Squatty Dog. Let's ignore the shape of the Earth. How does
Okay.
So
seasons
this is
work?
patently indicative that you don't have any more arguments to defend your position.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, with the
So the
geometric
funny.
shape of the claim that you're making right now as a globe, I ask you for one thing
Mhm.
all day long, and nobody's ever able to provide it. And that's how can you measure drop over distance? Anytime in history, has anybody ever done that? Measuring drop over distance? Anyone in this room can answer it. It's free for anyone
So
to answer.
so now
Drop
you want
over
to change the
distance
topic.
measurements. Has anybody ever measured it?
So
Go.
now you want to change the topic, right? We can't.
This
just
is
keep talking about the
geometric,
pressure?
right? The shape of the Earth, which you guys are saying, well, it's a ball, and you guys are saying there's no shape. Ha ha ha. Well, okay, so the ball that you live on right now, I need drop over distance measurements anytime in history. Who's done it? Go.
Tell
1 in
us how much
60
money
rule.
you made rug pulling cocktail first.
Yeah,
Hmm?
the pilots when they do the 1 in 60 rule kind of verify the shape of the Earth every time.
So pilots, a long time ago, some
Mhm.
pilot made up the idea that the Earth is a globe, and then said,
No.
"Ha ha, the Earth is a globe because I'm a pilot." Is that what happened?
No.
Okay, then let's find out in history the guy that actually measured drop over distance. Who did it?
Wait, bro, do you actually know what the 1 in 60
So no,
rule
hold
is?
on. First of all, you specifically asked for a measurement. I'm giving you a measurement.
Drop over distance. That is the
Yes.
consequence of the Earth being
Yes.
a oblate spheroid.
And I'm giving that to you with the 1 in
A
60
measurement.
rule.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
great.
that's a
Let's hear it.
measurement.
Let's hear
Yeah,
it.
so again, so when you're piloting and you are 1 degree off with your heading and you travel for 60 nautical miles, you will find yourself 1 kilometer or 1 nautical mile off course. And that scale follows through with all degrees and all distance traveled, which only works mathematically on a sphere.
Awesome. Do you know
Unless
what a triangle is?
a triangle,
Hold on.
yeah, I know
Do you
what
know
a
what a
triangle
triangle
is.
is?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you would agree that it is 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where the interior angles, when measured and added together, reach 180 degrees, yes?
Sure.
Do you know what celestial navigation is?
So why are we getting on a celestial navigation now? Why
Hold
can't we
on.
talk about my original claim?
Because we're talking
I
about
don't care.
measurements. Well, you're
Okay.
going to. Do you understand
No,
what
I'm not.
celestial navigation is? Do
Why
you
are we changing
understand
the
what
topic
celestial
from my
navigation is?
Listen here,
You
mate.
put me in an aeroplane. Hold on. Being as you put me in an aeroplane and mentioned degrees. So you understand what a triangle is. You understand what celestial navigation is, right?
What does that have to
Yes
do with
or
my
no?
1 in 60 rule?
Well, you're just about to find out.
Okay, so we're going to talk
So
about my 1 in
you
60 rule, or are
understand
you
what
going to try and
celestial
change the conversation?
navigation is, don't you? You understand what celestial navigation is, don't you?
No, not a clue, dude.
You have never heard of navigating with the stars. Problem for your fucking pilot.
Yep.
No, I'm just talking.
So you don't know where the latitudes you invoke came from? Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, basically, you don't understand where the latitudes come from now, do you? You mentioned degrees, sunshine.
Sure.
Mhm.
So are we going to talk about my 1 in 60 rule or no?
1 in
No.
60 rule. Why do you keep bringing that up? How come you're not talking about drop over distance or what Jedi's talking about?
Because you asked me specifically for something that shows measurement, and I'm giving you something that specifically
No.
shows measurement.
I didn't say specifically measurement. I said drop over distance. Numbnuts. How many times I
Yeah.
gotta say that? You want me to write it
Yeah.
down in crayon so you can understand? Drop
Sure, maybe I'll eat
over
it.
distance, dude.
Yeah,
You
and this
get it
gives it
now?
to you. And this gives it to you.
No.
You get it now?
This doesn't give it to you.
Oh.
1 in 60 doesn't give it to you. I'm talking about, check this
so
out,
you-
man. Who's ever
you
went
can-
across the surface of the earth, and said,
Mhm.
hey, let's measure point A to point B over the distance of the earth and find out where this drop over the distance is. Okay, let's check it out. Let's do a line of
Mhm.
sight test. Let's figure out how much drop there's going to be from this point
Yeah.
to that one
Mhm.
over there. Who's ever done that? Not this 1 in 60 rule.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
Hey,
asking for.
I think that the reason why
I
you're
would
afraid of the
suggest-
1 in 60 is because you
Oh,
can't
don't
do
worry,
it
brother.
on
I'll
a
help
flat
you out.
plane.
I'll help you out, bro.
I
Everybody
know.
should just go look it up right now. It seems to be lateral in nature, not necessarily vertical, so it wouldn't really prove drop over distance per se.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's just it is just like a navigational
Right.
thing that doesn't work
Yeah,
out
it's
on a flat plane.
trajectory.
Yeah, hold on. It's a navigational rule that can't be applied to a paper map is the issue.
What?
You can't measure angles with a flat surface.
Well, hold
So
on. Let me read this.
so hold on, you'd be really hard pressed to show on paper the 1 in 60 rule.
Has nothing to do with drop
I'll
over
challenge
distance.
you.
You're just saying whatever you want. Okay.
So hold on.
Cool.
So you'd be able to show me Mayhem?
Oh, you're
You'd be
talking
able
about
to
your
wrap
own.
that
You're talking
brain?
about your own little
Go back
pie
to
in the
AI.
sky
Go
idea.
back.
Go ahead,
Go
man.
back to AI. Go
So
back
this
to
pie
AI.
in the, this pain in the sky,
Look,
pie in
here,
the
I'll
sky
read it
idea
real
that
quick.
got hold on that got
The 1 in 60 rule states that starting out 1 degree off means winding up 1 mile off 60 miles later. Right? That's all it
yeah,
means.
sure. And you know what issue that
And go on.
and you know what issue that invokes?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It invokes a trigonomic issue because it can't be applied with trigonometry.
Okay, I don't know if you're having trouble when I said it the first time. But when I said drop over distance, do you know what that means or no?
Yeah, it means show curvature, which I'm doing with the equation of 1 in
No,
60.
you're not doing that with drop over
Sure I
distance,
am.
sir.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. Who's ever done drop over distance measurements anytime in history, and you haven't pointed to one single human being that ever existed, ever done it, ever? Not one single person. Who's done it?
So hold on. If I can name any NASA scientists that did it, are you gonna deny them?
Drop over distance, not with the garbage you're saying, because I'm asking for something specific, right? The
Why do
geometric
people say that?
Earth being an oblate spheroid would mean that it would be curving on its surface.
So if I were to give you the name of a NASA scientist, would
He's
you be able
doing
to
it.
give me that one?
Just presented. Just presented. Stop asking hypotheticals and then go back to AI.
Okay. Let's go through here and see any random NASA scientist that has.
You don't even know. You don't even know. You're just
So
gonna
hold
pick
on,
some
Mayhem.
random dude.
Yeah, you're right. I am gonna pick some random NASA scientist. I'm gonna wait to see what you do.
Dude, sit down. Put somebody that knows what they're talking about. I don't want somebody looking something up right now. That's
I know
garbage.
because you don't want to talk about the
No, no, because you just want to look something up because you don't know the answer. You don't know the answer.
You,
so you're
and
gonna
you mute
pick
him because you're
somebody
scared
that-
of the answer.
No, it's not that I'm scared. It's that he's got to look for it right now, numbnuts. Right now, he's got to look for it. He doesn't know it. He's got to look for it.
Are we moving to a different thing though? Are we moving?
He's looking for
Is he
that.
going to move to a different thing real quick?
Let AI finish his argument.
Really quick. Hold on. Are we moving to a different thing here, or is he going to put a cap on his 1 in 60? Did he give up on that? Is that over?
He needs to do that homework of his, and people just need to let AI finish his argument because he had an argument and people won't allow him.
Yes, he did. It was for the 1 in 60, so that's what I'm getting to. I want to know if we're going to wrap that up or if he's folding on it before we pivot to whatever he's got next.
But no, I'm fold on my 1 in 60.
You guys are fun. I don't know, dude. So far, you've claimed it doesn't work out trigonometrically. Okay,
Sure.
That's fine.
Can you show me that work?
Oh, you haven't? No, dude. You claimed it doesn't work.
Okay, so can we go through together and show that it doesn't work?
Dude, you just present your position because I looked it up just real quickly, cursory, and so all I seen is it appears to be lateral, and then I seen some triangles with straight line bases. So it doesn't seem convincing off the top. So you got to make a more convincing presentation.
Sure. So let's pull up a triangle calculator and let's plug in the 1 in 60 rule. Would you like to do that with me?
This is bullshit.
Would you like to do that with me, AI?
Bro. I'm not doing nothing. I'm doing something else.
All you have to do is click on my stream I'm about to pull up. Could you do that for me?
No, I can't watch my screen. So you just have other people have to watch it. And you'll just have to verbalize it.
Sure. Let's do it.
It's not just for me. Go ahead.
And remember, in that cursory glance, if you actually read it, it says for every degree off after 60 nautical miles, you'll be that many nautical miles off. So let's take a look at it. Here we go. 3, 2. I think this is the right one. Hopefully I don't dox myself here. That's the right one. Perfect. I got the right window. So let's switch all these to nautical miles.
Do a barrel roll.
Oh, who's that clown in the background? Did somebody get him? That was annoying. Perfect. Let's go here. Let's change all these to nautical miles so we can be honest with ourselves. So it's really good rule on paper for the flat earth. If we just type in for angle A, if we're just 1 mile or 1 degree off in our heading and we've traveled distance B 60 nautical miles, because lo and behold, that gives us 1 nautical mile. Fair enough on the flat earth. But when we change this to anything substantial, like 10 degrees off, now we're half a mile off. Let's change it to 20 degrees off. Now we're a whole two nautical miles off. Odd. When we change this to 30 degrees off, and remember, this also applies for Polaris, because Polaris also follows its own 1 in 60 rule.
Oh
just remember
my
that.
word!
So look at that, 30 degrees off, we're going to be a
talking about
whole.
angles then.
So hold
How
on,
do you
we're
get
talking.
angles off a curve? Sorry, how do you get an angle off of a curved
Oh,
surface if you're
no.
going to be talking about Polaris?
So yeah, you have your reference point.
How do you measure an angle off of a curved surface?
How do I get my angles off of a curved surface? Because I know where my tangent is, and I know how to apply my
Off a protractor, that's how.
Fictitious line.
Yeah, I know.
you're gonna
I know
have
where
to
the
use-
tangent. Yeah, I'm sorry that I know math terms.
Dude,
Sorry.
Downey pulled out. No, Downey pulled out the protractor. He did the math.
Yeah, you just
You
pull
got
out your
the protractor.
tangent, and you know your distance from the you know your angle from the tangent, and so we can calculate here that the 1 in 60 rule does not work with trigonometry. Very odd that is on fucking like flat stationary Earth.
Sorry, very
And
quick.
then
It tends
go
to fail
further
when
up.
you don't take into account the concrete particulars you're
Very
supposed to be
quick question.
calculating the trigonomic relationship between.
Oh, God. Very
Yeah, so
quick
let's
question.
take a
Where
look here.
are you drawing your tangent line to?
So let's take a look here at the other guy
Where
that
are
was
you
talking.
drawing your tangent
Effie
line
Jedi.
to?
I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing AI. Can you respect that for a second?
Oh, for a second, but
Thank
we're going to
you.
be fucking with the triangle in a minute, mate.
Sure. So when we take a look here, we're already off. If we just travel 240 nautical miles, we're going to be a whole 0.2 nautical miles off. But that's not what the relationship says should happen. Now, if we say, oh, hey, we're going to travel the distance from, I don't know, England to Berlin, London to Berlin, which is what our bombers routinely did in World War II using this 1 in 60 rule. Let's say we find ourselves 400 nautical miles off at 1 degree. We should be, what would that be? 400 divided by 6? That should be what? Anybody want to do that in their head?
Yeah, he said all this not realizing that he's getting his angles from a flat surface, which he's trying to dismiss.
Yeah, so let's do 420. It'd be a whole third of a mile off. That's not what the math shows. That's not what the pilot
420, Donnie?
Yeah, 420. Divide that by 60. That'd be 7 times the distance from 60. So you'd expect to be 7 miles off. But here we're 7.3. Man, that rule just ain't panning out too well. Let's say our fucking bombers, our B-24s, were 3 miles off course. Damn. 3 times 7, that should be 21. Man, that's a whole fucking a mile off that they are. They'd be fucking lost.
Again, he still said getting his angles from a flat surface, which he's trying to dismiss.
No, not a flat surface. This would be on a tangent.
That's crazy because if
right, so you didn't do trigonometry on the Earth.
Hold on, Gregory. I started
You're
speaking
right.
before you did. I'm on a whole new device.
Why would I
know
apply
y'all
it?
can hear me. I know y'all can hear me.
I know I can hear you. Go on.
It's interesting. You're talking about a tangent to a tangent point. At some point when we talk about the geometric horizon and it's more than 2 times, 3 times off.
Sure, we can get there.
But
first we got to talk about the 1 in 60 rule.
What about the 1 in 60 rule? The one that was derived off of a flat plane?
The one that wasn't derived off of a flat plate.
Yes, it is because yes, it is.
So you think that they did this trigonometry? You think that they did this 1 in 60 rule with trigonometry? I mean, I'm sorry.
Trigonometry, triangle with that flat baseline, right?
Yeah, you think they did this with trig? Because they
so just whistle past what I just said, right?
Yeah,
you're trying to get angles, right? You're trying to get angles. You know that protractor that has that flat baseline?
Sure, let's go with this one, Jeremy. So, Jeremy, when they're using the 1 in 60 rule, does that sound like
Who's
a
Jeremy?
constant? Oh, I'm sorry, Gregory.
Donnie, you want me to pull out my protractor?
Yeah, sure. Pull out your protractor while I hit him up with how sine and cosine and shit works.
What I hit him up with? Shut your dumb ass up.
Yeah, I'll hit him up with how sine, cosine, and tangent works. So if we don't want to get our
that's reality. Because math is reality, right? Math is reality, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, math is reality. It's just sad the math doesn't work with your reality,
dude.
Yeah.
Would you
Sorry,
shut the
dude.
fuck up, bozo? Would
Math doesn't.
Sit down,
fucking
dumbass.
retard.
No one's
I'm
talking
sorry,
to you,
Matt.
Yeah,
dumbass.
whatever
Sit
you say,
down.
abortion
Look how
survivor,
much
whatever you
guilty.
say.
They're
Whatever
getting
you
so
say.
I'm sorry.
mad.
Living up to his
I know.
username.
Yeah, sorry, Mayhem. I know that math makes it really hard to explain your reality, but this one it seems to work
Yeah,
out
yeah.
perfectly fine
Go
with
ahead
mine.
and give me 3 apples and take away 5. Can you do
Oh,
that,
you're gonna
dummy?
are you gonna
Can you
bring
do
up
that,
a
I know
dummy?
your
chair?
parents
Can you
Are
used
do
to
you
that,
give you
gonna?
dumbass?
really hard
Can
head,
you do
but
that,
like,
dumbass?
Are
No,
you
I
right?
know
gonna
your
That
make?
is
parents say give the
reality.
head, but
Hold
like you
on.
really
Are
need
you
to understand.
gonna? Hold on. Are
Hand
you
me
gonna
the
bring up
number
the?
2. Hand me
Okay.
the number 2 right now. Go ahead and
Are you
hand me the
gonna?
number 2.
Okay. Are you gonna bring up the Anthony Riley argument about the apples? Because that's funny as hell. If
No,
you
hand
wanna.
me the number 2. Where do we see number 5s roaming around on reality? Where?
See, this is the level that we're working at, dude.
Math isn't reality, is it?
You're getting
It's
mad,
a
Mayhem.
language,
They're
right?
not
Getting mad,
concrete.
Mayhem.
Dude,
They're
why
not
He's getting
concrete.
really mad,
trying
dude. He's talking
to
about like
distract?
I don't know what Mayhem's doing.
Okay, so
dude. He's just
aside from the
shouting about
cacophony,
sheep running
again,
around.
my critique, which you keep whistling past, right? You're trying to
Mm-hmm.
get angles, right? And you're neglecting that you are using a flat baseline geometrically to dismiss it.
A flat baseline geometrically? You mean I'm using the tangent on a 3-dimensional like figure? Sure.
Right. So you want to, instead of acknowledge that this flat baseline is the surface of the earth, you have to insist that the flat baseline is just this
At one specific
abstract,
point, right?
imaginary line at the bottom of a
No.
triangle,
Mm-hmm.
which of course is a failure to get the trigonomic relationship between the various concrete entities relative
Mm-hmm.
to the surface of the earth. You failed.
So hold on. No, firstly, I already told you we're using a tangent, which is a well-known thing for all things 3-dimensional, but I guess you gloss over that. Secondly,
No.
the whole idea that like the lack of a trigonomic relationship with this earth seems to be a huge issue for people that think that the earth is flat. Because on a
It's the
2D
problem.
earth, I should be able to use trigonometry in order to find my
Who
way.
appealed to a
using
two-dimensional earth?
a
Well, you
two-dimensional
can
earth.
convert
Okay.
3D to 2D.
So
My
I'm so yeah,
goodness
you're right.
me.
I'm
What
so
the-
sorry. This
sorry,
earth
my
isn't
friend.
completely 2D. I'm
I
sorry.
do
I forgot about
apologize.
the mountains and the hills. But at the end of the day, it should be like a table with little items on it that I can still navigate around using
Awesome.
trigonometry.
What's a
My bad.
sextant? What's a sextant?
I don't know. What's the 1 in 60 rule? Can we stay on that one?
What? Yeah, but we're going to circle
God, you
right
just
back round to it in a moment when
No, we're
you tell
not.
me what a sextant is.
I don't
Yes, we
know. Can you
will.
teach me what a sextant is?
Yeah, it's an angle measuring device. Your mate brought up a protractor earlier. So basically, a sextant is a glorified protractor.
Okay,
Right.
and that has to do with the 1 in
And
60 rule. How?
well, we're going to be navigating across the earth. You're talking about a problem navigating across the earth because of the 1 in 60 rule, right?
Sure.
Now you
So what about
keep
the 1 in 60 rule?
you keep bringing up things like trigonometry and
Mm-hmm.
problems with it. Do you understand what an elevation angle is?
What does that have to do with the 1 in 60 rule?
Well, like I
he's
said, we
trying
will
to
get
give
back
you the
round to it in a minute. If you would
I don't
just
see what that has to
entertain
do.
me.
Just sure, just go ahead and explain it to me, dude. I don't know anything about sextants or a celestial navigation. I'm a
Do you
complete noob.
understand? Okay, but you understand what a triangle is, don't you?
Yeah, I know what a triangle is.
Awesome. Do you understand what an elevation angle is?
No, can you explain it to me?
Awesome. Let's say there's Polaris and I'm on the floor and I want to measure its elevation above the
Mm-hmm.
surface of the Earth, known as an
How do you do that?
elevation angle, with a sextant,
Okay.
an
And what does that
angle
get you?
measuring device. Next question. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Can I measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Yes.
Depends on where I point my my other line at the angle or at the I'm sorry,
No,
at the curve.
you've got 2 lines. One will
Mm-hmm.
be up at the star and the other one will be to where? The
And the other one
horizon,
will
right?
be sure.
You brought it up earlier, didn't you? Because you wanted
Sure.
to draw a tangent line to the horizon earlier, didn't you?
I guess
So
sure. We make a triangle with our minds.
awesome. And we actually, yeah, if you want to, make a triangle with our minds, but we're literally making a triangle. My question is, and I'll ask it again, how do you measure an angle if your baseline is curved?
Our baseline is curved?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
But you know the curvature is not that pronounced.
Push.
Yeah. So I know that you just pointed out towards the horizon. Doesn't necessarily be right at the horizon. Be ever so microns off. At the end of the day, I'm glad you brought up Polaris. So let's talk about Polaris.
No, hold on, don't switch.
Yeah.
Don't
Hold on, he's
change.
trying to switch my 1 in 60 rule
don't
to the
change
sextant.
because you just go back to your screen. You see that triangle? If B, right? If B is where you're getting the angle to the star that is 90 degrees above,
Sure.
how the fuck are you getting that angle if the ground is actually curved, which means B is somewhere off in space?
So this is how I know, Elijah, that you're not paying attention to the conversation, because when I brought this triangle up, I was talking about the 1 in 60 rule, not for Polaris, but for
Okay, but
planes
we're talking
navigating
about
and
celestial navigation
So
and right
clearly you weren't
triangles, though.
so clearly you
Why
weren't
is he
listening to
interrupting?
me.
Why are you interrupting and acting like I don't know
know.
what
Why
I'm
aren't you?
talking about? All right, so okay, so when I
Because
pull
you
up a
don't know what you're talking.
citation, so when I pull up a citation, then what? Then
Really,
what?
if you actually paid attention when I was talking,
So
not
when
even
I
10
pull up a
minutes.
citation, then what?
When actually, sorry, I'll rephrase
Yeah,
myself.
yeah, yeah. No,
If you
hold
had
on,
actually
because you
paid
claim
up,
you just
okay.
ad hom me. You just ad hom me. You claim that I didn't know what I was talking about.
So you
So
didn't.
when I pull up this citation, because we're talking about what I'm bringing up right now.
Okay, so
right?
hold on. You thought that this
As it
triangle that
pertains
I
to the
had
sextant.
okay.
As it
You
pertains
thought
to the sextant, you said.
Okay. So
You said
firstly,
we can
okay, I'll
point it
just be
at the
steamrolled.
horizon. Actually,
So I guess I'll just be steamrolled by this non-mod here. So like I'll say again, Elijah, when I had this triangle pulled up, it was not for the Polaris argument. So I don't know why you're thinking that I'm trying to apply it to the Polaris argument, this triangle that I have pulled up.
Did he not
When
just
I
hear what I
clearly,
just said?
when I
Did he
clearly
not
had
just
it
hear what I
pulled up
just said?
for a different
Did he not
point.
just hear what I just
Obviously,
said?
you not listening to what I'm.
All right, hold on. Let me get off this Call of Duty real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up something real fast.
So while you're getting off Call of Duty, was this triangle pulled up to mention Polaris, or was it brought up to bring up some different issue going on in the conversation?
Yeah, you know where you get your latitudes from?
Again, what was this triangle pulled up? Were you even
You
listening
know
to
where
the
you get your
conversation?
latitudes from?
I'll ask
On a
again.
globe?
What was this triangle pulled up for,
Do
Elijah?
you know what you get your latitudes from on a
Answer
globe?
the question, Elijah.
Minimal angles to Polaris.
What was this
Dumbass.
triangle pulled up for?
Elevation angles, I'm sorry.
No, this triangle was not pulled up
No,
for
I wasn't
elevation
answering
angles.
your question. I was correcting myself.
So what was my triangle pulled up for?
You were talking about the the whatever 60 rule that you were talking about.
Yeah, very good. So why did you try and apply it 2 minutes ago towards it being to the elevation angle of Polaris?
Because as it pertains to celestial navigation, we're talking about Polaris, right? Which would be
now we are
a star, which would be a star you can use for navigation. You have right angles that you deal with in celestial navigation, so that's why I brought it up.
So why did you try to say that this was brought up specifically to talk about Polaris?
Now, I'm sorry. Your triangle isn't the only triangle on the earth, okay?
Okay.
Not the only triangle on the block just because it's a triangle. I was just happy that you knew what a triangle was.
Okay. So what's the relationship between Polaris and trigonometry?
Yo, can I interrupt real quick before you guys keep going with this riveting conversation? Jedi, yo, shout out to Jedi. Happy birthday, my guy.
That one. So if we
Yo,
take
Jedi, are you there?
Yeah, it's not my birthday, dude.
What do you mean? Are you not a Virgo?
Yeah, but it was my birthday a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, so I missed it. I'm sorry. Happy belated.
Who's that, Deccan? What's up, bro?
Yo, what up, man? You don't remember me?
Yeah,
Jedi,
dude.
come on.
I seen you,
Oh
man.
my God, is that Vlad?
Yeah, it's motherfucking Vlad in the house, guy. How do I know your birthday, bro? Out of all these fucking people, right? Well, I mean, I missed it by 2 weeks. I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. I missed it by 2 fucking weeks. Anyways,
good to hear.
Go on. I'm sorry. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, good to hear from all you guys. Sorry for the interruption. Continue with the conversation.
Hey everyone, if you're not talking about to anyone right now at the moment, Fallen joined the VC and he has some questions to Flat Earthers. if it's allowed. Go ahead.
Yo, what's up? I'm sort of new to the whole flat Earth thing. I just like found it out about like I don't know 6 months ago or so, and I'm curious because I haven't seen like a good explanation for the movement of stars on like a flat Earth system. Because if you like, for example, stand at the North Pole, you'll see a counterclockwise rotation of stars. If you stand at the South Pole, you'll see a clockwise rotation, which is obviously the opposite direction of rotation. And as you approach the equator, the stars all seem to move in a direction resembling an outer sphere that's moving around us, which falls perfectly in line with what you'd expect from an Earth that is rotating.
Okay, so
stars above you. So what I'm wondering is, how is it that on a flat Earth model you get a situation where the rotation of stars is actually reversed depending on where you stand?
All right, so before we answer that, we was actually in the middle of a conversation. I was going to ask Jedi to use my citations and run it into the end zone if you feel like. So we were talking about elevation angles, right?
Elijah, do you believe in flat Earth?
So as a matter of fact, okay, fine. I'll read it myself before I get into my next match. Let me just change my class. Okay, figure 2, right? Figure 2. The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. Now, like I was speaking about before, if that's the case, and the geographical position is curved away from you, how the fuck are you getting 90 degrees?
So forming the right angle? Yeah, so in that, there's a little leeway, which you can scale off a fraction of a degree or not, because sextants aren't perfect measuring tools. So when you're looking at the horizon, when you're looking at the horizon, which is only a few miles away, that's still very close to 0 degrees, which you can just chalk up to being.
We're not talking about the horizon.
The horizon is actually 30 miles out.
You
30 miles out?
No.
You're on meth.
No.
Look it up. It's 30 miles out.
You're on meth, dude.
Yeah, he is on meth. Who is that? So anyway.
Existential.
So anyway, the horizon, what you're doing is you're lining up the sextant with the horizon to get a horizontal. It's not about the horizon itself.
Yeah, you're getting it. It's
not about a geometric. It's not about a geometric horizon. It's about getting the tool level with sea level.
But hold on, if I point something at the horizon, by definition I have to be pointing it slightly down. So how do I get a true horizontal?
That's what dip correction is for, so you can get it truly level.
And the correction is what again?
What do you mean in the correction? The correction is so that you. The correction is so that. The correction is so that you have. The correction is so that you have the correct angle.
So when I point it at the horizon, by definition, I have to point it slightly down.
Not unless you put the sextant on the floor. I tell you what, let's put the sextant on the floor so we don't have to do a dip correction. Brilliant. Now what?
So I don't have to do a dip correction when I point it at the horizon?
Yeah, if you're on the floor, the sextant is on the floor, not at altitude. So if you put the sextant on the floor,
sea level?
Right, yeah, there are places on the Earth that are below sea level. You understand that, right? So,
sure.
Yeah, awesome. So no dip correction or altitude correction needed. So let's start from there. We're basically building a triangle between you, the celestial object, and the GP of the star, its geographical position. This forms a right angle triangle. No need for dip correction right now, sunshine.
Oh, somebody fucking.
So hold on. If I'm below sea level,
below
sea level and I point at the horizon, I have to point it up. Where am I going to be navigating out on the sea? Where am I going to be using my sextant? Or I'm going to be at sea level.
Awesome. You can be at sea. You can put your head in the water.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Shush. You do understand that, right? So no need for altitude correction or dip correction. Let's just put the sextant on the floor at sea level.
How am I supposed to use it if it's on the floor?
Well, dig a hole. Stand in the hole.
Dig a hole?
Yeah.
Well, who does that?
Hold on. Let's not be stupid. I'm just trying to remove the necessity for an altitude correction or dip correction. The reason why we have altitude and dip corrections is to what? Take you down to the surface of the Earth. So I've put the sextant on the floor so we don't have to do those calculations. Now all we're doing is making a right angle triangle between you, the observer, with the sextant, the star in question, and the GP of the star. Underneath the GP of the star is an angle of 90 degrees. Not just one star, but every fucking star in the sky has got a GP of 90 degrees to you along the horizontal baseline. So you can, guess what? Get an elevation angle up to that star so you know where the fuck you are. There is
Which
only
specific
one
star?
way. Hold on. There is only one way to achieve this, and that is with the necessity of the Earth being that horizontal flat baseline. You would
No.
not be able to do this
Yes.
if the surface of the Earth was curved, because one, you can't measure angles off of curved lines, and two, you're most definitely not getting a 90-degree angle underneath that star.
So if the Earth was curved, we would get lost?
What?
Is that what you're claiming?
Listen, you're not listening, bro.
Hold on,
So
Elisha,
again,
I'm not talking to you, so I'm going to address
so
the guy that's
again,
actually speaking to
yo,
me.
can somebody
So, FE
can
Jedi,
somebody mute
can
him?
I ask
Can
you a question?
somebody mute
Hey,
him?
I'm
We're
not
having a
speaking to you.
conversation.
I'm speaking.
Can
Yeah,
somebody
I'm
mute
having
him?
Mute him.
Can somebody mute him? Thank you very much. So again, everything that he just did for the last 5 minutes is a red herring, because the premise is that we're using a right triangle in celestial navigation. Again, back to my premise, figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its geographical position. Now, he tried to say something about, well, the horizon is 3 miles away, yada, yada, yada. No, whenever you take a sight of the sun, you're one corner of a large triangle. Again, the horizon has nothing to do with it. There's the 90-degree angle that you subtract. I mean, it's the 90 that you subtract. You got the 90 right there at the GP. There is no curvature. If the Earth was curved, you would not have a degree to the geographic position on Earth.
Why do you think you can't have degrees from that?
So hold on. Just to go back to addressing like Jedi, who I was supposed to address. So
No,
like
second,
Elijah, go back. So like going back to a Jedi.
I also want to read this to
Okay.
back up what Jedi was saying as well. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible
So I
point,
guess I don't get to speak.
the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and the altitude are noted. By measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He doesn't know his direction from this point, however. By examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both circular functions meet. In the case that there's both the circular, only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible, like Jedi said, if the radii are parallel.
So again, can we go back to my claim with me and FE Jedi, or are you just going to keep interrupting? Because I thought I was having a good conversation between the two.
Well, basically, Elijah's just compounded my point, and I was backpedaling off of Elijah's point. So you can talk to both of us, Sunshine. Don't care.
Or I can just
choose
you.
The problem is for
Okay.
you is if the surface of the Earth was curved,
Mhm.
we wouldn't be using an angle measuring device because you can't get angles off of curved lines now, can you, Mr. Maths?
Yes, you can. Why do you think you can't?
Are you going to draw your tangent line again?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you this. If it's a perfect 90 degrees or 90 degrees and let's say 0.04, what difference would it make?
This is a red herring.
No, hold on. Because if we're assuming, even if I were to plug in 10 degrees out or 10 miles out for our horizon, so a super far horizon, of which I'm still going to have to point down if I'm on a ship, right?
Why do you need the horizon?
So again, to form some sort of angle between up and out. As close to 90 as I can get. As close to angle, as close to 90 as I can get, right? And let's not hold on. And let's not forget. Hey, why do you get to interrupt me and I don't get to interrupt you?
Because you said horizon. You have a misunderstanding. You have a misunderstanding of why you're using the horizon. You're using the horizon to get a fix. You're actually trying to find the geographical position of the star, which in Polaris's case, depending on how south you are, can be up to 3,000 miles away. So what you're actually looking for is the 90 degrees underneath the star in question. Let's say it's Polaris, okay? 45 degrees away or 0 degrees if you want to go to the bloody equator.
Gives us
but ultimately, the only reason why you are using the horizon is because you want to get level and you want to understand where the geographical position of the star is so you know where the fuck you are. So what you're actually looking at, my friend, is the geographical position of the star in question. The only reason you're using the horizon is so you can get level and start building your triangle. Remember your dip correction and your altitude correction? Yeah, Fuck me, mate. You've got a horrible inflection in your voice. I'm trying to educate you because you have a misunderstanding about celestial navigation and while we're even using the horizon in the first instance.
Yeah, document your dreams, dude.
So hold on. So Polaris changes its height?
The further south you get away from it, yeah.
No, so Polaris actually changes its height,
angle.
Right? So hold
It's
on.
an elevation
So Polaris physically changes its height.
No,
the
further south you get away.
Hold on. So when I use this trigonometry,
before you start making really stupid fucking claims and making yourself sound really stupid, the further south you the further south you go, the angle will decrease in the sky. For example, if you're standing underneath Polaris, that's a 90-degree angle.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. Move south. It will drop
my
1 degree.
Angle A changes. I agree.
Keep saying angle. Angle. Keep saying angle. The further south you go, the elevation of the star in question will decrease until you reach the horizon. That's how you get your equator. In actual fact, that's how you get your longitude and latitude lines from elevation angles to Polaris. I'm going to say angle again.
Okay, so can you answer a question for me?
Is the equator not a line of latitude?
Hold on, please. Hold on, can you answer a question for me without me being interrupted by one of like your cheerleaders or you? Can we do that one? Is that rule with Polaris, is that a constant rule? Or does it follow a logarithmic rule?
You've already answered your own question, mate. Come on.
Does it follow a constant rule or does it follow a trigonometric rule?
Trigonometric rule? Triangle?
Yeah, so if I were to look at here at this triangle calculator, hold on. If I were to take a look, so if I were to take a look at this triangle calculator, would I be able to use it?
Yes.
So when I plug it in here, it seems that in order to keep the 1 in 60 rule, if I use it
to do what?
If you allow me to explain, maybe you'll get your answer, Elijah. Well, in fact, we'll just do this. So if we take a look at the relationship between the 1 and 60, dude, am I going to be able to answer his question or not? Okay, I guess I don't get to answer the question.
About his triangle.
Just locally mute Elijah and keep making your point, dude.
Of the triangle, when you said you were talking about A, right? We're not concerned with the height of Polaris. So what difference does it make? Because you're not concerned with the height of any celestial body when you're doing celestial navigation. So it's not necessarily trigonometry.
Okay, so
in
now
the
I'll be
sense
able to
that you would, I don't know, say use the height of a lighthouse. It's a different method.
Go ahead and make your point now.
Yeah, I'll make my point now. So when we take a look here at the 1 in 60 rule for Polaris, it doesn't seem to work out here with a triangle, because as our B increases, our distance from Polaris increases. In order to keep making the 1 in 60 rule work, Polaris seems to have to keep on physically getting lower in its A height. So it's distance above the non-North Pole.
I just told you there's no distance. Because
so there's no
actual There's no actual altitude for A. Like I just
no
told
actual
you.
altitude for A. So it's just
Do you want a citation for that?
there's no actual. So hold on. On the flat Earth, there's no actual altitude for the thing that we're looking at.
Do you want a citation?
There's no actual
Instead of
altitude either way, bro. What are you talking about?
So that thing just out in the distance just doesn't exist, so we shouldn't use it in order to navigate then, right?
That's a straw man.
So hold on, he said there's no actual altitude. The only thing that I know of that doesn't have actual altitudes or actually exist within our physical reality are things that don't exist.
That's a straw man. Why do you say they don't exist?
Can you point to something that doesn't have an actual altitude or doesn't actually like have a place in our physical
Do
world?
you know the altitude?
Do we know the altitude? With simple
Yeah.
like triangulation, I should be able to find it.
Simple triangulation, you'd be able to tell me how far away that thing is in altitude.
Yeah. Yeah.
How far away are the stars in altitude?
How far? Yeah, so again, on a flat Earth, it should be really easy for you to
on your globe, dude.
Yeah.
On your globe.
On my
Yeah.
globe? Oh no, I'm not a person who's really well versed in calculus.
Then why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing it up if you don't know?
Oh shit.
That's simple.
This is a problem with being an ex-sea cadet. He's used a fucking
Seriously, man. He's bringing up shit he can't verify or even tell you about. So why are you bringing it up? And this guy's been like, he's got a lot of hang time in here. Like,
Wasn't it the Globers just not a couple of months ago that were arguing that the stars don't have an altitude from the given information from their version of celestial navigation?
except for that guy, AI, he knows somehow.
Well, that's the whole premise. The whole premise is that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere at an infinite distance. Right? So the altitude is indefinite, right? Unknown, right? So by his own admission, that would make the stars in his world not exist. So I'm confused.
Not what they said, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you're both trying to say that the altitudes are indeterminate from the information at present, right?
No, that's not what he
That
was
they
saying.
don't have an altitude. Okay, well then he could correct himself. Or correct me, rather.
I mean, it'd be great if someone would unmute him so he could do that.
I guess it
Who's
would.
muted?
Yakumi and I, the guy who was talking.
What?
She's squatting down. You're good, bud.
Oh, am I good
Yeah.
now? Sorry, I wasn't quite listening. I don't like.
Yeah, you never really are. You never really are.
So I'll explain here, right? So in order to get like trigonometry to work, which is something that he needs a side A. Without a side A, you have no triangle. You can't form a triangle with only two sides.
This is most definitely a straw man.
Yeah, that's what I said.
He's not strawmanning anyone's position. He's talking about his own. He can't possibly be strawmanning anyone else.
His own. His position is that his position is that my flat Earth and my right triangle doesn't work on my flat Earth. That's a straw man, fam.
So Elijah, can you explain to me how we can have a triangle with no side A?
We're not concerned with the height in triangulating a star's position.
Okay.
Well, of course you are, because it's one of the sides to your triangle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you have to be because it's the A side to your triangle. Yes.
Not a bio.
If you want to,
we know what the geographic position is based off of the reference tables, but we're not trying to get the height of anything.
Reference tables of what?
If you form a triangle using
what do you mean reference in the almanac, the sky almanac?
If you want to be able
that tells you what time when something is overhead a specific position. What? Why are two people talking at the same time when you're asking me questions and I'm answering?
Because you do it to everyone else.
True.
No, I don't do it to everyone else.
Yeah, you
do. Literally have to Yakumi.
Well, here we go again, just diverting from the point.
That is fair, though. There's almost always two people talking against one on either side. Probabilistically, it's almost always happening in the past 30 minutes.
So can I take
that
this
is a
one's
fair
axes?
critique.
Can I take this one's axes? because
Yes, sir.
FE Jedi specifically brought up the triangle that you form with the sextant, and in order to have a triangle, you have to have a side A, B, and C, and angles A, B, and C. You can't just have angle or side
In
A, B.
celestial navigation.
Yeah,
In
you have to be able to
celestial
form. Yeah,
navigation.
you have to be able to form
So
a
show me in
triangle.
celestial navigation where they're going to get the height of a star.
Where you're going to get the height of a star. That's just the
Yeah.
byproduct.
Math.
Yeah, that's
It's
just the
literally
byproduct of solving
go
everything
ahead.
math.
Go ahead. You know what? Here we
Yeah.
go. All right. Give me a
So
second. Damn,
yeah,
guys,
just
hold
like
on. Let me
just
get
like
the
how I
citation
can.
for these idiots over here in
Okay,
Discord.
just like how I can plug in literally two variables into a right side or right triangle side and angle calculator. I just give it two of the variables which we know, which are distance from Polaris, which would be B, and angle A, the viewing angle from Polaris. It's able to fill in everything else.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Need to define what you mean by distance to Polaris. Which leg?
Which
The
leg?
hypotenuse?
Well, I would
Is
imagine
it
I would imagine my distance to like the geographical North Pole.
okay, so that would be the bottom leg, right? The
Yeah,
base.
that would be the bottom. That would be the base of A1 or a base of side A. And then we have the top of side A, which would be where angle B is, which we automatically get if we find the angle of viewing to Polaris. We get
not a
two
height,
triangles
though.
out of. Okay, I guess
In
we missed.
celestial
I guess we
navigation,
must have
it's a-
missed I guess we must have missed 8th grade, because if we are giving one angle to a right triangle, we automatically know the other one, and if
Watch
we know
this. It's
side
stupid
B,
fuck.
we already
Watch
can
this.
figure out A and C.
Watch
Just
this.
keep saying angles.
Okay.
Just keep saying
So
angles, mate.
yeah,
I mean, if
angles.
someone is
in one
going to
side.
present that like it's a 90 degree, if someone's going to use a right triangle to do something, we know the angle of at least one of the three angles in there is going to have to be 90 degrees, correct?
Well, we just use angle side, which is a well-known trigonometric proof.
Triangles. Brilliant.
Yeah,
Underneath the
triangles.
star, underneath the star, you've got something called the GP, geographical position. That geographical position has an angle of 90 degrees, right?
Sure. We know that's where our side A is.
Awesome stuff. You can't have 90 degrees on a curved surface. If the Earth was a curved surface, you wouldn't have that 90 degrees now, would you?
Well,
you would most definitely not be able to measure, because your horizontal baseline is curved, the 90 degrees underneath the star, and the elevation angle up to the star, because that curved line bastardizes your triangle.
Well, it really bastardizes the flat Earth because trigonometry doesn't seem to work on the flat Earth. So that's another huge issue you run into. We don't.
But that wasn't a refutation to what Jedi said. You just went on to another point.
So no, this is
like you
literally
guys have
in
been
line.
doing the whole
So
time.
hold on.
Correct.
No, it does not. It literally stays on the same point, because if this was a flat plane, we should be able to use trigonometry always, and we wouldn't run into the issue. We do. Hey, can you show me on paper, anywhere on paper, where we can map this out, where the height of angle A remains the same and side B increases in length at a constant rate at which you decrease angle A?
Okay, cool. We have a problem.
Could you do that for me?
We're assuming. Okay, check it out. We're assuming that there's a fixed point in free space where every time you look at this object, that's where these lines intersect. Right?
Mr. Gorbachev,
So we don't even
tear down this wall.
Doesn't it concern you that there's not on the flat Earth?
No, what concerns me is that somebody feels the need to talk about Mr. Gorbachev for some stupid reason.
Oh, that's just some trolls in the background.
I know. The flat Earth hurts them on a deep, fundamental level for some reason.
No, they're just typical trolls that are always in here. They're like flies. And not just in this room, they're all over the place. I'm one of them. I talk about Daquan and my wife on like the daily on the server.
Interesting.
That's like my go-to troll.
Right, so we have a problem with both of these things, right? Which is that we need to make assumptions about physicality and optical locations. There's a confusion between physical and optical locations.
Well, so my thing, AI, is looking at the horizon on a big Earth like we have, gives you you might be off by a fraction of a degree. Like, let's say if the horizon is 10 degrees out or miles out, we can figure out how much of a fraction of a degree we're going to be off, but we know we're usually going to be around 5 at most, like at a good amount. This is a 6-foot observer height, But I'll go out and say 10.
5 degrees
So
off.
so hold on.
5
So
degrees
hold on.
off?
No, not 5. I'm sorry, 5 miles. My bad. 5 miles out. I'll correct. I'll say 10 because the guy's gonna be standing on a boat when he uses this thing. So it'll be 10 miles out, which would put us at, I think, if I remember correctly, a 0.14 degree off. So you'll actually be forming a slightly off triangle, but still damn well close enough to get you where you're looking to go. So, however, if you try and apply this rule with Polaris to a flat Earth, you run into the issue like the meme I just posted, where you have no relationship on paper with well-known trigonometric proofs that run hand in hand.
The problem is that you're talking about optical locations, not physical locations.
Those are physical locations.
Yeah, Polaris is a
no,
is a
they're
thing that we
not.
can look at. Polaris is a
Yes,
thing that we can look at.
we could see something. How do you verify that all instances are the same? You can't.
How do I verify that all instances are the same? Yeah, if they're not all the
doesn't
same,
work, brother.
Yeah, if they're not all the same,
Of course it
then, like,
does. You can
hold on,
just say math doesn't work, but like.
Yes. There's plenty of optical phenomenon that if you do trajectory towards it from your position, it's not actually in that location.
Mm-hmm. So
that's all that needs to be said. So unless you can go to the location and trace its point, dead reckoning in free space, right? You can't be certain what you're looking at necessarily is where you're pointed at it, right?
You can be pretty close, pretty fucking close.
Look. You could say it's rational that your position is true, and that's fine. But you can't say that it's validated. You're just interpreting optical phenomenon in a physical matrix, right? So you're instead of curving the sky, you're curving the Earth.
Sure, and that's why I'm not. That's why I'm not trying to use the sextant. Hold on, Saxon.
Why is there no reason?
Hold on, because the
You're used
reason.
to towing Saxon.
So that's why I'm not. I know I have a lot of beef with Saxon, from this server, not Flat
It just
Earth.
came out.
But hold on. I know. I'm sorry. But like I was trying to say, that's why I didn't want to go down the sextant route because it gets us nowhere. Because I mean, we could come up with the idea that like maybe Polaris is optically dropping because it isn't really a point in the sky, so it's not really a proof of anything. Or we can go with the well-known phenomenon of the 1 in 60 rule for flights and angles being off. So like I was trying to say earlier, if I'm 10 degrees off in my heading, the 1 in 60 rule, well understood by even World War II pilots that were high on meth, like being able to follow that rule and notice that if I travel 60 kilometers and I'm 10 degrees off, I should be 10 miles off course, which is a really hard relationship to explain on a flat plane.
Off course in which direction? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It doesn't matter. It could be left or right, whatever way you're heading, which is another issue.
What?
Because I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know.
Did you just make that story up?
No, it's a well understood phenomenon. Look it up. 1 in 60 rule for flights.
No. I'm talking about what you keep talking about pilots going in the wrong direction and all kinds of shit. Did you just make that up?
No, it is something that literally goes back to,
I believe. Hold on, brother. Stop. For goodness sakes. Okay, it makes sense in the vein of your argumentation, right? If you take the 1 degree per nautical mile, or sorry, 69 nautical miles. Yeah, 69 statute miles. Yes, you're right. Okay, yes. So that makes sense, at least in principle, vertically. So explain it horizontally, if you can, precise and concise as possible.
Hold on. What do you mean vertically versus horizontally?
Bent latitude. I mean,
dude, I quit.
So do you mean changing latitude or longitude?
Dude, planes can go up and down, or they can go left and right. Up and down is vertical, left and right is horizontal, correct?
Sure. So the 1 in 60 rule applies for being off left and right.
Oh, shit.
Only left and right?
Left and right. So if you are 1 degree off in your heading, so you're 1 mile to the left, or you're 1 degree to the left, or 1 degree to the right.
Only one. Oh no! Shoot him! Only one is down. Rush him! Truth. Rush him.
What? Anyway,
Call of Duty.
So
it
it doesn't have to do with pointing the plane up or down. It has to do with turning the plane left or right.
Okay, perfect.
So this might be understood as an explanation if we're only looking at traveling south, where lines of longitude would stretch out on a flat Earth. but the same rule going inward, where like lines of latitude would be more narrow, or that the rings are getting smaller, like what we see with the projection. Was it a Mercator projection? I think y'all call it. So it'd be a really bad explainer for going north, but not necessarily going south, but still a bad explainer for going north, which is where you have an issue, or going east or west. More specifically, like if you're traveling east, go at like being off towards the north.
Dude, who gives a crap, dude? If you're on a sphere, any direction you travel is equivalent.
I agree. So any direction you're traveling on a flat or on a round Earth, that 1 in 60 rule seems to work, which it does. But on a flat plane, that's where you're really hard pressed because it doesn't have a constant reliability to it.
Yeah, cool. All right. Do you have a source that's very easily explained and graphical?
Do I have a source that's really easily explained and yeah, I can actually show you with trigonometry why the 1 in 60 rule doesn't work with a triangle on a flat plane. I've already
This guy's
done
a one-trick pony. He's a one-trick pony with that 1 in 60 rule, isn't he?
And you're just a little cheerleader in the background. Either bring
You're
something
one. You're one-trick pony. That's all you got is 1 in 60 rule, and you're clinging to that for dear life.
Shit.
And all you do is bark in the background. You're worse than my fucking golden shepherd.
Yeah, keep coping, dude, because you can't handle what I got for you. Because you keep wanting to
nothing, man.
He said the 1 in 60 rule.
I think the only thing you have for me is probably herpes and maybe some meth.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Yeah. Mayhem. It was interesting because about an hour ago you asked this gentleman for drop over distance, and we've been talking about left to right. Fucking, we're going to be off by a degree or two. That's left to right, not drop over distance. So we've been fucking talking about nothing for the last hour. You most definitely haven't answered the question.
Yeah, because this 1 in 60 because this 1 in 60 rule translates directly into.
I told you it's like a pair. 1 in 60 rule. 1 in 60 rule.
Yeah, and there we go.
Sucks that you don't understand it, but okay.
Yeah. So again, the 1 in 60 rule directly translates into drop over distance, which is why it works. Because
you haven't even answered my question.
Surface.
My question that I started with in the very first time is: who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, on this Earth any time in history? Name one person, human being.
I typed him earlier in chat. Let's see if that thing's still there. I forget his name. It's a Russian name. Let's see. Let me go back to pulling up what his name was.
It's a Russian name, bro. I only have Russian name here. What the fuck are you speaking about?
Andrei Botikov. That's what it was.
Okay, what did he do? Go ahead and present what his method was.
Yeah, he put Sputnik into space, and he was able to show like that the Earth was round, and in fact did follow.
He measured drop over distance, man.
Yeah, with Sputnik.
With
by
Sputnik,
they existed.
So he sent a satellite up into space, not knowing the dimensions of the Earth, and then proved the dimensions of the Earth from space.
Yeah,
isn't that ass backwards?
No.
Don't you need to know the measurements of the Earth before you send a satellite up into orbit?
No. You just confirm it.
You guys are.
I can have an estimate, and if I send something up into space and it comes back, I guess I was right.
So you're telling me, from what I'm gathering from what you're saying, right, is that this guy, this apparent Russian gentleman, sent a satellite up into space. He had no knowledge of the Earth's rotundity.
No, not none. We actually knew pretty damn closely what the Earth's shape, or not shape, but what the Earth's size was.
Okay.
Fucking hundreds of years ago.
Okay, that's great. So it's not the Russian guy. That's fine. How did we figure that out? By the gentleman that just spoke right now.
Hold on.
I'm talking to that guy because he said, "Screw the Russian guy." How did we figure it out? Because I'm going
the Russian guy.
No, because we're going back.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Go to where you want to go to. Eratosthenes.
So I want to don't go there.
No, he said that, not you. The other guy
did. Telling him not to go there. I'd advise that he retract his statement, because we have right here somebody who made an actual measurement. The distance that Sputnik traveled, they had an idea, they had a belief that the Earth was round. They sent up Sputnik into space, and lo and behold, it started doing laps just like they predicted. And since it started doing laps just like they predicted, it verified their hypothesis.
So how did they measure the drop over distance?
How did they measure it? With Sputnik.
Okay, how did they do it? Well, with science. Okay, how did they do it? With science. You're not telling me how they done it. There's no method there.
Okay.
Where's the method,
Yeah,
sir? I'm
I
asking for the
already
method.
explained
What
it
is
to
the
you.
method by which they've done it?
I already explained it to you. They had an idea. They mapped out Sputnik's route based on their idea, and they verified their idea by seeing Sputnik go in orbit. So
Oh my
because
God.
Sputnik
You're not
follows
telling
the
me the
math,
method. Okay, if I was to tell you a method how to measure something here, get a ruler and measure my table with this ruler, and you can see on there what the measurement, right? I'm giving you a method. What to do, how do you measure something? So if I'm telling you, how do you do it with the Sputnik? Because you're not telling me, we just send a Sputnik, it's up in space. Like, and how did you measure it?
Okay, so rather than getting a like 20,000 mile long piece of string, they just sent out that fucking Sputnik 20,000 miles around. Just like how you would a string to measure.
You're not gonna
That
say it,
little
are you?
sigh of defeat.
Oh,
That
so
little
you
sigh
don't
of
know.
defeat, right?
No, you don't know. Dude,
No, I
you
do
said
know. I just explained it to you.
yeah, because
you're
you're
not
easily
understanding it.
First of all, that fucking thing is going to a second law of thermodynamics violation. Number one.
Oh, now we're going there, right?
Yeah,
We want to get to the thermodynamics one.
Been
They
that way.
think that it's a violation of the second law.
It is a violation. Here's
so
the next
can you
thing.
explain why? Hold on. Can you
Here's
explain
the
why
next
we
thing
have
too,
a
because the
pressure
gentleman
gradient?
brought something up. The gentleman brought something up before.
It's
It was
not.
interjecting for you, and it was that somebody already knew that the Earth was already a globe prior to this Russian gentleman doing what he done.
Not what I said.
People already knew. Did they already know the Earth was a globe prior to the Russian gentleman?
So,
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Hold on. Don't
We
say
knew
we
the
knew. We believed.
circumference of
Thank
the
you.
Earth.
We
See?
believe the circumference. So let's say we believed the circumference because we couldn't verify it at the time until we put something in space that can.
Oh, so there was no measurements to the Earth prior to the Russian gentleman. Is that
There were
right?
measurements. There
No, no,
weren't
no.
So
as
hold
exact
on.
as they became.
I'm not talking to you now. I'm talking to the other guy.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the other guy.
There was no direct measurement. All that
Okay.
was done was shadows in the ground.
Are
and
you
the
willing to
algae-
bet the farm on that? Are you willing to bet
What?
the farm on that? There was no measurement. Oh, please say yes.
Am I willing to measure it? Or am I willing to
No.
bet the farm
Are
on
you
that?
willing to bet your life that there was no measurement prior to the Russian gentleman that you're just pointing to right now with send up Sputnik?
Well, we can go to circumnavigation as an
No,
example.
no, 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 no. You're not getting out of this.
Okay.
You need to tell me if there's not been a measurement, because you said there's not been one prior to the Russian gentleman.
Well, not one that can't. I'm just pointing to an example of where somebody did it.
I'm talking about, has anybody ever done it in history? And you said nobody's ever done it until the Russian gentleman sent up Sputnik.
I could be wrong.
Okay,
I'll be able to.
because you
concede
are
that.
dead wrong. You're dead wrong, right?
So what's the first one that happened?
Well, I'm not going to tell you. That's for you to find
That's
out.
fine.
I know that there is.
So cool. So I don't
can
really
tell
care.
you.
I can just. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
So
I
don't
can
really
tell
care.
you. And so,
I
like,
can just point
does anybody?
I can just
Because you
point
don't
at
know.
somebody that can, or that did it.
You want to know?
So you asked for somebody that
Do you
did
want
it.
to
I
know?
pointed. So you asked for somebody that did it. I pointed to somebody that did it. Now what's your beef?
Because
with Andrei
that's what you're basing it on.
Mayhem, elucidate it.
You're basing it on.
Elucidate it for all of us.
So if you want to really know if somebody's ever done that prior to that Russian gentleman, does anybody else? I would say this much: is everybody in the room behind you on the Russian gentleman be the only one who measured this drop over distance? The idea, anyway.
He never even said he was the only one. He never once said he was the only person.
If the rest of the Glovers are going to hang by your every word because you sound like the most intelligent one in the room, and I want to know if they're going to back you on this.
So did I say that he was the only one?
Huh?
Did I say that he was the only one, or that he was the first?
I'm asking for whoever done it in history, and you pointed to the Russian gentleman.
Yeah. You asked me for anybody in history, and I gave you somebody in history that did it.
Is that the only guy? Is there anybody else?
Yeah, no. I
Prior
could
to
probably
him.
list off. I could no, but
Prior to him.
I don't know.
There you go. You don't know. So anybody else in the room gonna bank on this?
Hold on. You asked me specifically.
You said you don't know. Stop. You can go back to you.
Hold on. You asked me specifically
you don't know.
for somebody that did it. And now what is your issue with this man who mapped out, or who at least measured, like, distance over drop, or drop over distance, I should say?
Yeah.
What is your issue with him?
First of all,
You
he
asked
didn't.
me specifically.
First of all, my issue with him is that he didn't measure drop over distance. Okay,
He didn't?
Because first, You're not even giving me any method by which he done it. So you're just stating something, just point blank, like, oh, he measured drop over distance because he done it. He surely did. He sent up a satellite and he done it. And you're speaking like freaking like a politician right now. You're not saying, look, this is the method by which he done it. So he took this sample set on the Earth, right?
You're
He went
waffling
from
right
this
now.
place to that place, and he measured this much drop over the distance. You didn't say any of that. You only said he went to space, he sent Sputnik up, and there you go, drop over distance measured. I'm like, yeah, you're just saying things. Where is the measurement at?
Yeah, so the measurement, I'll say it again, comes from having a prediction about the Earth, angling his rocket accordingly. That would account for a drop over distance, and he fired it at a speed that would keep it in line.
Oh,
with
he
that drop
did
over
know.
distance.
He did
So
know the
hold
Earth was
on.
a globe. He did know it was a globe prior to
Excuse
sending
me.
the Sputnik up.
Excuse me.
Right?
Am I going to be able to finish without you barking in the background while I talk?
You're basically saying that
So
he
that's a
knew
no?
he knew that the rocket was going to need to be angled because the Earth was curved. So he had prior knowledge that before he sent the rocket up, that the Earth was already curved.
Is that exactly what I said, or are you listening?
Yeah, you said he angled the
So,
rocket.
hold
You said he
on.
angled the
So,
rocket so that he could
I will-
account for the Earth.
Okay, so I'll rephrase again because clearly you weren't listening the first time. He had a prediction about the curvature of the Earth, the drop over distance. Notice how I said prediction. Not that he had knowledge.
He already thought about it as a globe. He thought about it as a globe.
Excuse me. There we go. So I'll be able to finish now. So he had a prediction, not a fucking fact in his mind that, hey, this is exactly what it is. He had a prediction. And he said, you know what? If I fire this rocket at the certain angle at the certain speed, it'll follow the curvature of the Earth, the drop over distance you might want to call it, and it'll end up coming right back over us, or at least follows a certain path to keep it in orbit. And lo and behold, when he did his little measurement with his rocket, his little tester device you might want to call it, and it followed that drop over distance that he had predicted, and it stayed in orbit. Look what happened.
It's a fun bedtime story for children, but you didn't give any method again. You didn't
I
give
just
any.
gave you the exact method.
It's not, no, you didn't. What measurement? You didn't use any units. You didn't talk about the distance. You didn't talk about what the drop rate was. You didn't say anything that led us to specifics of what the measurement was. Once again, epic fail on your part. That's fine. But now I need somebody in the room outside of you to tell me, has anybody ever measured the drop over distance on the Earth? Because no, I'm not scared. Actually, you haven't provided anything. You're
So
hemming
if I
and
can get
hawing.
you the math,
You're hemming and hawing like some parent telling a child a bedtime story. I don't need that. I need somebody to tell me specifics on the method, how somebody's done drop over distance on this Earth that we're
So, okay, hold on. Just to clarify, Mayhem, are you asking for the specific mathematical formula that the Russians used to put Sputnik into orbit?
I'm looking for, okay, now I'm asking the gentleman prior to you. I'm asking, hello? Somebody.
There we go.
All right. I'm asking for the drop over distance measurement as per the Earth being round. So everybody's saying that the Earth is a globe and that its spherical shape has the measurements, right? We got the radius, diameter, and circumference. So the thing that I need to know right now is that anyone ever in history, because everybody's saying we're walking over a globe, that's fine. How is this globe able to be measured directly out in the field? Like, not just in math or papers or computers or anything. Take those in.
Oh, so not in the mechanisms that we have to measure big things. I'm sorry that we don't have a fucking protractor to measure the planet.
So then how the fuck do we measure it then?
With the math that you think doesn't work, you doofus.
So it only works on a piece of paper. So I'm gonna do
something. No, it doesn't only work on a piece of paper. You're asking us to have a protractor that's the size of the planet.
So you're
Your
telling me that
expectations are unreasonable.
So Earth's a globe just because you worked it on a piece of paper, dude. How fucking dumb is that? You don't tell me that's not the dumbest
best
shit you've
you
ever heard.
have is you don't have a planet-sized
So
protractor.
hold on, Zaxxes. We actually made a larger than Earth size compass, which is what we call Sputnik. Sputnik had a certain point in the center of the Earth, and we used it to draw out.
You're not putting
an
kids to
imaginary
bed here, sir.
All right. So anyway,
You're not putting kids to bed here. Well, you might be putting some of them.
You're adding nothing. You thought you had some fucking substance here.
Zaxxes, please. Can somebody mute the barking dog?
Yeah,
so I can
Zaxxes,
finish my point,
please.
No, not Zaxxes. I'm talking about you. So when
I'm talking to Zaxxy's.
So when we use Sputnik as a compass, do you know what a compass is? Not the fucking not the like the little magnetic compass. Do you know what?
What?
That's the best thing he said all day. Nothing.
Why did you just get muted?
I don't know. I don't have any mute powers, man. But shit.
My man, he's speaking for too long.
Yeah, well, he was trying to interrupt. Zaxxy's, didn't you have something you're trying to say?
Well, Zaxxy's was trying to say something.
No, I was specific. No, I wasn't. I was letting him go because it's his point.
What,
All right,
telling
so
us
you
a
guys-
bedtime story? Little children, they sent Sputnik up and they measured the Earth. Everybody have a good night. Like, that's all he's basically saying. Dude.
And all you have is math doesn't work because it's on paper. Like, what's your point?
Did I say math doesn't work? I said that the math that's written down doesn't equate to directly measuring the Earth. So when you take that math, go out into the field and go measure the shit you wrote down and see if it equates to the Earth being a globe. Do you comprende what I am saying now? Or do you want me
so
to
exactly on what scale do you want that to happen?
In what scale? The Earth size. Obviously, if you go and take a sample set of the Earth, right? You don't need a large port. You don't need to measure the whole fucking thing. Just measure a small piece, dude. Just a small. Get
You
a
mean
10
like what Eratosthenes did back in 200 BC with the fucking circumference?
Is
Like
that drop over distance, numbnuts? Is it drop over distance? No.
So again,
He's
and that's why
measuring
mayhem.
fucking
That's exactly
shadow.
the reason why I asked you when you're talking about the math behind the issue, and he was bringing up Sputnik. Would you be okay with the math that was used to put Sputnik into orbit? And you never answered the question.
Yeah, because he was just talking about stories. Well, we sent Sputnik. I don't give a shit about that.
So if
How
we
did they measure
provide
it?
you the math to how the Russians put Sputnik into orbit, will that be enough for you?
Will that verify drop over distance? My question to you?
Yes.
Oh, goody. Then provide it, please. And do the
radar horizon
whatever
does that.
the chat here.
Cool. So let's go ahead and unmute Chief Squatting Dog then, because that was the point he was fucking making the entire
No, he was
time.
not, dude. He kept saying the same shit over and over. Oh, and they sent Sputnik up, and that's what happened, and that's how they measured drop over distance. I'm like, fuck, dude.
And then
Just
I
tell me
asked
how
you, if we give you the math for how that happened, is that good enough?
To verify
And
the
you
Earth's drop
decided-
over distance?
And you decided to bloviate about it. So
No,
can someone unmute Yakubianite
You don't
so he
understand.
can give
Just like
you
he
this?
don't understand. Is that math gonna? Can I take that math and go out into the world and say, okay, let me take this math and then go verify that it's exactly saying what the Earth is right now? Because the claim on the table is that the Earth is of a certain size of dimensions, right? That's the claim. The
The
Earth of a
circumference, we
certain
know
size.
the circumference, yes.
Right, the circumference, the diameter, the radius, all of that. Right? I mean, is this math gonna say that? Because if it's not, if it says something else,
Of course
then
the math
if
is
it's
going to
not,
say that.
well,
Can I say something? Okay.
am I coming in?
Can I just say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're a bit low, but go for it.
If the Earth isn't round, then why did we have to develop different types of radar? Like from regular radar, we needed to develop over the horizon radar.
If the Earth isn't round, sir, we haven't established that it is.
No,
So can we unmute Yakubianite so he can
claim-
continue with the point?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer him real quick, and we can continue on the point. But if the claim on the table is that the Earth is a globe, is what they're teaching everybody in school, because they have to teach you this. You don't just know this, right? They have to teach you at school the Earth's a globe, solar system, yada yada. If that is the case, then of course that claim needs to be proven. It's the burden of proof rests on those who make the claim or advocate for it. So if you advocate for the claim, then by God, you have to stand by it and say, well, we know how it's been measured. And that's fine. So if you got that, go ahead and bring it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you ready to face the music now, Mayhem?
Face the music? Bro,
Yeah, I'm
nobody
muting.
taught drop over distance measurement ever. So
I'm
if
muting Yakubianite.
this isn't drop over distance, you're going to get
let him
nailed
bloviate
to the
again, please.
wall. Let's have it.
Oh, sorry.
Is it in
So, Mayhem,
sit in
Mayhem,
a-
do you know what it? Okay.
No, I'm looking for
Go on.
whatever. Who's putting the information in? I don't know who's going to do that.
I'll get the information, the math behind Sputnik here in a bit. In the meantime, do you know what a compass is? Not the navigational compass, but just like the math tool compass.
Yes, I know what a compass is.
Can you explain it for the class?
Explain it for the class? It's not my burden of proof to explain. I don't have to talk about how they are
you
the globe.
said
No.
that you knew what a compass is. Can you explain what a
I
compass
know what
is?
it is,
so
but
we're
why
on
do
the
I
same
have to
page?
explain it to the class? No, it's not my example.
You don't
Okay,
know
so
this.
I would like to discuss with you about a compass, and I need to make sure that you know what a compass is.
I do know what it is, but I'm not going to explain it. So good luck to you.
So we're just not going to have the conversation then because you don't want to explain what a simple compass is.
I don't
Simply
need to
said,
explain
you're
it.
confused.
I don't need to explain what a compass is. Not
So
to
you
you
don't
or
know
to
what a
anybody.
compass is.
So it's not my burden to prove. I don't have to prove anything to you.
And that's why we don't have
just say you
conversations
don't know,
with
man.
doofuses.
Just say you
It's
don't
up to
know.
you.
Well, hold on.
But listen,
That's why
the
we don't have a
Globert is
conversation
making the claim. The Globert is making a claim that it is a sphere, and you guys believe it religiously, like zealots, right? And just because I'm
No,
not explaining
not religiously like
or
zealots.
indulging your conversation, that doesn't mean that
Because we
I'm not
have
giving you
fucking
valid points right
eyes.
now. So for you to
Mayhem,
understand that the information that's been given to you, me, and everybody else in school that the Earth is a globe cannot be verified, and for you guys to yeah, that's a sign of exasperation. Yeah, you doing that because you know that there's no evidence. So that's all I'm bringing to you right
just
now.
say it 100 times. Man.
Wait, sorry. I know this is a very simplistic argument, but when I hear Flathead Arthur speak, I'm like, do you guys really think you're smarter than thousands of scientists over hundreds of years?
they're all
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Danny,
No,
let's
I
not
know,
do that,
I know.
please.
No, I know it's a
Danny,
very
let's
Then
not
stop
do
doing
that.
it. Stop
argument,
doing
but,
it. Stop doing it. Then stop making it.
Danny?
Then stop making it.
All I want him to do is tell me what a compass is, not the navigational compass, just like the protractors and other math tools compass. Then I know that he knows enough in order for us to move on with the conversation.
Well, I'm waiting for the other gentleman to be talking about what he's going to talk about with this Sputnik.
That's
that's
literally me.
Yeah.
That's literally me.
Okay, let's go ahead.
So can you explain to me what a compass is?
Are you talking to him or me? Because it's not my example. I
I'm
don't have
talking
burden
to
of
you.
proof. Listen, I'm trying to tell you guys the burden of proof is not on me. I'm not judging the globe. So why do you need me to explain to you what
You're trying to gauge whether you're an honest interlocutor or not.
I am, but like if I'm gonna listen to you, explain to me, I'm gonna be able to tell you if what you're saying is bullshit or not. Then you can call me out on it.
Wait,
but if I don't know
just
what
say you
it
don't
is,
know what it is. Just say you don't know.
are you guys gonna give me the explanation or not? Because I'm waiting on drop over distance. So
Sure,
are you
he
just gonna
will. I'm
wait?
sure he will.
No,
Just say, I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
he won't. Because if he did, he'd be a good teacher and say, "Look,
Okay.
check this out. This is what it is." And he's not doing that. He's waiting for me to explain to him, which I don't need to. It's not my burden to prove.
It is your burden of proof because you made a claim that you knew what a compass was and you didn't back it up at all.
That's true.
So the
Well,
bullshit.
first of all,
I
sorry, I was
don't
having
need
to use the restroom.
I don't need to explain to him what a compass is. If he wants to tell me,
know what a compass
if he
is.
wants to tell me how it's been, the method has been done. All he's got to do is tell me the method, and it'd be over with by now. But you guys are harping on a point that has no relation to what he's gonna say, unless he's gonna make his point.
Well,
So
first of all,
until
if
then,
We will after we know you're an honest interlocutor.
it doesn't matter.
you know
It
what?
doesn't matter. When you
Of
are in,
course it
when you're
fucking matters.
listen, no,
When
bullshit,
stop
no
muting,
bullshit.
guys,
I'm gonna
you
call
know.
bullshit. You know why I'm calling bullshit? Because when you go to school, the teacher doesn't say, "Let me know if you know what a compass is. That way I can teach you this method." No, they just teach you the fucking method, don't they, dumbasses?
Well,
And then
actually,
when they're
sometimes I
done,
will,
they're
actually.
like, "Okay, now did you understand what I said? Because I taught it to you. Correct or not?" Oh,
not
yeah,
true.
that's the way it works, isn't it? So,
You know,
it's not my burden of proof to
Ninth-
explain to him.
Ninth grade teachers,
Okay.
I expect
Guys, shut up for
students
a
to know what a
second, you
compass
two
is coming
shut
into
up
ninth
for a
grade.
second. Hey, shut up for a second.
My
Go
bad.
on. Everyone knows what a fucking compass is, yeah? All right.
Clearly he
so
doesn't.
Explain your fucking compass. He knows what a compass is.
But
Go
he's not
on with the
telling me.
fucking compass idea. All right. Go. Do it.
He got muted.
Who did?
The guy you were just talking to, the one who you said to move on,
Yeah,
of the compass, he got muted.
You Cuban on. Okay, so let's unmute him. If he goes along with his fucking compass idea, then we'll unmute him. If you're going to harp on that people don't know what a fucking stupid compass is, then you guys are all going to get muted. And move on and explain your fucking compass idea. All right?
Just explain
it. So I'll post here just in case, okay? Let me get this picture. Right here's what we're talking about. Oh, not that one. My bad. Not that one. Don't look at that one.
Uh-oh.
Give me 2 seconds. Give me... Yeah, no, not that one. My bad. I'm trying to get an image pulled up so we all know what we're talking about. Just to double check. So if we take a look here, this is what we're talking about when we have compasses. We use them to draw circles, given angles and distances from the 2 points. And the math for Sputnik essentially boils down to a compass. So we would treat Sputnik as just one big compass, making a big old circle around the Earth, which would measure its drop over distance.
Where
Or
does
in
the
fact,
radius
okay,
come from?
can I?
In the
Am I going to be
mathematical
able to
equation.
Okay.
But you know exactly what you're going to say. You're going to come up with a radius of the Earth. Where does that come from?
Am I going to be able to speak without being interrupted?
He does this, Timbo. He acts like he's a and then he doesn't. He's a crooked teacher. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, no. Here on the server, we usually talk one at a time and not be
here on this server. What do you think?
Yes.
Where do you think we are? Here on this server, right?
Yes.
Where do you think we are? Here on the
here
server.
On the server. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like we get a little fussy because we're used to certain.
You're going to come up with the mass of Sputnik. You're going to use the Earth's radius. The whole point is, where does the radius come from? That Mickey was speaking to you Mayhem was speaking to you for fucking half an hour about it. Where does it come from? And now you're going to go into the maths using the R that doesn't come from anywhere.
So hold on. We're able to use just the trajectory of Sputnik in order to get its own radius, which we're then able to apply towards coming up with the radius of the Earth. So we can reverse engineer the formula by just thinking of Sputnik as a compass. So we don't have to assume the radius of the Earth.
How do you know how to orbit it? How did he know?
How do we know how to orbit it? It doesn't matter. We had a prediction and we tested it, and sure enough, it was right.
Did you hear what they said, Timbo? Like they had a prediction, so they didn't know if the Earth was an actual globe. They just thought it was. They had it. Well, I have a prediction. If
that sounds like a hypothesis, doesn't it?
That sounds stupid.
No,
hypothesis is for testing cause and effect, but if I'm clear on what Yakuba Knight is saying, you don't need R, the radius of the Earth, before you do Sputnik, right?
Yep.
What I said specifically is that we can take a look at the trajectory that Sputnik traveled, and by thinking of...
Do you need R prior to launching Sputnik, yes or no?
Can I step in really quick? This will solve a lot of your issues. Hold on.
No, hold on, Deacon. Hold on.
No, he didn't answer Everything's question. Everything's question's poignant. Did they have the radius value before they sent Sputnik up?
It doesn't matter to my point.
Oh,
yes or no?
The fucking don't, dude. The fucking don't. They need radius values so they can know what they're going to send Sputnik around.
So is
what
that
do you
what my
mean?
claim?
Did they need R before launching Sputnik, yes or no?
Why would I answer that question?
Did they need it, yes or no?
Oh, your ass is grass here. You know,
they need it. They need it. First of all, can I
need
step in really quick?
Yeah, go ahead,
Vlad. Yes, they need it.
Vlad didn't squash his fucking... Because Vlad is a Russian in the fucking channel. Hold the fuck on, bitch. Super nahui. Okay, let me... You guys been talking for fucking hours. I just want to say one fucking thing, and it'll squash your whole fucking argument, buddy. Musa tuta ruski nahui, blядь. Because there's a real fucking Russian in here, right? First of all...
Это русский?
You're talking... Да, конечно, бля, я русский.
Хорошо.
First of all, buddy, fuck.
Listen, Deacon, just hold on a second, man. I want to know if he needs the radius, yes or no.
Let me finish really quick. It's going to be 2 seconds now.
Okay, fine.
And the whole point is to this whole fucking argument, buddy, you're using Russian fucking propaganda as fucking source. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Nah, that's true.
But it's all fake shit. And you do this and that. Buddy, you're using fucking false shit based on false shit. Your whole fucking base is false. So, buddy, your whole argument is shit. And I don't even know why you guys are arguing with him because all he's talking about is fucking Russian propaganda here, guys.
Yeah, you're right. That's cool. I'm
done. You're welcome.
So Russian propaganda.
Well, whatever Yakuba Knight does next, though, you're right. It is Russian propaganda. But whether he says yes, they need the radius, then we need the verification for the radius prior to launching it. If he says no, they didn't need it, then they didn't need a globe to do a satellite. So take your pick, buddy.
Well, it's not a yes or no answer. I said specifically that they need.
Oh, it's not. Is the radius used in the calculations to launch a satellite like Sputnik? Yes or no?
What's the third option?
It's not a yes or no answer. Of course it is. It's either used or it's not. What's the matter with you?
So can I answer without being muted?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. Try again. Yes or no. That's all you need. Just one of those words. Try again.
For the sake of.
No, that wasn't a yes or no. Try again.
Just
fuck
type it
doesn't
out.
know. Yeah, no, he has no fucking clue. He's been running you guys around and around in circles. He doesn't know the first thing about what he's even arguing. He just showed that to the entire room.
I don't think that's not
Yeah,
happening.
fuck off. We'll talk to somebody else who has a clue. Nice sophistry, though.
Did they answer your question, Heretic? Did they answer your question? No.
No, he couldn't, and it's clear that he didn't have the answer. He doesn't know. He's trying to bullshit everybody. Right, Yakubinite? You can answer yes or no to that one. How about? Let's see.
His answer was it's not yes or no. That's an answer.
That doesn't make... Okay, so you want to step in from it's not yes or no. How can that be the case? Either it's based on a globe, which requires the radius, or it's not.
Well, I just read out.
It's not yes or no. It's in a state of both using the radius, the R value, and not. What are you talking about?
Well, I just read out his answer. You can unmute him for the full answer if you want. Unless you're scared.
Okay, so why are you white knighting for him if you don't even understand what you're trying to white knight for?
Whole channel.
What do you mean? It's not yes or no. Is this Schrodinger's equation where the R is both simultaneously there and not? What the fuck's wrong with you?
You're scared. You're scared of him.
No one
Yeah, I'm really scared of the retard that doesn't know whether or not his equation uses an R value. The one that he's been trying to prop up and defend this entire argument.
Oh,
yeah.
you're scared, dude. Come on.
I can debunk flat Earth.
Well, the other guy couldn't, so why don't you take a try?
Yeah, go ahead, take a swing.
So,
Well, I wanted to ask him something about the Sputnik before you guys move on, because I actually have people presenting Sputnik as an evidence. This is directed to I tagged Cyaxis, Jabukina, Jabukinite or whatever, and also my friend in DMs. What is it? Breed. So I posted, is that Sputnik? They took a photograph of Sputnik and the globe Earth under it. I tagged you. Is that Sputnik? That's what you're talking about? That's what they did to measure the curvature of the Earth with Sputnik? Above 560 miles above the Earth?
He specifically said drop over distance, Gemsy. When I asked him.
Looking at like just the newspaper article, dude, I don't know.
Yeah, Los Angeles, Russia launches first Earth satellite 560 miles into sky.
I mean, I don't see the word Sputnik anywhere in there, so I can't say yes or no. I don't know. Like, I tried to blow up the picture in browser, and it doesn't clarify really any of the wording. And I don't see the word Sputnik in there, so to answer your question, I don't think that that's Sputnik because it doesn't say it anywhere in it. But I don't know.
All right. I was going to ask who took that photograph from Sputnik and the Earth under it. Who took it?
I don't know, because I also don't know if that's Sputnik.
So you don't know the method that it used to measure the curvature of the Earth. You don't know nothing about Sputnik. You're saying Sputnik did things, but you don't know.
I mean, I never said anything about Sputnik in this. That wasn't like I wasn't a participant in that conversation.
Smart. That's smart after watching how it turned out for the last retard. Go on.
All right, so nobody knows. All right.
I can debunk flat Earth.
Go on.
Well,
so how come in the winter time in the northern hemisphere, also known as December and January, when you go to the southern hemisphere in southern New Zealand, and you go and then you go on right on the other side, opposite end in southern Chile or Argentina, and you at like nighttime, well, not nighttime, you can see the sun at the same time on both ends. Each observer sees the sun at once. They can see it. They see the ball. They see the sun at both the same time. But according to flat Earth theory, Argentina and New Zealand are on completely different sides of the Earth. So the sun should not be shining on both sides at the same time. So how do you explain that?
Flat Earth theory. Well, what who's saying that though? Like, first of all, who said that? Because that sounds like a straw man. Is the reason why I'm asking the gentleman.
Isn't it a flat pancake?
Flat pancake. No, I don't know what you mean. Like, are you referring to the azimuthal equidistant projection map?
Brian, they don't posit a shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I don't know where you heard that from. So it sounds like a claim that you heard somebody make, and then coming forth and saying that why are flat earthers saying that, but I don't think anybody here made that claim. So
yeah, Brian,
you're not a flat earther.
Brian, the thing is, if you're going to want to know what their position is, you have to ask them.
Yeah, just ask.
Because I'm going to tell you straight up, the people who are in this room who are like flat Earth mods and stuff, they aren't people who have like a specific propounded position that the Earth is in fact a flat disk.
Okay, then how do you explain that the simultaneous sun?
Simultaneous sun?
Yeah.
I don't know what that actually means. Simultaneous sun, like that doesn't make any sense.
The southern Chileans and the southern New Zealanders, how come they can see the sun at the same time in the summer?
Well, what difference does that make? Like because they can. Like why would that affect the Earth in any way? Like for the Earth
because it has to be a ball with a tilt.
No. That's what you think, right? So that's what you think right now. When I asked the question to the gentleman, and I'm asking you, I would ask you as well. Whoever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance to know that they've measured. Sir?
Can you explain it though?
Yeah, for sure. So they're telling us that the Earth is measured to have radius, diameter, and circumference, right? It's an oblate spheroid.
I'm not talking about that right now.
Well, it is.
It's southern Chileans and southern New Zealanders seeing the sun.
Check this out, because you said that's the only thing that it can be. Remember, you said that's the only thing that it can be. So I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying. Now you tell me what it is. What other alternatives are?
I know that. But see, the idea that you have right now in your mind is built on this faulty premise that the Earth is a globe. It is. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. Right. But hold time. Hold time. Sir, I know what your claim is. It's a false idea of what we flat earthers are saying. At least we didn't say it. But anyway, what I'm saying is when you're getting back down to your premise of that Earth's a globe no matter what, I'm asking you, how do you know that? And so we're going to probe your mind to actually figure out if you know or you don't know, right? So they're saying that the Earth is a globe, radius, diameter, and circumference, right? 24,901 miles in circumference. Radius of 3959. So you have to start to figure out if the Earth has these metrics, right? And it's said to be something like what they claim that it is. Okay, that's fine. But has anybody ever in history ever measured the drop over the distance, let's say anywhere on the surface of the Earth, to know
I'm not
that?
Talking about that. You just wasted 1 minute of my time.
No,
I'm asking you how you can explain Southern Argentinians and Southern New Zealanders seeing the sun at the same time in the summer.
Talking about the geometric consequent of the Earth being a globe. Why are you diverting from that?
You're diverging by talking about the geometric curve. Because it could be pixies and ponies making sure New Zealanders and Argentinians see the sun at the same time in the summer. It could also be geometric phenomena. I want to hear what your phenomenon is.
We don't need to know what the phenomena of the sun is doing in the sky. We need to know if the ground is measuring to have curvature or not. That's why you don't want to look at that, because you know the implications. You know that if you start looking in that direction, you're going to be looking like a fool because you don't know.
Also, Brian, if I may, Brian, here's the thing you have to also understand.
It doesn't work out on the ground.
Like, Brian, just so you're aware, right? The idea that you're trying to say, well, this explanation works on the globe model, so what's your alternative, is simply you arguing like a position which is just an argument from ignorance. Now, you and I agree with respect to the globe model being, the one that appears to have the most support for it, right? But simply saying you guys need to, come up with an alternative is not actually a way of arguing this.
I didn't say need to.
Right, but I understand. I understand that you didn't use the word "need to," but that is the structure of what you're saying. Is well, I have this explanation. Give me something better. That is not actually an effective form of argumentation.
Right, because
it is an effective form of
what
science,
you're arguing,
but it's not an effective form of argumentation.
You're arguing how can two
I'm
people,
curious.
bro? Come on, give me a
No,
second.
I'm asking a
I
question. I'm not telling
Give me a
anything.
second.
I just
You
admitted I
can't
made
get a
the
reply
I
if
want to
you
know.
if you keep
Can you
opening
let
your
me
mouth.
finish?
If you keep opening your no, you're muted now because you can't stop your mouth from speaking. So I'm gonna have to do it. Yeah, just real fast. I was trying to stillman your argument to make sure that we got it right, because that's the appropriate thing to do. So you're saying two people on the surface of the earth can see the sunlight at the same time. How do you explain that? Is that your argument, sir?
Hello? Guys, what makes you think that Earth is really flat? Like, what is your...
There is a question in the table. You can move to your question after this one. Brian.
What is your proof?
What was the question?
No, bro, can I get you to pay attention this time?
Is your position, Brian, the question that you're asking, is it, can you, like, for the people who have the flat earth, belief, or at the very
Can
least
you
to
allow
reject...
Hank to ask the question, bro? Come on.
I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding it too, right?
I'm still manning you. So I'm asking you, sir, if you're paying attention this time, are you saying how is it that two people in different spots of the earth can see the sun at the same time? Is that your argument?
Particularly opposite ends.
Right. Opposite ends of the earth.
No, of the flat Earth theory model Earth, not the globe Earth.
So for us, there is no model. There's outside, right? And I'm going to get to the next guy next, so don't cut me off. So why two people can see the sunlight outside at the same time on opposite ends of the earth is because the sun is really bright. And it goes about 12,000 miles, 6,000 in each direction. So
That's actually not true because people in between can't see the sun. So why is the light jumping over them for some reason?
Larry, that's why when I answered him, I didn't give him, because once you start going into that, they get into their defense mode, which is now it's a point for point discussion, and that's not going to get us to the answer. So like he wants to know why is it happening, and so you're trying to answer that, and I get you. It's not going to give him that sufficient understanding because he's just going to retort back with some other ad hoc explanation, and it's not going to do us any due diligence. That's why I went back to saying that it's not relevant. It really isn't relevant because that's not nobody made that claim here anyway. Nobody here said that.
Give me cam permission so I can illustrate it.
It doesn't matter how you illustrate it because nobody here made that claim, my good sir. Nobody here made that claim. So none of us are going to advocate for that position, especially not
Okay, fine. How do you explain how someone in Argentina and
New
Zealand can see the sun at the same time?
We don't need to. Do you understand what I'm saying? The words that are coming out of my mouth? We don't need to because if it's happening, then that's a natural phenomenon that's occurring. And so if it is, then
how about we understand why?
You want to understand why?
Yeah.
But that's irrelevant to the point because right now we're not talking about geometry. We're talking about phenomena in the sky. That has no relation to geometry.
Looking at the sun.
But hold on. Things that happen in the sky are directly related.
We're not talking to you right now, dude. You're just right now. Just need to settle down. Let the man understand that this isn't a question about geometry. It's a question about phenomenal that's happening in the sky that's not relevant to the topic. The topipic is the geometry of the Earth, and so that's
connected, though.
So if you're saying that this can't happen on a flat Earth, right?
So you're saying we can't talk about boats and horizons because it has nothing to do with geometry of the Earth?
I'm telling you that we can't talk about what you brought up. That specific thing that you brought up has nothing to do with anybody saying.
And you know what else has nothing to do with geometric shape of the Earth? Boats and horizons and oceans.
Okay, so you have
so now
how come I can't talk about? We
How
can
come I can
easily
talk about
divert into another
horizons, but I
topic.
can't talk
Listen,
about skies
because when I
in the
told you
sun?
that we're not talking about sky phenomena and we're talking about geometry, what I wanted you to realize is that the geometry of Earth has
It's like
not
saying,
been dude.
it's like saying you
Are
can't
you
ask
not
why the
listening?
leaf is
That's why you
green.
can't hear, because you're not listening. You're talking through me. I'm talking about
It's
the
like
geometry. Once again, sir.
You guys are fucking boring.
Okay, then leave. You don't have to be here. But the guy that's talking through me, he can settle down for just a moment. All I'm saying is that the geometry of Earth has not been discussed, in that if it's not been verified, you can't stand on the fact that you know that it's a globe, because you have to first verify the information, if it is one or not. And I said, with drop over distance, who has ever measured the Earth in
you know
the
what
history?
you're saying? Let me tell you what you're saying. It's like saying, why is a leaf green? And you're like, you can't ask that question. You have to be asking what chloroplasts are. What the
Are
fuck?
you
I'm
talking
asking
about?
why the leaf is green, and
Did
you're
you
saying,
verify the geometry of Earth? Yes or no?
did you verify that you're talking
No,
about
this is
chloroplasts and not about green?
It's not a
This is
burden of.
what you're telling me.
Did you or not? Answer the question. Did you verify the Earth's geometry?
No, personally, I haven't.
Thank you. There you go. That's honesty. Good. At least you're
But I
being
have
honest.
some questions for you too.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I think I have a good argument against flat Earth.
By the way, there is a relationship between the appearance of things in the sky and the shape of the Earth.
Okay,
exactly.
Yeah,
eclipses.
That argument.
Stupid
either.
ass.
Yes, I was about to mention eclipses.
Yeah. Oh, does that make you feel great? Go ahead. You can call me whatever
not
you.
just that, but like how stars should appear. It should be directly relational with how the ground is.
No, it's not. No,
I mean,
it's not.
Wow.
So do you have a way to explain with trigonometry why we see stars doing what they're doing then?
No, because you're gonna talk about your 1 in 60, and I don't care to hear that.
We actually don't even need to do that.
It's the people looked at the stars. They developed trig because of the stars.
What do the stars tell you about the geometry of Earth, pray tell?
They tell you because someone on the opposite side of the Earth from somebody else is going to see completely different
Opposite
stars.
side of the Earth. How do you know what the geometry of the Earth is, sir? Opposite side of what geometry? A cube?
Really
a circle?
far away.
I mean,
my God.
They're arguing that they're on the other side of the circle, right? So they go across the Earth, they draw a circle from one point to another point, and they say, okay, now this circle we're gonna turn into a wheel, and we're gonna wrap this around a sphere. Therefore, we're standing on a sphere. It's pretty simple, right, guys? You do a circle, therefore you live in a sphere. It's
If the Earth was a disc, then everybody would see the same stars all the time.
No one's talking about it being a disc.
Well,
who said
Right.
disc?
Again, this is the exact reason why it's important to stop assuming that the people who are in here talking about flat Earth, or at the very least rejecting the globe model, assume that it's a disc. Stop fucking doing it. God
All you
damn.
have to do is look at the contradiction in their explanations, such as why the stars seem to form around Polaris, but seem to do all these little crisscrossy things at the equator, and then at like where the south is.
Define crisscrossy things.
That's why, like,
equator that's crisscrossy. Go ahead. Tell me what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry. When it goes like when it does,
if you look at a
star
clock,
okay.
If you look
when
at
I
a
say
clock
crisscrossy,
outside-
maybe I misspoke.
Yeah, crisscrossy. No stars crisscross. What the fuck are you talking about? man?
I misspoke. Let me rephrase without this guy interrupting me, please. Can we do that?
Yeah, your own buddy there, mathematician. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So when we see stars go like straight when we do star trails, I should say. My bad.
Straight.
So when we
doesn't
do
like crisscross at all. Are you just making this up as you go along?
No. So when we take a look at at the equator, we have some of them that deviate in a curved one way, and we have some that deviate in a curve the other way, and then
That's
we have
wonderful,
the ones in the
man.
middle. Hold on, and then we have ones in the middle that remain straight, which is really hard to explain on a
No,
pizza.
it's not. No,
Okay,
it's
then
not.
can you explain it to me?
Hard to explain. Do you know
Okay,
why it's
then
not
you
hard to
explain it to
explain for us? Do you know why it's not hard to explain for us, Udamite? Because we're not
Because-
making a claim. We're
I
not
know,
making. Oh my God! Let me finish telling you. We're not making a claim what the Earth is, Udamite. On the other hand, you are. You're saying it's a sphere. We're saying we are not laying a claim to any shape. So therefore, whatever's happening in the sky can happen just as it does. When you go outside and look at the stars move around, and I see them right next to you, you're like, look, dude, we're on a sphere. I'm like, no, we're not. How do you know? And you're like, because the stars are moving like that. I'm like, well, the Earth does not measure convexity, but I can see the stars doing exactly what you're saying they're doing, and I can see them just fine. They're not. It's not violating some idea that just because it only can happen on a sphere and it can't happen on a flat Earth. Like you're somehow you're picturing a specific type of flat Earth, and
Right.
for us, it's like we're not laying any claim to any shape, so it can happen just perfectly like how it's happening.
So I have a question for you, if I may.
Whoever is making a claim about the Earth is lying to you. Anyone that is making a claim about the Earth is lying to you. Nobody knows the shape of the Earth. Nobody knows the whole construct of these. It's not just the Earth. The Earth is that thing that gets between your toes, right? The thing that you're standing on. Then there is the water. There is the levels above. It's anybody that is that they know the whole construct and the shape of it. They're lying to you, bro. That's it.
Okay, cool. Okay, great. So,
and
we
real
know
quick,
that we know
just so this whole room is clear. You know what's really hard for these guys to explain? That there's no observable, measurable drop on the surface of the Earth. That's why they have to start pointing in the exact opposite direction of the surface, the sky, and start inferring things about the surface from that. Because they can't explain why when we actually look at that, we don't actually see any of this drop that they inferred. And yeah, it's dropped.
How do you? Yeah, I thought you don't believe in gravity. So how could anything?
You can't base any claim of gravity on a globe before you've demonstrated a globe. So who cares about that?
Gravity,
so
right?
That's the reason why I was gonna again. I know that and we can talk the drop thing, but again, what we can observe in the sky is indicative to an extent about what shape the Earth is.
Okay,
the reason why I was going to ask.
Okay, so if you're looking at the sky, right, and that indicates to you that the ground must be a sphere, right? Then when you go to look at the sphere, you should be able to verify that inference and show that it actually is directly. But all they can do is look at the sky and then just try to interpret from that what the ground must be. And then when we look at the ground, it's not that. So that's a problem that these guys can't explain, and that's why they do everything
the
they
same
can to
way
get off
we have self-guided missiles. It does exactly what we do when you look at the sky. We guided missiles. That's what they do.
That's a cool story, buddy.
Self-guided. That's your best evidence for the Earth being a globe. Self-guided missiles. Wow.
It's the same way. It's the same mechanism. It sees where the object isn't, and it goes not there.
What?
That's exactly what looking at the sky is.
That's so disheartening.
If that's the best evidence of all of academia, for somebody to chime in and say self-guided missiles, duh, globe Earth. Like, are you serious?
The same technology that the person who built your car uses the same methods that proves the world being a sphere. I mean,
oh my goodness,
that's
really explain that one. Yeah, go into depth on that one.
Go to another.
Explain to me how manufacturing cars is somehow related to the surface Earth. Can you explain that?
Yes, please do that.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, angular, all sorts of physics, like
all sorts.
You can't physics. I'm glad you cleared that one up, bro.
Such as
also,
like angular velocity of the wheels. That's for sure
that
one of them.
The globe, yeah. But next year you're going to tell us
the
that you flush the toilet in the northern hemisphere.
The same.
And you flush
all the
computer,
computer,
in the southern hemisphere.
Your refrigerator and all that, all the fancy tech.
Refrigerator equals globe. I got it, man.
No, it's the reasoning behind forming the fridge is the same that
because the Earth's a globe.
The Earth being round.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? The fuck?
It's the math. There's the math in there. You're distrusting the math.
Serious.
Glovers, are you gonna
absolutely serious.
Yeah, you can
really don't understand. It's a voice changer, bro. He's trolling.
Oh, you're right. I don't understand. Could you please explain it to us?
No, he can't. Brian, you've overstepped, buddy. You are not as well versed on this as you need to be.
My God.
The conversation.
Listen, I'd like to say something about Ma'am real quick. What does she believe the Earth's shape is?
They don't know. They don't fucking posit one. Here, let's just short circuit this. Is there any person in this room who does not believe that the Earth is a sphere, who has a specific opinion regarding the shape of the Earth?
Nay.
Anybody.
Nope. That's a negative.
All we can do is
So for
falsify the
anybody,
claim.
so
All we
for
can do is
anyone who
falsify
says
the
like,
shape claim on the table. We're not offering a replacement. Sorry, go ahead there.
right. So, and that's the reason why I tried fucking 4 times to tell people in this room who do believe that the Earth is a sphere, stop assuming that the people who don't agree with you in this room think it's a disc. Stop assuming they have an idea about what the shape of the Earth is. Ask them, and if they don't fucking have one, stop assuming what their positions are. It's really fucking stupid, and it's a waste of time.
Well, that's really good advice for the Globers in the room, because they might do themselves a favor to actually learn what they're trying to argue with before they argue it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You and I disagree with a lot of you guys about this, and I've been conversing with Mayhem, and I conversed with a couple of you yesterday or a couple of days ago, right? Obviously, I disagree with you guys, and fair point. I still right now do not have on hand a scientific experiment where the hypothesis was to prove that gravity is the thing that is holding atmospheric gases to the Earth, because that was the topic of conversation a couple days ago. I still don't have one, right? So I'm willing to admit that.
What I'm bringing here is that now I'm just gonna be on the side of the guys that are in here right now, the guys who think the Earth is a globe. Now, a lot of them are gassed up by what's out there in the in social media circles. You hear a lot of these other flat Earth types that are saying the exact opposite of what we're saying in here. So they don't hold to the same standard, which makes it harder for us, because I'm pretty sure the guy heard somebody else say the argument that he was saying in right now about how sunlight can be working on 2 different places on the Earth, and because they've been given a model, and so they're comparing models, and they're just gassed up by it. And
Brian, did you want? Hold on, and maybe this is where this is going to come from. Brian, is your entire stance on what flat earthers believe based on the Professor Dave video?
No, I don't know who that is. Actually, I do know who it is. But all I'm saying is there's a phenomenon happening where 2 people in different parts of the Earth can see the sun at the same time.
Right, and that would appear to be consistent with the globe model. So all you're asking is why you're asking for them to give you a model where that works, where it isn't a globe, right?
Yeah.
Let me break down his argument, right? I call this the squatting dog fallacy, right? So we see a dog taking a poo, and we see the poo, fall to the ground. Therefore, everything we say about gravity is automatically true. That's what he just did, right? Let me show you how it works. He just said 2 people on opposite ends of the Earth can see the sun at the same time. Therefore, everything I say about the Earth has to be true. That's exactly your argument, bro.
The sphere model. It can also fit a lot of other models. I'm wondering
you said a truthism. You said something that's true, and then you made a baseless assertion afterwards.
No, I didn't.
Bro. The better thing to say is that it would just be consistent with a globe model for people who are in the southern hemisphere to see particular celestial objects at the same time, because when they look south, they're all looking in the same direction. Yeah, if you were to look on a disk Earth, which again, no one in here is suggesting is actually the case, then south would look different to everyone who would be in what is considered the southern hemisphere on the globe model.
So I guess what I'm saying also, what's your name, Xerxes? Am I saying it right, Xerxes?
Yeah, you're right.
The idea that the Earth is a globe, from the standpoint of those who claim that it is, they don't have any verifiable evidence. Now, you might think differently on this, but here's the thing, though. When we demonstrate that there is no evidence for it, and then we're saying we don't lay a claim to the Earth being whatever it is, right? Like any shape or anything. Whatever phenomena takes place in the sky is just fine. There's no contradiction in what we're saying. We see phenomena happening. So that being the case, star trails and everything that you guys are seeing are like, well, that can only happen on a globe. And we're like, you don't know that. Because right now the verification for the Earth being a globe has not been done. There's only there's people that have made calculations, there's assumptions, there's assertions, there's theories, there's models. There's not been verified direct measurements like what I've been asking for since I entered this room today in the morning, ever in history. And that's what I'm pointing out.
My concern, though, is I don't know what kind of verifiable evidence you are asking for specifically, such that that could actually be provided to you. That's my concern. Is I think that the standard you're applying is, just to be
Empirical.
frank, I think it's patently unrealistic, because what you're saying is you don't just want math to work out, you want the entire Earth to be measured in a particular way. That's what I think is unreasonable.
That's wrong. That's not what I'm saying. That's wrong. No, I don't. I'm not saying that you said the entire Earth. That's not what I'm claiming. So if you say that the math works, right, for the Earth being a globe, right? Do you agree with that? The math works for Earth being a globe.
That's what appears to be the case.
Okay, so let's take that math, go out into the field, and take a small sample set of the Earth.
What does that mean to go out into the field? Like,
So
I understand in general, in scientific terms, that makes sense. Specifically, what does that mean?
When you go outside, right? When you go outside, you're going to go, I don't know, to the beach somewhere. And when you go to the beach, you're going to find some water. So when you see over the water, you're going to look at the horizon. And in order for you to find out the distance from the observer to where the horizon is, because the horizon on a globe should be the leading edge of the sphere, right? According to what people say about the Earth being a globe, the horizon should be the physical edge where you can't see beyond. Do you agree with me on that, first of all? Like
that the horizon is the point past which you cannot see, yes.
So that would be the curvature would start to happen at the horizon, right?
I don't know if that's necessarily. I don't know if.
Well, you can't see. You can't see. That's where boats disappear behind. Like the boats are going to start disappearing from the bottom up behind the curvature of the Earth. Is that not correct, or am I getting that misunderstood?
So I'm not necessarily saying that that's the problem. I guess my bigger issue is like the idea of literally using a trained eye, right? Like our eyes are not super great at being able to detect shapes in the way that we think that they should be. Well, so when we look at a horizon, like when we like just a person standing there on a beach looking at the horizon, it's going to look like a flat surface, even if in reality it is not actually. That's just because our eyes are really bad at being able to detect shapes. And specifically, it's really hard to detect changes in that when you're talking about such a massive object.
Xerxes. Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. But I'm saying, isn't that an issue for the globe? Because of what you just said, you just hobbled the globe. You basically cut it off at the knees. Because now you're saying that
doesn't hobble at all.
It's unreliable. The information's unreliable.
That's actually not what the problem is. So the way you were framing this is if an individual looking at the horizon cannot tell, that there is a curve.
No, I didn't say that.
They can't see.
I didn't say that.
But that is exactly what you said. You just said I cut off, like I basically just hobbled.
You said that about what you said. You said that.
You said that about what I said, right? Our eyes are not mayhem. Our eyes standing there at level are not apparently reliable to tell.
There you go. You said it again.
That does not actually do anything to negate whether or not the Earth is in fact an obligate spheroid.
How can you tell that it is or not if your eyes are lying to you, though? That's what I'm asking you.
Because there are other things you can do other than just standing on the beach and looking at the horizon.
If you're not making an observation of reality dictating itself to you as self-evidently a globe, then how do you know it's not a globe?
That's the problem that you're running with, is you assume the only way to make the determination is using your eyes and looking out. That's
how else are you going to determine it? Xerxes, it's almost nonsensical for you to say that you can determine it any other way instead of looking at it. You have to determine it by seeing the people. Listen, all throughout history, from what you're saying, it doesn't add up. Because throughout all history, people have watched boats going over the curve, and they say, dude, I know the Earth's curving because I saw that boat disappear over the curvature, man. And we're like, oh, it went over the curvature? So what you're saying is like, you're telling those guys, look, guys, what you're seeing, you can't rely on your eyes, so you don't know if that's curved or not. Like, so that's what you're telling those guys.
No, that's not what's being said.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes,
it's really not, mayhem. That's the reason. Again, I'm being very careful with the words that I'm. No, mayhem. I'm very careful with the things that I'm saying here, right? When you are taking a stable observer and simply asking them to look out at the ocean horizon, it is difficult for them to tell the difference between a flat surface and an ever so slightly curved surface due to the scope of the thing they're looking at. That's the point I'm making. It is not to say that your vision is an unreliable source. It is simply saying that measure alone is not going to be sufficient to disprove whether the Earth is round, like is spherical or flat.
Yeah, I agree, but that's I didn't finish the while I was going with it. You actually interjected and said this point, but I wasn't done yet.
Well, yeah, because I wanted to correct your misstatement of what I said.
No. Well, fine. Well, you try to correct that, but I'm still saying that it still hobbles your point. Still, let's just move past that for now. All right.
I don't think that we can, because this is, I think, an important point. I don't think that it makes sense to move past it.
When other people are going to come in here and talk about the Earth being a globe, and they say, "Dude, we see boats going over the curve." Flat
Okay, but
earthers,
I'm not them.
And then you're going to
I'm
say,
not
like,
them.
"No, you can't rely
I'm
on
being
your eyes."
charitable. I'm being charitable and not misrepresenting you as other flat earthers. Please do the same thing to me and not represent me as though I'm one of them.
I'm not talking about what. Listen, I'm not talking about what you're saying as a glober. I'm saying what they would say counter
And you're not
to you.
talking to them. You're talking to me.
So Sax is he's been polite and everything, but we can move on from this if you guys want to. And we have a Fallen that I brought into the VC earlier, and he wanted to speak to people in here.
Yeah, just Dempsey, let me just finish my point, because I was gonna move past that point right there. I think Xerxes, we got bogged down with that. But listen, so when you make your observation, that wasn't the only thing. So you're gonna have to now then directly measure this drop rate over distance. So that's the point that we're at right now. So given the values of the Earth, because we have a set size of dimensions, so there's things in question right now. All we're saying is that what's already been given, like the values, right? You go to Google and you look at the radius, diameter, circumference. That's already been given to us. All we got to do now is go and verify that that's the case or not. And that's what I'm telling you. So when you go out into the field, which is actual reality, you go out to the beach, right? You go to the beach, you're going to make this line of sight test. So with our eyes, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to use our eyes to do this, an observation. So with our eyes, we're going to have to say, okay, from whatever place we're at to, let's say, somewhere in the far distance, we can use a small sample set. And I'm going to give you at least 20 miles or so, right? And then we're going to say, let's use some distance markers from here until, let's say, 20 miles, whatever. We'll do 10 miles. There's a peninsula sticking out, or some oil rigs or something in the water that we know that demarcates the line of distance from where we're at to where that thing is. And then we're going to see the horizon beyond that, because the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. So naturally, what we're going to do is make our observation to where we're standing and to where the demarcation of the distance is, like the oil rigs of the peninsula. And we're going to say, okay, from here to there, we got a certain distance. We know it's a known distance. But from here to the horizon, we don't know that distance. However, we're going to say, if we can see from here to the demarcation points, we're going to give a distance. And then beyond that, if we still see the horizon, then we're going to have to now put in the measurements to the Earth. So we're going to punch in a few values, meaning we're going to have to put observation height, the distance from us to the horizon, and then we're going to figure out what would be the curvature drop rate from where we're standing to where the horizon is. And if the curvature doesn't present itself like it should, right, with our distance height measurement, all the values punched into the Earth curve formula, then we do not have a globe like they tell us. That is the issue.
Are we talking about the laser test?
Does this man? No. Yeah, listen. That's one, right? That's actually one, but that's not what I'm mentioning right now. So
Wouldn't the laser test be useful to show that drop in distance?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking. The laser is a whole other thing right now. It's not what I'm saying.
But I understand that it's not what you're saying. I'm asking you now a different question. Isn't the laser experiment an explanation of the drop over distance?
Depends on which ones you're talking about, but I would suggest that yes, that is another way to test it. That's another way to test the drop rate over distance. But I don't want to get into that right now, because that's
I know you don't. I did. That's why I asked.
Yeah. We can get into that later, I would say, because there's somebody else that needs to come in here anyway.
Yeah, you can go and let Fallen get in. I do appreciate the conversation.
I'm going to actually pull back here a little bit, but that's kind of, I don't want to get too much farther into it, because we probably got more time than you're going to be here anyway in this room. So
I'll be leaving shortly, but I just wanted to make sure I got a good conversation in before I left, and I know that Fallen wants to get in here too. I think so. I'll go and let Fallen take over here.
What is up, everybody? I hear that there are some flat earthers in this chat, and I just have a very simple challenge to pose to them. The challenge is this. Please explain how on any model other than the specifications of the globally accepted, globe Earth model, you can have stars that rotate in counterclockwise and counterclockwise directions at the South and North Pole, respectively.
Go ahead, Xerxes.
Did you just say counterclockwise and counterclockwise?
Counterclockwise.
Clockwise and counterclockwise.
Xerxes, this is your cue, man. Where you at, bud?
This ain't my cue.
Yeah. You kept saying that everybody that makes a claim about something we don't make a claim on, but I'm just gonna say that to the gentleman. We don't lay a claim to whatever the Earth is as far as models go and ideas
That's
of what.
That's fine. But here's the thing. Here's the problem.
That's not a problem.
The star pattern. No, my proposition is that the Earth is indeed a globe with the exact specifications that are generally accepted. And your goal, if you're going to negate my proposition, is to demonstrate that it is anything but that, down to the molecule.
So here's the thing, though. What you're doing is you're taking something that has been already done by observation that people have done for thousands of years prior to the globe Earth existence, right? So you're taking those observations and superimposing a globe over that. So all you're doing is basically saying people make observations outside of the night sky or the daytime or whatever, and then you're saying we're using that information.
How science works, buddy.
Okay, hang on a second.
I don't know what your ramble is right now, but
my ramble is that you're trying to use that observation and then throw it on top of a globe, which I'm trying to tell you it doesn't matter because however the observation of phenomena that you're looking at is happening, it's still happening. It doesn't matter what you're saying, so long as you can understand that that's not the argument. The argument is the ground that you're standing on. Has it been measured to be a globe like you say it is or not? Not what the phenomena in the sky is.
I just demonstrated that it is because
it's not a demonstration. You're watching natural phenomena in the sky happening, right? And then saying, voila, the Earth is a globe because I see the stars and the sun moving around. That's all you're saying.
We do research.
Yeah. That's not research. That's just observations of natural phenomena in the sky. That's all.
You're talking over me too much. I'm going to speak now. So here's the problem. I don't know what your problem even is with what's being said. I'm simply saying that we made an observation on how the stars are moving.
Yeah.
And we're trying to form a model on the shape of the Earth based on the movement of those stars. And
you can't form a model because you don't know.
Hey, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
So triggered. You ask your
Shut
question.
your mouth.
You don't know what the model of the Earth is because there's no basis to form it on.
Ma'am, chill. Why are you so triggered? Let him talk and answer his question.
I did. I'm answering it.
Okay,
hey, he cut him off first. You let him talk.
I'm fine with it. I'm just telling him that he's basically saying that we're making observations and we're then forming a model out of those observations. But what my question to him is, why does he go with the globe Earth? Why can't he go with a dodecahedron?
Because there is observable evidence behind the idea that there is a globe.
Okay, so can you please relate that the observation matches the geometry? How does the geometry match the observation?
You're not responding to what I'm actually saying. I don't even know what you mean when you say it matches.
I could superimpose. I could superimpose any geometry over the Earth. I could superimpose any geometry.
Do you think that if you just overtalk me, that it makes it make more?
Yeah. So this guy cut me off. And I was trying to continue talking because I already had the floor, and I got muted for trying to continue to talk. This seems like a very neutral space to me. Tell this moron to shut his mouth so he could learn.
Are you done?
Well, that was really enlightening. Thanks.
Are you done?
I'm going to continue now from where I left off.
Which is?
We made an observation of the movements of the stars.
Yeah.
We then try to formulate theories on the shape of the Earth based on the movements of the stars. There are an infinite number of models you could attempt to attach to it, but the one that is most compatible is the one that the world has a consensus on. Now tell me how this model is not compatible with the movement of the stars.
Well,
Go
you just
ahead.
made a logical fallacy. You just said because of consensus, we made a model because it's the
No,
it's
that's
the
not what I said.
Yes, it
That is
literally
not what I said.
is.
And you
It
have an
literally
inability
is.
to listen. I
It
said the
literally,
model
guys,
that the consensus
can you
is
not tell
based
this
on
gentleman that's what he just
matches
said?
the movement of the stars.
I'm gonna go
Open your ears, you utter worthless moron.
I'm a moron because I'm repeating that you said it's consensus that got us here. Because of all the people that agree that the Earth can only be a globe, that's what it is. Because consensus. You said that, sir. Why are you saying you didn't say it now?
You are not listening.
I am.
I didn't say the Earth is that shape because it's the consensus. I said the shape given by the consensus matches the movements of the stars, you utter moron. Congratulations at the straw man.
So just because a bunch of people said, okay, it matches a
You're
globe.
not listening again. You're not listening again. The model that was given to see if it matches the movement of the stars, the one I'm giving is the consensus model and saying, does this model match the movement of the stars? Yes or no? Not is it the consensus?
That's fine, dude. That's fine.
Error
That's fine that you said it's a model, right? That's fine. You said it's a model, but that's still something that has not been proven. It's a model. So in order for you to go out into reality, right? Go out into the field, go somewhere and verify that the Earth is exactly. I'm sorry. I'm just saying go out into the field and match up the reality of the model to what the Earth should be by measuring drop over distance. Now, when you do that, you'll find out that the geometry that you said, because people say that the stars are rotating around and that the only thing it can be is a globe. So then go out into the field and find out if the Earth is actually curving away from you with drop over distance. When you do that, you're going to directly measure the Earth to be validating itself as a globe, like you say it is with the stars. Other than that,
I don't see how you challenge my model. I could go outside right now, look at the stars, and they will all be exactly where you'd expect them to be on a globe model. Tell me anyone are living on anything other
But
than
you're just taking observations right now that you see, and then you're just saying, voila,
and
it's a globe.
observations correlate with the model. What's the issue with the model?
Correlation is not causation. So you're basically telling me just because you think that it can be a globe.
Okay, what's the standard of evidence then? State your standard of evidence. What is
because
required?
you're using a logical fallacy in order to come to the conclusion. You can't do that. You actually have to verify. Okay, even if that was the case, you said, well, we think it's a globe because of the way the stars are moving around. Then I would tell you, okay, so now the ground is a specific geometry. How can you verify that geometry you're standing on? Well, it's simple. There has to be a certain drop rate over the distance,
Do you
right?
understand that if the ground would have to have some certain exact geometry for the stars to be moving in the way that we observe, matching with what we expect, then there is no other way for it to be unless you could find another compatible model?
Right,
no, that's and affirming the consequence fallacy and a burden reversal.
All I'm asking is I'm telling you, man, if you think that's what it is, go and measure it and find out if that is or not the case. Why can't you do that?
Holy crap, buddy. Let me send you some pictures of stars then.
Pictures of stars, sir. Why are you negating the fact that you need to measure the Earth? Who cares about what the stars? Yes, you already said
the stars are a measurement of the Earth, you utter moron. What are you talking about?
How are they measuring the Earth?
Hold on, time out.
How are they measuring the Earth?
Holy shit, this guy is an idiot.
Time out.
Go ahead, Larry. Go for it.
Let's just address the argument, okay? So your argument, to be clear, is that, quote, the stars are a measurement of the surface of the Earth. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so if I wanted to see if my shoes were untied, would I look at the ceiling fan or would I directly look at my shoes?
If you look at a mirror and you look at your shoes in the mirror, you could tie your shoes just as well. If you close your eyes and use your hands to feel around, you could tie your shoes. If you use a spectrometer from a distance, from a mile away, and look at the screen on that spectrometer, you could tie your fucking shoes. What the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? Jesus Christ, no answer.
So you don't look at the ceiling?
Okay, this guy.
Get that?
So you would look at your shoes, right? And I know that you think I'm an idiot because I say that I would look at my shoes to see if my shoes were tied, but that's actually the correct answer. And I know that makes me an idiot for looking at my shoes to see if they're tied, but we're going to have to move on from this whole idiot thing.
Buddy, if your shoes...
Buddy, don't be interrupting. Let him finish his statement, then you get to talk.
When has he ever used a spectrometer to see if his shoes are tied in real life?
Yeah, but that's not neither here nor there. What I'm saying though is, gentleman who's speaking right now, who's pretty triggered, dude. All I'm saying is, if you're saying that the Earth is a globe because stars are moving around, then go and directly measure the Earth itself for drop over distance and find out if it is or is not a globe. Because you're standing on the thing that's in question right now. You don't have to look at the sky.
Asking you a question. I don't know why you're.
Don't look at the
sky. I don't know why you're on some tangential topic. I'm asking about the formation of the stars. I'm asking about the stars and asking how could they work on anything other than a globe-shaped Earth?
Right. So we're not. That's another thing too. We're not laying a claim to any shape.
No, that's the same thing I've been talking about.
Okay, so prior to your coming in here, there was been some other gentlemen saying that the Earth is a specific, that we're saying it's a disc, or nobody's in flat Earth here, and should be anywhere, or should be laying a claim to whatever the Earth is. No one here argues that. So whatever you're saying on your
side, I'm arguing that it is a globe.
Oh yeah, I know, but you haven't verified it. That's your issue.
I have.
No, you haven't,
because I haven't seen anybody able to challenge the globe shape, given that it's the only shape compatible
is not measuring the Earth. Looking at the stars is not measuring the Earth.
No, it absolutely is. Tell me then how on any other shape you could have those movements with the stars.
What is the dimension of the Earth looking at stars in the sky, my friend? How are you going to find the dimensions of the Earth looking at the stars? How do you find radius, diameter, circumference from looking at the stars?
I'll explain it if you want.
Okay, find radius, diameter, and circumference by looking at the stars. Go.
I'll tell you exactly how. So the only way to get the rotation of the stars that you see in the North Pole being counterclockwise and clockwise in the South Pole is for you to invert your direction completely. There is no other way to see a reverse in the rotation of the stars other than if your position relative to the Earth has inverted completely. So on what other shape could you possibly see this? Well, if it was a disc, you could be on the underside of the disc.
Dude,
but that would mean that as you travel across the Earth, so there would be some weird high edge. So obviously that shape doesn't work. There's multiple other issues as well.
Dude, listen to me. Where's the radius, diameter, circumference from looking at the stars? Go.
Why are we talking about radius, diameter, and shit? We're talking about whether or not it's a fucking globe, you moron.
What a sphere is. It has a radius, it has a diameter, and it has a circumference.
Hey, do you think that there are a different number of radiuses and diameters for different ball shapes?
Isn't this not a spheroid? An oblate spheroid? Yes or no? Yes or no?
How a proposition works?
Is this an oblate spheroid that you're standing on or not?
My proposition is that the Earth is a globe, period.
Yes. So a globe is a sphere, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're going to measure a sphere, how are we going to do that? By looking at the fucking stars.
Determine if it's a sphere.
Shit, dude. How are you going to get a radius, diameter, and circumference by looking at the stars?
I'm going to ask you a simple question. You haven't
answered mine. You haven't answered mine.
I'm going to ask you a simple question. If you have a ball in your hand...
I'm not going to answer yours. You haven't answered mine.
Well, then everybody in chat is going to see how retarded you are once I ask the question.
No, you haven't answered mine. You're looking at the stars to find out radius.
Don't talk over me. You're just talking over nonstop. It's not going to work. So if you have a ball in your hand and a cube in your hand, if you have a ball in your hand and a cube in your hand, do you need a measuring tape to determine whether or not the ball is a ball and whether or not the cube is a cube? No, there are certain principles that these shapes follow, regardless of their size and measurements.
Yeah, how are you going to measure by looking at the stars, dumbass? You're looking at the stars, radius, diameter, circumference.
All right. Do you want an explanation of how you determine that by looking at the stars? Because I can explain
radius, diameter, circumference. Go.
No, nothing about radius, diameter, circumference. You just accepted that in the ball and cube example.
On a ball.
I can provide how you would be able to measure the stars.
Dude, you're going from denying that it's a ball to you can't measure it.
You can measure the fucking ground by looking at the stars.
But the argument isn't that he's measuring.
I like how I get muted constantly, but anyways.
It's a ball. Whether or not you can measure it doesn't fucking matter. It's a ball.
Oh, that's what
it's a ball. How do you know it's a ball if you can't measure it?
If I have a fucking circle and I have a fucking cube, do I need to measure the circle before I...
Can we just get that again in English one more time? Just go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Do I need to measure it before I know it's a fucking ball? Tell me.
I don't speak retard. I guess we'll have to get a translator.
Hey,
Come on, guys. Let's attack the arguments, not each other. Let's reset. Okay, so
Let's go back to looking at stars and trying to figure out if we can get radius, diameter, circumference from the gentleman who
Yes,
thinks
we can. But let me have to explain how you.
One second, real quick, Larry. Could you check your DMs or message requests?
Sure.
Cool.
So for the gentleman, once again, who keeps thinking he's so smart, please tell me how you can find the radius, diameter, circumference of the Earth by looking at the stars. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Genius.
You measure the distance between the stars and you see how they correlate to the Earth.
No, I'm asking for the dimensions of the Earth by looking at the stars. How are we going to know the dimensions of the Earth by looking at the stars? Go.
You measure multiple stars, sir.
Which ones? And tell me how it was done, because you decided to chime in.
Miggy,
What's up, bro?
moved from Fallen, and I think he has multiple points. Let's try Larry talking to Fallen for a little bit, because now there's someone else bringing points, and you know it's like a back and forth between so many different people. And let's allow Fallen. Hopefully, Larry wants to have like a back and forth with him, and then
real quick. I don't want to hug the mic.
Other people.
Oh, good. I'm not muted. I don't know why I keep getting muted. This is not a neutral space, especially because I'm getting muted when I.
Hey, Fallen, I'm fixing that for you. Hey, I'm fixing it for you. So just listen 1 second, Fallen. You're gonna have a back and forth with Larry, and then come to a logical conclusion between the several points, and then we can move on. Go ahead.
Right. So, if your car isn't starting, do you examine the car or do you look at the stars?
Can I talk?
That is what we just set up. Some space.
All right, cool.
for
I
you
can
to
talk.
talk. Yeah.
So I probably look at the manual for the car to determine what is most likely going on. Don't know how this is relevant to determining the shape of the Earth, but cool story. Can we move on to the shape of the Earth now?
Well, I don't know how it's relevant to look at the stars to determine the shape of the Earth, or to look at a manual to determine if there's something wrong with your car. I would directly look at my car and start a process of elimination.
How do you know there's a problem in the first place? This is like a waste of time, and this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I'm not interested in these ethics.
Wait, come on, guys. Fine. Larry's very cordial. He's gonna allow you to put your point forward. Just allow him to reply to you without interrupting him in the middle of his sentence. Is that okay?
Okay, sure.
You don't like being muted, right? Like, neither do I. I don't like being talked over either. Neither do you. So, I'm just trying to get you to understand, like, if I said that I had some gold and I said I'll sell it to you, would you look at the newspaper or would you look to check the gold directly to see if it's really gold?
I have a question for you. If you're sitting in your car and
Okay, are you a sophist? Can you not answer like a direct question?
Whoa. Not a good mute. My question is an antithesis.
Please just answer his question, and then you can go to whatever else.
I didn't even hear his question because his mic cut out the first time. Repeat it.
Okay. If I claimed that I had real gold and I wanted to sell it to you, would you look at the gold to see and check if it was real directly, or would you look at the newspaper?
Don't know what a newspaper has to do with the gold, but
That's exactly
I'd probably,
my point. Now
I'd probably look at some lab results of the gold or something by interacting with certain acids to see what the purity is.
Exactly. You would have the gold tested directly. Right. So do you understand why now I can't understand why you want to look at the stars to determine the shape of the Earth?
And that's where the question I was asking comes in.
What?
You ready for my question?
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So if you're sitting in your car and you're driving, how do you determine whether your car is moving or not? Do you stare at the deck or do you look at the window and see if objects around you are moving?
There's multiple ways.
Well, I asked you a question. There's multiple ways to determine the purity of gold. Now I'm asking you.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you might do to determine? No, if that's taped up. If that's taped up.
Well, you'd look outside at the ground.
Exactly. You would look at everything that's not
That's
the card
ground.
because movement is relative.
Oh, I'm glad
And the
you said
same
that.
applies with the stars.
Right. All motion is relative. So how do you know that it's the Earth moving and not the stars?
It actually doesn't matter which one is moving to
Yes,
determine whether it's a globe or not. It really doesn't.
Wait, you just said all
And
motion
that's
is
what I'm here to
relative.
point.
Go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, it is relative. It doesn't matter which one is moving. You know that one or both are moving. The fact is, though, it's the type of movement that those stars are having around the Earth that make it impossible for it to be anything other than a globe. And that is as simple as it is.
How do you know that? Explain it to me if it's simple.
All right, cool. So if you look up in the sky at the North Pole, you will see the stars rotating counterclockwise. If you do the same in the South Pole, they will actually be rotating clockwise, which is the opposite direction of rotation. And if you approach the equator from either of those points, they will follow what feels / looks like a sphere of stars moving around us. It doesn't matter whether it's us moving or the stars. It's not relevant to this proposition to determining whether the Earth is a globe or not. Now, to get that reverse of rotation of the stars, the only way to have that is if the observer is flipped around. That cannot happen on anything other than a globe, or it could happen theoretically on a disk if you go on the underside of the disk, but I'm pretty sure that's not the like model you have of the Earth or whatever. But even if it was the case that it was like some kind of disk or something like that, that would create a lot of issues. Like when you get to the equator of the Earth, you'd be on like some ledge looking down at like some 90-degree angle. Shit that obviously doesn't make sense, and I'm sure you would not subscribe to. So the clear answer is that the Earth is a globe. And indeed, there are certain stars you can and can't see depending on where you stand at the globe. And this is where we could talk about measurements if it was necessary, if that was part of the proposition. It's not, but I'll go into it anyway. The stars that you can see based on the height of the observer and where they are standing on the Earth correlates exactly with which stars you would expect to be able to see. Was that explanation satisfactory?
It was a bit excessive. So your argument is that when you look north, the stars rotate counterclockwise. When you look south, they rotate clockwise in the
No,
opposite
not look
direction.
north or south. When you look up and you're in the North Pole versus South Pole.
You're talking about looking straight up.
Well, even at an angle if you want, it doesn't matter. It just depends on where you're standing, essentially, on the Earth.
Okay, so we're in the North Hemisphere. You look up, stars are rotating counterclockwise. When you're in the Southern Hemisphere, you look up, they're rotating clockwise. And the only way that could happen is if you could turn around on a globe. So if I turned around on a flat Earth, that wouldn't happen?
Nope. Do you know what I mean by do you know what I mean by invert position? I mean like your body has to actually turn, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you have to go up. No, not like twist your body around. That's not going to change the direction of rotation. Like maybe I could turn on my camera to help give you an example here. Oh wait, I can't. I don't have camera perms. Can someone give me camera perms so I could like show with my ceiling fan or something? Because like, have you ever like, twisted in a nut or twisted a screw in? I'm sure you have a billion times before. You'll notice that no matter where you look at it from, you could like walk all around that screw, but it's always going to be righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. The only way for those directions to be reversed is obviously if you have reverse threads, which are very rare and like not relevant. The other way is if you're standing under the screw. So if the screw is facing away from you, but in respect to the direction that it's in, I'm still waiting for camera perms, by the way, the screw will always twist in clockwise and twist out counterclockwise, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, simple rule. Same thing applies when you're looking up into the sky at something rotating. I want to show you my ceiling fan so I could demonstrate this more precisely with like visuals and whatnot. I'm still waiting for camera perms. If anybody could give me that.
Wait, are you a scientist by any chance? Because lefty loosey, righty tighty my professor said that.
I wouldn't call myself a scientist, but I am an engineer. Why? Not
I
really
knew it.
I
'Cause
still don't
lefty
understand
loosey
how
and
this
righty tighty.
has
Righty.
anything to.
That's what science. My professors always say.
Oh, your professor's right. Do you mind waiting until we're done? I still don't see the connection. How
I
this
need
has
camera perms
anything
to
to.
help you understand.
Okay, well, I don't know how to do
See,
that.
I told you guys the same people who make your refrigerators prove the Earth use the same methods to prove the Earth is round, and you guys didn't believe me.
Because I'm failing to see the
Okay,
connection
here,
you
let me
guys
help
are
you out.
making.
So I screenshotted some images from YouTube to help you out because I don't have camera perms for some reason.
Can
So
I
I'm going
just
to take a
explain?
look.
Can I help explain it? Like, so if you look at a clock, right, like an analog clock, and you turn your head upside down, it still goes counterclockwise. Or sorry, it goes clockwise, excuse me. Like a clock goes clockwise regardless of which orientation you look at it.
What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? It's a huge.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, if you're on a flat Earth, and you look at the sky and it's rotating, like, let's say clockwise, and you turn around, it will still be rotating clockwise. Orientation can only be flipped in a 3-dimensional sense.
What does this have to do with 8 inches per mile squared? Somebody make the connection.
Oh my
I think
God,
you're trying to derail. I think you're trying to derail from the conversation.
Wait. Hold on.
None of this.
You're interrupting and you're accusing me of derailing. I'm talking about the curvature of the Earth and how does this have anything to do with the stars? And you're accusing me of derailing.
Because the stars are changing the orientation at which it rotates. On some parts of the planet, the stars rotate clockwise, and on other parts of the planet, the stars rotate counterclockwise, which tells us that the surface of this planet is somehow twisted, right?
No, bro. The stars rise in the east and set in the west, like they always have, no matter where you are on the Earth. Has nothing to do with the shape of it. You're just looking in a different direction. Wait a minute. Did you say that's not true? What part's not true?
If you go to the North Pole, the stars rotate overhead. I believe it's counterclockwise, and if you go to the South Pole, they rotate counterclockwise in the opposite direction. That only happens if you're viewing the sky from opposing directions.
If you guys
Right,
are the
it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
rotate.
What it tells us is that there is a twist to the surface. So, in order for the thing that's being projected onto our surface,
how does it tell you that?
Because it's going from clockwise to counterclockwise.
Because you're looking in the opposite direction, bro.
Okay, so do this experiment. If you stand in a room and you look up and you spin right, everything's gonna appear spinning counterclockwise. And if you look down, in the opposite direction and spin the same way, everything appears to spin clockwise.
That's not an experiment, by the way.
That's totally crazy. Okay, listen to what I'm saying very carefully.
It's not crazy. You can do it yourself.
Listen, bro. Listen.
Wait, pause. Please pause for a second. I'm sharing my screen and I'm using my phone camera to demonstrate this. I really just want to demonstrate this for a second.
Go for it.
The fuck?
All right, I'm watching.
Go. Did he interrupt me?
My mic went out there. I was trying to talk to you guys. I did them because it cut you off right as you were about to explain something, but none of you guys heard me. So I was just giving the floor to you, Larry.
Okay, so he's talking. He's showing it's going counterclockwise. Now, let's say you could rip up all the rip the stuff off the walls, and you could get above it, and you look down. Then it would be spinning clockwise from that perspective above the ceiling fan in the attic. If you could riff up all the, it's not tile, what's it called, sheetrock. How does that prove that his room is? If you're under the fan, it's spinning counterclockwise. If you're above the fan looking down, it's spinning clockwise. It's spinning in the same direction. How does that prove that his living room is a globe?
No, he's not talking about the fan. He's not talking about the fan. If he stands there with the phone and then he spins, does a little ballerina spin. You can focus on a point on the ceiling and spin right, and everything will spin or will appear to spin. If you track the movements, it looks like it's spinning counterclockwise. And then if you look down and spin the same right direction, everything appears to spin clockwise.
Yeah, I know that you guys think that I'm an idiot, but if I
right,
was in that room, I would measure the floor.
I didn't call you an
for-
idiot. Did I call
Hey,
you an
can I
idiot?
speak for a second? Hey, listen, I'm the one with the camera. I need to speak for a second so I could like explain this in tandem with the words. So he is correct when you say if you got above the ceiling fan and looked down at it, it would appear to rotate the opposite direction. And that's exactly why the Earth has to be round, because the only way for the stars, which is like this fan that's spanning all around us on the Earth, to rotate in the other direction, I would have to be upside down. So when I'm at the South Pole, as opposed to the North Pole, I'm upside down. So I'm looking at the same cluster of stars that are rotating around, but the difference is on the bottom, it appears to rotate in the opposite direction. In reality, of course, the Earth itself is what's rotating all in one direction, and the stars appear to invert when you're at the South Pole. And this applies perfectly no matter where you look from the Earth, and that's the point that's being made.
Bro, you're just looking in an opposite direction.
Yeah, that's true.
That doesn't prove anything.
That makes sense. Because
No,
you're
what I
looking
said
in
makes
the
perfect
opposite
sense.
direction from where you were on it. If you go from the North Pole, you're at a certain vantage point, and then if you go to the South Pole, you're looking in the opposite direction, which means you're on a surface that curves around
But
to an
can't you
opposite direction.
tell? But can't you tell that you're in a moving vehicle by simply looking outside and watching all the objects move past you?
Guys, this argument isn't really convincing me because
It's
I don't
not?
see I don't see what it has
What
to do.
the
Because
fuck, dude?
what does it
Hold
have
on,
to
let
do
me
with the
understand this.
floor? We're talking about ceiling fans. What does it have to do with the floor?
Can I have one go?
What's to do with the floor? Holy shit! Look at my camera.
Can I?
Look at my
can I-
camera. Again. Look,
why don't we just ask him break down questions, yes or no, and then we can come to the conclusion instead of just giving the entire example, because he's not getting it and he's not going to. So, for example, do you agree that if he was above the ceiling fan looking down, that the fan would appear to be going in an opposite direction?
It would appear that way only because you're looking with a different perspective.
Okay.
Right.
And
Ding, ding.
Let me finish.
Bingo.
So the next question. So this supposes that, well, if I'm on a ball, right, then I have to be on either side of the Earth to be able to see this specific direction of the fan. Or
No, you don't have to be exactly on either side. You could be close
You
enough
know what I
to
mean.
view.
You guys don't
Okay,
even
that's fine.
understand what this guy is doing. That's not even what happens. Literally, all it is you turn around. Something's going from your left to your right. You turn around. It's
Oh, no.
now your
All
right to your
right, let me
left.
respond
It
to
doesn't matter where you are. It has nothing to do with
listen. This
being
guy
in
that
heaven.
just spoke that said you just turn around. Sir, let me talk to you. You see this fan? It is moving counterclockwise. No matter where I stand in this room, no matter what distance, it'll always.
That's just patently false. If you're standing right underneath the center of the fan and it's going counterclockwise, if you step out towards the edge of it, look inwards towards the center of it, it's now going to be going clockwise, your left to your right. You're just spatially challenged, that's all.
Wait,
what do you mean he's
so-
demonstrating it right now? That you...
Listen, guys, all you're doing is turning around. If you face north, you're going to see apparent counterclockwise rotation of the stars.
Yeah, how
If
does
you
that
face
prove?
south, you're going to see apparent clockwise rotation. Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
How does that prove that his floor is the sphere?
I will explain for the 1 millionth time. Holy shit. So listen closely. On a flat Earth, it is impossible. It is impossible.
Why do you gotta be talking about flat Earth? Just talk about the globe.
Okay, listen then. Listen closely. On anything that's not a globe, or on anything that doesn't have an opposite side at the very least, so like you could have a pear or an apple-shaped Earth, whatever, right? The only way to get the rotation to invert is to invert yourself. Meaning you have to face the complete Opposite direction, yes. You're mentally
I've
retarded.
already heard you make this baseless assertion like 9 times. That's not what happens.
It's
You
not.
literally just
You
turn
know how you
around.
can.
The luminaries are going east to west. That's the only direction they're going. You're facing north. That appears to be counterclockwise to you. That's apparently right to left. You turn around. Your left switches with your right. Now it's apparently left to right. It does not matter at all where you are. I can post Star Trails videos for you in the chat so that you can understand what the luminaries actually do, because your whole argument is just based on not
What's going
understanding
on
the
in here,
sky.
guys?
No,
There you
so
go.
if you can do this
What's going on?
experiment yourself, you can look at the floor and spin to the right, and look up at the ceiling and spin to the right, and the room rotates in opposite directions.
Really, dude?
It's just like how if you look at someone and hold up your right hand is going to equate to their left hand. That's just how it works.
You're a brilliant man, sir.
Wow.
So Fallen was confused about turning around and he thought that was a globe proof. What's next?
No,
all you gotta do, is just go out there, measure the fucking curve, drop over distance, 8 inches per mile square. That's all you gotta do. Why are you looking at the fucking sky? Be like, oh man, the Earth is round. No, measure the fucking curve on the surface. That's it. So simple.
That's it, right?
Yeah, don't
I'm
look
asking
at
a
the fucking
simple
sky, you
question.
moron.
I'm asking a simple question. On what other shape of Earth can you get
he keeps
that
going
band?
back to it. He can't
Oh
let
my
it go.
God.
You
Because
keep
you
going back.
still don't
Oh my
understand, you
God! You're
moron
gonna say it
beta
for the
male.
9th time. You're gonna say it for the
Still
9th
don't
time.
understand,
Do we really have
you
to hear
beta
you say
male.
it for 9 more times, dude? Do we really have to hear you say 9 more times?
Because you didn't understand it the first, second,
We
third,
don't
or
have to
fourth,
hear
or
you
fifth
say it
fucking
over and
time.
over again. Stop it.
Actually, yes, you do have to
You're
hear him
telling
because
me
he has every
you're
merit to
telling
talk
me
about it.
you get it,
Colin,
but you
Colin,
don't
you
get
got
it.
to talk, Colin.
Get it?
Colin, this is MC. Hello. So I posted something in the VC. It's low. It's gonna go up a few seconds. Let's see this. So
He's an engineer,
it's a
so
short
he has
video.
every merit.
It's a short video. You're gonna be able to watch it in a minute or so, and it's pretty simple. This is really not that complicated, guys. Come on, just watch the short video and address Gemsy after you watch it. Okay, whoever is arguing for this, address Gemsy after you watch it. Okay.
He will be lecturing us.
I like how we presented the star rotation to you guys to prove that you're on a globe, and you guys just completely
Look at
ignored
the
it.
video and answer Gemsy, dude. Just look at the video.
Yeah, we
I
watched
can
your
look
video,
up
the
time
ceiling
lapse.
fan, bro.
It's
I can
literally
look up
ignorance
time
is
lapse.
strength. The whole argument is just being wrong about what the sky does. But I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
he's just
whoever-
wrong.
No, it's correct. So you can look up
It's a
time lapse.
video, New Yorker.
You can
That's
look
what
up
I'm asking.
time. You can look up time lapse photography of the northern stars and the southern stars, and in the northern star time lapse, they rotate. I believe it's clockwise, and the other one
No,
is
it's not. It's counterclockwise. You're wrong. Listen, I'm
wait,
going
in
to
the
help you
video
right here.
that's,
Listen, I'm going to help you right here. You point the camera north. It does not matter where on the earth you are. That is going to be an apparent counterclockwise rotation. You turn it around. Now it's clockwise. That's it.
Right.
That's all. Sorry.
No, and you go
So
and you
the
point
video
south,
that
and you point south,
what's his,
and you point
the
south,
video
and
that
it's
Gemsy
rotating
sent
the
me is
opposite
actually not only fully compatible with the globe Earth, it is not compatible with anything that's not a globe Earth. It makes perfect sense, and it's exactly what you'd expect on a globe Earth.
Exactly. Unless you believe the flat
Can I-
Earth is flipping like a coin through space, that's the only thing that could and even then it would still be wrong.
So,
No,
are there any
it wouldn't even
golfers who
work if
don't
it
use
flipped like a
their
coin.
spatial challenges as globe proofs that we can talk to? Because you guys just don't get what's going on.
Dude,
you
are. All right, so listen. I'm going to explain this to you very simply, and if you don't understand it, you genuinely need to be admitted.
Colin, you already made this argument, bro. I mean,
wow.
You already made the argument for the sky.
Wow. I can't believe you
shape of
can't
the
understand
ground.
something so elementary. I mean, I think you do. I
Who's
think you're being
interrupting?
deliberately
Who's
dishonest.
interrupting? Okay, New Yorker, you're gonna be for interrupting me. So how about we bring it back to the ground where you're standing, right? The thing that is in question. Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to talk about the thing in question, the shape that you're attributing the sphere shape?
You like to talk about that, Fallen?
I genuinely cannot talk about anything other than this until they understand the error with this. If we move on, like that's just like leaving this unfinished, and that's a horrible idea. This needs to be understood. It is an incredibly simple
but
concept.
remember, you have a bunch of pre-assumptions, presuppositions about the distances, the makeup, the medium above, but you don't have any. You don't know about this. You have an idea.
He does know. He's an engineer. He lectures you.
Yeah, he's an
Here's the thing,
engineer that's
that
been to
actually-
space. He's been out there. You've been out there, Colin. You checked this first.
It actually doesn't matter what the distance of the stars are to us. It could be an infinite distance away. It could be about above, as high above us as my ceiling fan, and the principle would still work.
And
So you live in a sphere instead of a flat apartment or house. You live in a sphere.
Oh dear.
I live in a world where there seems to be a lot of people that
No, I'm
can't
asking
comprehend
about your
basic ideas.
apartment floor. Does the ceiling fan prove the shape of your apartment floor?
It absolutely does, actually.
Okay, so you live in a sphere, so you vacuum over curved carpet.
If you take those wings on the fan and extend them out all around my house, and it rotated like a set of like a hollow sphere around the sphere of my house, then yes, it would absolutely tell me exactly where and what everything is.
You're freaking bogus, man. Sit down.
Yeah, that's bogus. You're cringe. So it's like very simple. I don't know how you don't understand it, but it works just like this.
Sure.
If
They can
that
tell us
comes-
the 12th time. Okay.
Well, you
12th
didn't understand it all the other times. You think you
No,
did
we
it,
don't.
but
You
you
don't
understand.
You don't need to hear it again. It's tired. Stop already. You don't need to.
Speaking of tired,
I was just gonna go
So
with
then
circles.
how about I
like,
try
educate
changing the
people.
explanation? How about I try changing the explanation, right?
How about try getting the radius, diameter,
Or just
circumference
not
from the
talking for a
stars,
while.
like I asked you to?
You don't need to do that.
You don't need to do that. Then how do we get them in the first place, gentlemen?
By
Are you
using
going
the
to get the
stars.
fan to spin in the opposite
That's what I'm
direction?
asking. You're saying you got it from the stars, so you please demonstrate how we got radius, diameter, and circumference from
And
the
he's doing
stars.
that.
No, he's not. He's just saying star trails are rotating in one direction. On the other side, they're rotating the other side. Is that radius,
hold on
diameter,
a second.
circumference to you, sir? Is that radius, diameter, circumference to you?
You
This is
don't.
why he's
Okay,
here,
so
though.
that's
He's
a
only here to
so do you want a
create
quality or quantitative response? Because he's giving you the
radius,
quality called
diameter, and
sphere.
circumference.
We
Bro,
can
this is
deduce
literally
quality
so
of shape
simple.
without having to measure.
I explained this to my little nephew, and he was like, "Bro, you don't even need to explain. This is like so obvious." I was like, "Oh."
And how did you tell me the radius and diameter,
believes in
circumference is from the
Okay,
stars?
do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell me, or will you like?
So you're passing your stupidity down the line? Oh man.
Yeah.
My little cousin actually got into a school for gifted kids.
That's
and
great, but
he
how did you
already-
get the radius, diameter, circumference from the stars?
All right, do
sir?
you want the radius? Do you want the radius?
From the
What is
stars.
radius?
From
Yes, from the
This
stars.
guy's
from the
in
stars.
bad
Yes,
faith.
yes.
If you
What?
guys don't
Yes,
know
from the stars.
already.
I'm sorry, but what
If
does
you want it
radius
from the
and
stars, I'll
diameter
give you-
have to do with the proposition of the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
Because that is the
God.
consequence of the Earth being a no-blade spheroid.
Quality versus quantity.
Donuts.
All right, sir. Do you want
These
the
kids really
radius
don't
from the
understand that.
stars?
We're not asking how big or small the Earth is. We're not asking like how cool the Earth looks. We're asking what shape the Earth is. It could be the size of a fucking marble. It could be the size of the universe.
Whatever
How do
you
you
do, don't look down. Don't look down at the Earth itself. Make sure
How do you
look
know by
at
looking at the
until
stars
you
what
believe
shape it is when you don't know the radius, diameter, and circumference?
Because he's investigating quality, not quantity.
Okay, what?
My proposition wasn't that the radius of the Earth is XYZ number of miles from end to end. That has nothing to do with the proposition of it being
Find
sphere.
out the exact shape of the
saying.
Earth.
This is going nowhere.
Listen,
I know
No,
because
you're
he's not
going
telling
nowhere
us
because
how
you
he
don't
knows radius,
understand how a
diameter,
He's
proposition
here
works.
to suck the
Data
life
male.
out of every one of you, and you're condoning it.
Okay,
just called
listen.
him a
All right,
baby.
anybody
You
got
can
any
find that the
questions?
shape of the Earth is spherical in nature by just taking every single star, measuring it at a 90-degree angle from that star, like directly below it, from the Earth to the star, and then doing that for most stars that are around the Earth.
I'll put it in the fridge.
And then you will find, if you map all of that out,
Yeah.
that it will all be
Well,
like it will form like a sphere, or at least like an oval shape. If you take a from like you asked about the radius, if you take the northernmost point of the Earth and you measure a star that is exactly at the northernmost point, and you measure it back down to the Earth, and then you take the southernmost point of the Earth, you do the same thing, and then measure the distance between, you will find that the fucking radius. Okay.
No, you didn't demonstrate it. You're just making a claim. Who's ever done that ever in history? Go point it out to us or show us how it's been done. You're not going to get away that easy.
Why would I need to show you something or somebody who did
Why
it?
do I need to show you something? Because you're making a claim. It's a claim that
I'm
you
making a
just
claim, but I'm making a claim, and nobody has done this in history, at least not that I know.
Okay, then we're back to square one. Nobody's ever done it in history. Okay, so who's ever done it in history then?
Okay, explain to me how.
Why do I need to explain to you? I'm not the burden of proof. Is not on me. It's on you guys. You're the ones that.
How does nobody ever do this in history explain or like demolish my argument, like totally debunk?
I already did. I just did because you said I don't know. Nobody's done it. Okay,
it's really bad.
Nobody's done it, but how does it destroy my argument?
Guys, we let you make the argument. Like, we gave you, like, floor time, and all you said was, I look at the ceiling fan to tell everything that I know about my floor. Like, if you guys think that makes logical sense, please write it down. Publish it in a book so that the future can hear your argument.
That's a complete straw man. Like, it's unbelievable how much of a straw man that
Okay,
is.
so tell me what I got wrong. Did you not say look at the stars to tell the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. Yeah. Come
It
on.
tells you what
So
it tells
how's it
you
a
what
straw
your
man?
perspective
What
is.
is-
When you
what does
when
it
you
tell-
look up at the sky, it tells you your point of view, your perspective.
Your point of view, your perspective. Where is that written down? Give me a citation for that. Who said that anytime? Give me a citation
by that.
Are you
I mean, where has it been said in the internet or in the library? What he just said.
Are you serious right now?
Oh, I'm dead serious. Pull out a citation. Exactly what you just said. Go find a citation and then point it out to us.
Well, it's very brave of you to flaunt your stupidity. So,
see how you don't have a
Isn't
citation?
it to say cite your source? Isn't that
Just
what the
saying.
schools teach? That you should cite your source?
Yes, cite your source.
Yeah,
My
is that,
source is a
are the
common
schools teaching
observation you can
stupidity?
make yourself.
Common. Hey Larry, his source is common observations. That's his citation.
Well, I look at the ceiling fan to make
Oh my God.
measurements of my floor all the time. And you know what? I've never gotten paid for my carpentry. I always get sued because I measure my ceiling fan to tell me about the floor.
Yeah, that's a complete straw man. So what he's showing is if you look at something rotating above you and it's going clockwise, and you look from the opposite direction of the same
13th time,
rotation,
dude.
it
Jesus.
appears to go counterclockwise.
Yeah,
So
you
it's
said
gonna
that about 5 times. He said it about 13. You're gonna go keep going and going and going.
So I mean, I'm gonna repeat myself. How many
I actually
times
have a
I need
better
to
argument.
get you to
Until
understand?
somebody
it.
gets tired of you and probably mute your dumb ass. But go
Listen,
ahead.
I have a better argument.
Okay, yeah, you can.
I have a better argument for proving that the Earth is globe shaped, than what has been provided so far.
Oh, please.
Okay, so if you look at a lunar eclipse, you can see that the Earth is round, and here's how it works. Basically, the Earth passes between the sun and the moon, and the sun projects the Earth's shadow onto the moon during the night sky. And you've probably seen such a lunar eclipse without even noticing it, because if the moon looks orange, that's a sign of a lunar eclipse. And if you've ever seen a total lunar eclipse, you probably notice that the shadow doesn't look like it has like a bar in it or
Okay,
whatever
so
other shape. You've noticed that it has a circle.
You're right.
Not like a fucking dinosaur.
You're right.
Like a dinosaur toy or some shit.
You're right. I agree with you. But I measured the Earth directly over a large body of water at rest, and I couldn't detect any curvature. Now, which one is better proof in your mind?
Which one is better proof in my mind?
Right. I measured it
Well,
directly.
you need
You're
to-
making assumptions based
You need to
on.
use a reference
Sorry.
object.
Just let me finish real fast. You're making assertions based on assumptions about what's going on in the sky. I measured the surface directly. Which one is a better argument, sir?
How large is the body of water they measured?
10 miles.
10 miles is not enough to prove it.
Really, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So you think I can't measure 66 feet of curvature? I thought boats go over the horizon, bro. Are you changing the story on me now?
I'm European, so I don't know how much 10 miles actually is. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to.
It's like
convert
13
it.
or 14 kilometers.
13 or 14 kilometers.
Right.
Well, I don't know how much noticeable curvature there is there, honestly.
Do boats go over the horizon? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you should be able to measure curvature then, right? So which one is better, measuring the surface directly to find the curvature of the Earth? Because these people aren't listening. Which is better, to measure it directly or to look at the sky?
Measure directly, obviously. But you need a much larger sample size than 13 to 40 kilometers.
No, you don't. You just need to find out that there's any drop rate over a distance. That's all you need. You just got to figure out that there is a drop rate that's conducive to the Earth being a globe, like they tell us. You don't need to measure a super large sample set. You just need a certain size, a sample set, to give you enough information, just like what Larry just proposed. 10 miles is good enough.
Oh, why do you say 10 miles is good enough?
Because you don't need a super large sample set. You just need a large enough sample set to get some good information, some good data. That's
Less
it.
than a fraction of a percent? You think that's good enough data?
Oh, absolutely. Especially if you have 66 feet of curvature. If you have 66 feet of curvature, that's definitely good enough.
I don't think that's good enough.
Well, that's according to you, but you're really lost in this argument, so you wouldn't know anything. But yeah, it is good enough.
Your argument hasn't changed in like an hour.
I know. Why is that? Because nobody's ever come forth and given any evidence. Perhaps.
Well, you keep on saying that like 10 miles is good enough sample size out of how many thousands of miles around?
Are you talking to the other guy? Why are you jumping into to this guy that you guys spoke for? I don't know how many hours ago. Like,
I don't know. He just decided to jump in. He respawned.
Yeah, get him at the spawn. Get him at the spawn spot.
well, the other guy jumped out, I guess.
Look,
actually,
guys,
it was Elvenar was talking about this.
This is so simple. If I wanted you to measure my foot so I could buy some shoes, would you measure the elephant's tusk or would you measure my foot directly? Come on, Globers. This isn't rocket science. If you worked at a Payless and I wanted new shoes, but I didn't know my shoe size, would you measure my foot directly? Or would you go to Africa and measure an elephant's tusk?
I tell you to measure your own damn
Well,
foot.
you'd measure the foot, but obviously that wasn't an argument that I made. I just tried to defend it, and that's it.
I know, it's my argument. Right, so, yeah, I'm not representing your argument. I'm making my own argument. Why would I measure my foot directly?
Why would you measure your foot directly?
Why are the Globers silent here?
I'm trying to understand the conversation
I
about
mean, this isn't rocket science, guys. I would measure
you
my
wanna
foot
know your own
directly
shoe size? You gotta
so I
measure
could
your own
have
foot.
first-hand primary knowledge, right, guys?
Right, Larry. Jeez Louise.
I'm just waiting for one of them to go, no, bro, I'd get a ticket to Africa, and 35 hours later, after I
Now
hunt
you
down...
hear the guy. Hey, Larry, you hear the guy tell you how to measure your shoe by looking at the stars. That's what he would go. Well, you can measure your foot by looking at the stars.
Hey, great, I'm back. This whole thing he keeps reading about, like, oh, you shouldn't use other things to measure. It's like, no, you can use an infinite number of ways to measure something, especially when the thing that you're trying to look at is larger than you. If your shoe was larger than the size of the planet, you wouldn't look down at the shoe. You would look at like some camera from a satellite from far away, observing the whole thing from a distance to determine exactly what it is.
How did we figure out the radius, diameter, circumference by looking at the stars? Go.
Let me turn on my camera again. I've got a new prop for you.
Radius, diameter, circumference. No answer by the gentleman. Once again.
Oh, check this out. You see my screen?
No, I'm not looking at your screen.
Well, if you don't want to look, you're just like covering your ears and saying it's not true.
You're gonna keep repeating the same thing. It's like I've heard it 12 times, 13 times.
It's a sphere. Holy fuck. Whoa.
So why would I measure my foot directly, guys? Do you know the answer?
Because it's your own foot.
Fucking, I need another hand. So if these are the stars and they're rotating around the Earth, let me put this in 0.5. If these are the stars and they are rotating around the Earth, do you see how it falls perfectly in line with the stars that you would see? The stars at the North Pole, right? They're rotating counterclockwise. At the South Pole, they appear to be rotating clockwise from the observer looking down.
And yet your floor is still level. And yet your floor is still level.
Yeah, derive the radius from that information.
The
Go
floor
ahead.
is built to be level.
Why are we talking about radius? Is
Because
it a round
how else do you
object?
know that it's a sphere? That's the dimensions of a sphere.
I don't know. Maybe because a sphere can make the stars move that way, jackass. So, what other shape that matches the star movement perfectly like this? Tell me what other star pattern, what shape of the Earth could match this star pattern that we have?
And I'm
Please
not
tell me what other shape.
I'm not as dumb as you to lay a claim to a shape, just like you are. I don't lay a claim to a shape.
Oh, so like the shape is not what you're interested in? You don't care that it's a globe?
I just don't lay a claim to it. I don't lay a claim to a shape that I don't know anything about.
Wait, I'm laying a claim. I'm laying a claim.
I know that, but you're not providing. You're laying a claim, but you're not providing evidence how you know that it is with radius, diameter, and circumference like a sphere would have. You're not telling me how we've derived that by looking at the stars. And I keep asking you, and you're like, well, they're still rotating. I'm like, yeah, and are they telling you that the ground that you're standing on has a radius, diameter, and circumference? And you don't never get to that point. You just keep going round and round, keep saying how they're spinning around. I'm like, I don't give a shit, dude. I don't lay a claim to what the Earth is. You are. And then I'm telling you, because you have, then tell me how you derive the radius, diameter, circumference from that shit you keep talking about. And you don't give me an answer to that. That's just that simple, bro. And it goes for the other guy in here too that was chiming in there. New Yorker or Yankee or something.
Mic check.
Mic's check. Yep.
Okay. Tells me it's you can't hear me, but I'm popping.
Hey, Mayhem, I sent you a video.
Okay. Hey, you're a bit low, whoever was saying that before, though.
Me, I'm low?
Mayhem, it's me, New Yorker Yankee. I sent you a video.
By the way,
unmute him. Unmute him.
I don't got powers, bro. What you talking
about? Who muted him?
Not me.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Hey, I know.
Yeah,
if we want to find out who muted them, maybe we should look at the Guinness Book of World Record to find that information out. Indirectly, of course.
They muted me because I was quote-unquote repeating myself.
Unmute phone.
How many times did you make that argument, bro?
I'm sorry, the truth don't change.
You guys are all lobotomized retards.
That's sophistry. Can you not answer the question?
You guys have a collective IQ of 25.
Okay.
Or can you not answer the question directly?
Okay.
No, well, the reason why people started going to the star movement to show you the shape of the Earth was because whenever they would present evidence for, curvature directly with measurements or observations of, like, say, boats going over the horizon, is because you always come up with ad hoc explanations to try to explain it away. So people were trying every different kinds of observations that you can make. That's why it turned to the stars.
Okay, you guys are projecting because we're not the one inventing 96% of the universe, dark matter and dark energy to make our model work, bro.
No, that doesn't make sense. So what people made observations.
But you have no model though.
Guys,
astronomers
if you
make
don't understand that 96% of your model is dark matter and dark energy,
look, I'm not
you
a
don't
physicist.
realize
you're asking the wrong. You're asking the wrong.
Yeah, I'm not
person,
asking
I'm
you
not-
anything.
Why are you
Shut
interrupting Hank in the middle of his sentence, New Yorker? Come on, bro. Stop.
Yeah, so like I said, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. If that doesn't tell you that there's something wrong with your model, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
What'd you say? I can't. You're so low volume. I can't hear you.
Okay, 96% of your model is dark matter and dark energy. If that doesn't let you know, yeah, Google it, bro.
96% of our model. What do you mean of our
96%
model?
of the standard model of cosmology is comprised of dark matter and dark energy. If that doesn't let you know there's something wrong with your model, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Why do we have to know everything about the universe in order for it to be accurate?
Larry.
We don't
Why
need
do
to know
you have to
everything.
know anything?
We don't need to know everything about that was in the universe in order for us to have a good understanding of what we do know.
You don't have to know to know.
No, we don't have to know. We don't have to know everything to have a good idea of what we do know.
Okay, so how much of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy?
You said 97%.
So a lot of
So
the
what if
universe.
dark matter was debunked? Would
A
your
lot-
model still work?
Well, the stuff that we do know would probably still make sense, but it had to be made sense in a different sort of way.
Okay, so if 96% of your model is made of dark matter and dark energy, 80% of the matter in the universe is dark matter. If that was debunked, would that not debunk the lambda CDM standing for cold dark matter? Would that not debunk your model?
So Larry, I sent you a video.
It's a yes or no, guy.
Or no,
It's
or
a
Larry,
yes
it wouldn't.
or no.
Well, it would.
It's
If you,
a yes or no, guy.
it would be the case that we would still know. Like if for whatever reason we discovered that dark energy
It's
wasn't a
binary,
thing.
bro.
If we found out dark energy, which by the way we don't even know, dark matter wasn't a thing, then we'd have to posit other explanations. But it doesn't mean some
So you would
explanations
have
in the
to
world.
add another ad hoc theory, right? Like I said, you guys are projecting.
Do you know what a theoretical
Thanks for proving
unobservable is? Do you know what a theoretical unobservable is?
Bro, observable means it's tangible.
Unobservable.
Unobservable? That means
Yeah.
it's make-believe.
So you think oh yeah, I was gonna say, do you think gravity's yeah, of course you do. Do you think causation is make believe? Do you think causation isn't real because we
No,
can't
because
observe
I
it?
can flip a switch and see the light turn on and off.
But it's a
That's
theoretical
experience.
unobservable. It's a theoretical
No, it's
unobservable.
not theoretical. It's observable.
Do you think causation is not a theoretical unobservable?
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about
Okay,
cold
yeah,
dark
I know
matter.
you don't. I know you don't. Now unmute Fallen and let him smash you a bit more.
He's gonna smash me.
This guy's fucking retarded, Hank. I can't fucking believe you talk like that. Holy
Look
shit.
at the ceiling, guy, and tell me about my floor.
Hey, Mayhem, are you still there?
I'm still here, man.
Did you see the video I sent you?
Where did you send it? I don't even know.
In your messages, a private message. I can't use the chat.
I want to know who the engineer is. Who's the engineer claiming to be engineer? Who's the Glober engineer? Please speak up.
What? He was following.
There's some fucking Glober engineer in here. I want to talk to him.
I'm gonna get him. 1 sec.
Hey, Larry, I sent you the link. Larry, I sent you the
in the
link to the
meantime,
video
while we
too.
look for this guy, I'd like to ask Larry something. Why did you try to use the floor of like an apartment, like a house, as a proof that the Earth is flat?
Bro, you're going to speak up.
Why did you try to use that as the fucking like fact that a floor of like a house, an apartment, or anything?
He's here by the way. You can unmute him.
Why did you try to use that as? Why did you try to use that as evidence that the Earth is flat, or at least not round?
Bro, that's not what I was doing at all. That's an assumption that you just made. So let me clear that up for you.
You literally said, "Are you like vacuuming a flat carpet or a round carpet?" I mean,
Okay,
so
bro.
can we
I
just
just
skip
said
to
that I was going to explain it for you. Do you want me to explain, or do you want to just keep
Okay,
talking?
come on, explain it. I want to hear what you meant. By
Okay.
this.
I'm trying to explain to you guys that it doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever to look up to tell what you are living on is doing, right? I don't look at my wife to see what my son is doing. I look at my son directly. Does anybody know why?
That's a complete non sequitur, by the way. But go ahead.
Okay, he just asked me why I said that.
Exactly what it is.
I'm trying to explain to you guys. This is not rocket science. So either you guys are trolling or the opposite.
asked the question,
hold on,
why-
bro. Hold on. I'm talking. Shush. Okay. So either you guys are trolling or you're practicing what's called sophistry. Okay. If I want to chop down a tree, do I hit the street to chop down the tree, or do I put the axe blade directly against the tree?
You were already given a counter
Tree?
hypothetical.
Sorry, bro. It's simple. Tree or street? Do I hit the street?
In that particular scenario, you look at the tree. But just to be clear,
Okay, why?
No,
Why?
he was addressing El. No, you were talking to El Banar, and someone else is replying. You were talking.
I don't know. There's all these new people. Sorry, Jimsy.
Yeah, it's okay. But El Banar, are you listening to what Frank is replying to you? Because you
I'm
asked.
listening. I'm listening.
Okay, talk to
I'm just
El
wondering
Banar.
why he asked the question in the first place.
So why would you hit the tree with the axe blade and not the street?
Because you want to chop down the axe now in this scenario.
You want to chop down the tree directly, right? Because you
Yes.
might pound on the street for 1,000,000 years and it never bring the tree down. Now,
Because
this is an
it's more
analogy.
efficient to chop down the axe or chop down the tree directly. with the
Right.
axe.
It's much more efficient to measure the surface of the earth directly than to make baseless assertions about your preconceived bias, your anchor bias, your sunk cost bias, talking about the stars. So you have confirmation bias. With me, I'm sitting on the fence for like a year and a half, not knowing if it's flat or if it's round, and then I go to North Beach. So Corpus Christi, North Beach. I look at Ingleside on the Bay, 10 miles away. I'm in the ocean with the water up to my armpits. Guess what I saw? Beach houses. There should have been 66 feet of curvature. So you can tell me all the stories you want to about the sun, the moon, the stars. You guys love to talk about anything but measuring the surface of the earth directly, and it's telling.
So, Larry, I sent you
around the earth.
Can you just interrupt this real quick? Can we unmute Follow real quick?
Why?
I'm talking
I
to
don't
this
know,
other
he's just
guy.
asking
I'm
for
trying to
it.
get him to respond.
Well, Larry, I sent you a video of an observation of the curvature of the earth. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but
He's in the
But,
middle of talking to
okay,
the other
okay,
guy.
hold
We'll
on.
get back to that.
The
Go ahead.
engineer that Deccan wanted was Fallen.
Amazing.
Fallen
What kind
is
of
the engine
engineer? Engineer. Yeah. What kind of engineer?
I don't know. I don't.
Well, let him fucking speak then.
He's muted at the moment. You can't speak to him.
Yeah, I would appreciate it
Hey,
if
can I-
Deccan can please
just
take
in this
over.
room?
I've had enough mic time for tonight. I think I made my point very clear, and anybody with two neurons to rub together can figure out that you would measure the surface directly. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to
100%, Hank, I
support.
agree
Can I
with you.
support this guy for just a second? It's the case. Everyone should be aware that over half of flat earthers have completed high school. Okay, they didn't finish college, according to this Business Insider, but the Guardian says that over half have completed high school. Okay, and 10% of them have a college degree. Their average age
That's
is
a
around
really
37.
cool
So these are smart
stultification
people.
tactic you're doing just now,
These are smart
right?
people.
What does it have to do with what we're talking about?
No, I'm just trying to help you out. I'm just saying that there's a good chance you have a high school diploma, and even a 10% chance you have a college degree.
Okay, listen, bro. I dropped out of high school, but I'm smart enough to know that if I want to check to see if my shoes are tied, I look at my feet instead of the sun, right?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
So
you
how
got
do you
it,
check
bro.
to see if your shoes are tied? I know
But
that you're
did you-
probably a college graduate, but how do you check to see if your shoes are tied? How do you do it?
So when
I
you
look
look
at my shoes myself, yeah.
Bro, why do you look directly at your shoes, bro? Why do you do that?
looking up
So
at the
I can correctly
stars.
tie the laces.
Sorry, let him finish, bro. Stop white knighting. Go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
Yeah, you're.
Wait, how
Go
do I know?
You got
Go
me.
ahead, bro. Can you guys let him talk? Are you so terrified to let him speak? He's obviously college educated. He came in here hoity-toity about his diploma. At least let the
trying to
man
help
speak
you
so
out,
he
bro.
can give an educated answer as to why he would look at his shoes to see if they're tied.
I just got out. You know what I did is I went on Cloud, and I also tried Bing to see I was interested in the demographics of flat earthers. I was just curious about it.
Bro,
And,
can you tell us why you would look directly at your shoes to see if they're tied?
Yeah, because that's the way to do it, right? I'd look at my laces.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you were trying to get a firsthand primary knowledge experience of curvature, would you look at the stars or would you look at the surface of the earth?
That's a great comparison. That's worthy of somebody with the level of education you have. It's a good thing that you can make such good comparisons like that. That's you know,
Level
you
of
must have voted for
education.
Joe Biden.
What's your level of education, asshole?
Go ahead, Vlad.
Let's go.
I have a
Let's go.
simple.
You know,
Hey,
by the
what do
way,
you, what? No, hey, this cocksucker that fucking talks about education. What's your level of education, dick fuck? Let's go.
advanced
What
all the way.
advanced? How advanced? How advanced? Well, tell me exactly what you fucking. What's your
The
diploma
advanced
say?
of the advanced. I'm not gonna. I'm going to.
Exactly. Hey, cocksucker. Exactly what does your fucking
I have
diploma say?
an advanced
Man,
degree.
calm down. You're gonna have a heart attack, man. You're gonna have a heart attack, man. Calm down.
Nobody's having a heart attack.
Relax.
You're gonna have a heart attack. You don't calm down, man.
Advanced what? Advanced
You're
what?
gonna have a
I'm
heart
an
attack.
electrical engineer,
Calm
bitch.
down.
Fuck. What are you? What are you, bitch? I'm an electrical engineer. What are you, bitch? What are you? What are you? I have a fucking diploma. Where's your diploma, bitch? Where's your fucking diploma? Show me your fucking
You
diploma,
voted for
dumb
Joe
fuck.
Biden. You voted for Joe
Motherfucker.
Biden.
No, you did, you motherfucker. All Globers are fucking Democrats, you stupid fuck.
Oh my god.
Where's your fucking diploma? Where's your fucking diploma? Show me your fucking diploma now. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what this cocksucker was asking.
Fuck, he got
That's
me. I
exactly
didn't-
what this
I'm not showing
cocksucker
you my
asking.
diploma.
Hank,
Why
this
are you getting
cocksucker's
so
fucking.
upset?
This
Why
cocksucker's
are you
acting
getting
These
sad
flat
for
earthers,
a
you can't
fucking
beat 'em.
diploma. Right, yeah, exactly. Where's your fucking diploma?
Calm the
Advanced,
fuck
way more advanced than
down.
you.
You
You don't know what
can't
fucking 2
beat 'em.
plus 2 is, you
Shit.
stupid fuck. You don't know what 2
Calm
plus 2 is,
down.
you stupid fuck.
Hey, you
I'm
know what?
recording
I know when to be
There you
rational,
go.
at least,
Go
unlike
fuck
some
yourself.
people in this room, you
Stupid
fucking
motherfucker.
psycho.
Stupid motherfucker.
Okay, so
Stupid motherfucker. What's your diploma?
Somebody mute this guy.
What's your
just
diploma,
reply.
dumb fuck?
Bro, just
No,
reply
what's your
to the
diploma,
question.
dumb fuck?
Answer the question,
What's
bro.
your fucking diploma?
Hey, can we get some
It's
moderation from
flat
the
earth
flat
rate.
earth
Yeah,
guy?
Yeah,
So
no, yeah, exactly. The moderation would be when he fucking answers the question instead of being
Hey.
a fucking cunt bitch.
This guy's using foul language and like he needs.
Foul
to
language. Oh, you're a fucking Democrat now. Oh, foul language. I don't have freedom of speech anymore.
So you
You
guys-
fucking
You
commie
guys need a
bastard
safe
fucks.
space.
Yeah,
Come
you
on,
need a
guys.
safe space now, you stupid fucks. First
Maybe
you
you
cry
should
about
call your
shit.
professor.
And
Call
yeah,
your
exactly.
professor.
Call your fucking professor, you dumb fuck cunts. Where's your diploma, bitch?
Let it out.
You guys
Let it
need
out.
to need to
Stupid
stop having
cunts.
double.
No, I swear to
standards
God,
and
yo,
mute
no,
this
but
guy.
literally, you're gonna fucking talk about education levels, and you don't have a fucking. I guarantee you don't have anything higher
All
than
I
me. I
did, look,
guarantee
I want you to
fucking
relax
you.
a second.
Dumb
I want
fuck.
you to relax.
Stupid fuck.
All
Go
I
fuck
did
yourself.
was
Go fuck
do a
yourself. You
prompt.
don't know. You talk
I-
shit, and when somebody's talking shit to you, now you gotta relax. You got. Oh, now I'm hurting your fucking feelings, you dumb bitch. Right?
No,
Stupid
I'm
fuck.
thinking
Go
of your
fuck
help.
yourself.
I'm not
Stupid
worried about
cunt.
this.
No, you need fucking help, you
No,
fucking Glover.
no,
now you're playing
You
the
fucking
victim.
believe
You're playing
everything.
the victim.
You fucking believe everything TD fucking tells you, you dumb
Oh,
fuck.
that's right. I believe everything.
Exactly.
Bro,
You're a
let's
dumb fuck.
calm down. Calm.
Okay, so
Thank
H, are you gonna answer the question or no? Is that a no? You're not gonna answer the question that he asked?
I'm going. Yes, I'm going to answer the question. The fact that the Greeks, as seafaring people, were able to figure this out simply by waiting for the.
What is your education degree? What is H?
Long before all the technology we have.
Earth is flat. Space is fake.
Don't say that.
Hey, H plus,
Don't
are you
say
gonna answer the question that was
Go ahead,
asked?
Jim.
This
You
is
got it.
about observations. That observation is dispositive for me alone. It really is.
I think he's just
No.
talking straight through you, Jimsy.
Yeah,
I don't
he's,
think-
he's not gonna answer. We get it.
Bitch. That's exactly what he is. Now, no, mute him and that's it. He's done.
I'm sorry. I was trying to let you guys.
Yeah, but you came in with this condescending tone with your, touting your superior knowledge as a kind of educated
all
human.
I did was read.
Just saying, man.
Hey, look, listen. I know all you guys know somebody. You're in the colleges, right? Bring me your professor. Bring me your physicist students, and let me have a one-on-one with them, and we'll see who's actually educated. Either they're going to agree with me.
You get
Either.
stomped.
Oh, please bring it. Please bring me an astronomer, a cosmologist, or an astrophysicist, or a particle physicist. Please.
I guess
You
we're
guys
messing
bring
mess
them
him
to
up.
me.
You'd mess him up. I have no doubt.
Please.
Bring in Professor Dave. You guys don't even know. Little bitch.
Yeah, get Professor Dave in here. He's so much smarter than me. I'm such an idiot.
Yeah, he would shit on you, bro.
Yeah, I'd hand him toilet paper
If you look up
afterwards.
to Professor, if you're looking up to Professor Dave, that shows how much of a dumb fucking gamma bitch male you are. That's what you are. Especially
Bro,
if you
you're-
look up to a
you're-
fucking
you-
cunt like
his
fucking
stuff.
Professor Dave. I
He
can't believe
paid
you
people to
look
write his
up to a
stuff, bro.
cunt like Professor Dave that doesn't even have a fucking education.
Wow.
Ha!
You're
Some
triggered.
bitch
You're
on YouTube.
triggered.
Good
No,
job.
get me
Good
an
job.
actual
Good
professor.
job.
Get me
Nobody's
an
triggered.
actual
No,
student.
I'm just animated. Hey, listen, go on my stream right now because I'm streaming and this is all being recorded, by the way. I'm on my fucking webcam. You can see how animated. I don't give a fuck. I'm not triggered at all, you dumb fuck. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, you guys, please bring me.
Dumb
We will
bitches.
talk about dark matter. You guys, it'll be the most interesting conversation because it'll be about deep space. I know you guys love that shit. And we'll talk about dark matter, and we'll talk about how 80% of the known universe
Hey,
is
Hank.
comprised of dark matter.
Hank, we have H plus avocado guy here. He has a superior diploma. He's an advanced diploma.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a professor
Here.
here.
Superior. Oh my
He's
god.
a professor.
So let's talk about dark matter, bro.
He's kind of basically snubbing his nose up against it, you know. Well, he's amongst us peons, you know. We're peasants.
Fucking,
Hey,
this engineer should be able to, if he's an engineer, count in base number threes, man. Start counting. I want to hear you count in base number 3. Right, let's go. Oh, I don't hear it. Not an engineer. Can't even fucking do simple math. Go fuck yourself. So I'm done.
Let's talk about dark matter, guys.
Hey,
So
H
you
plus
guys have had the
avocado.
floor for a little while. I guess I'll take the floor for a little while. I was going to pass it earlier, but let's talk about dark matter and how the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku. And gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, so they had to come up with a theory of dark matter. They swept the problem under the rug for 50 years, and then they came up with the theory of dark matter. So that means they've known since the 1930s. You know, when Hubble looked out into deep space and he saw the galaxy was spinning 10 times too fast, they looked and did the math with the gravity, and it didn't work. That's why there's dark matter halos surrounding the outer parts of the galaxy, because the galaxy spins different than the solar system model does, right? The stars that are out towards the edges, they spin faster than the ones towards the center. Now, that's the opposite of solar system, because the solar system, Mercury has the shortest year, right? And any planet out further has the longest. Well, the stars were spinning so fast they should have flew off, but they didn't. So there must be a dark matter halo there surrounding the galaxy, because we know that gravity works. Now, there's no way to prove this, but recently they did falsify it. And I'll post the videos if you guys are like intellectually honest enough to watch it. Because in that video, they're telling you that they're modifying Newtonian gravity to make it work because they've given up on Einstein's space-time. I can post you lots and lots of stuff like this, but I doubt you'll actually look at it because you probably want to remain ignorant.
We
So
should
who
let him
wants-
talk, man. He just jumped in here.
Who?
Indio 007.
Go ahead, Indio. I'm done.
Indio. What up, Indio? Long time no hear from you, man.
Indio is a busy man. Can't speak to you guys.
Indio.
I'd give the floor for Indio. I've been hogging it for like an hour.
Yo, Indio, do you know who's talking to you, guy? I've been trying to reach you, man. Indio.
Get gone, Larry. I was enjoying that night.
Yeah, I guess if Indio's not going to come on, I'll continue. So the problem was, the professor says, that if there is these dark matter halos, when the two galaxies collided, it should have been like marbles going through molasses when you drop them in a jar of molasses. But instead, it was more like dropping it through an empty jar. And that debunked dark matter with a certainty of 5 sigma. Hey, engineering guy, can you tell the rest of the people in the room what 5 sigma means? If something is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, is that a little or is that a lot?
Engineer guy left.
Oh, I guess you'll have to look it up then. Get your Google out, fellas.
You know what's cute that somebody named themselves Mayhem Moron 100 Moron in here. I got a fan right next to me. They should have muted that.
I'm your fan, Biggie. The 3 points
He's
was
still here,
definitely.
and he's H plus avocado is the most educated guy in here.
Oh, H plus avocado, please. Would you
is
like
he
to would you like to see the video that I'm talking about? Because some high school dropout, when he says that, it doesn't matter. But if it's a college professor, right, avocado, you might want to listen to what he says. Because if he says we're doing away with Einsteinian gravity and we're trying to modify Newtonian gravity, oh, don't Google that. Don't Google modified Newtonian gravity. Don't Google MOND, M-O-N-D. Whatever you do, don't Google that because you won't like what you see.
Do you understand Einstein's analysis of gravity?
Does it even matter?
It's
Do
not
you know
going
what?
to
Do you know
matter.
what he considers gravity to be?
Did you understand what Hank just fucking told you?
You're trying to obfuscate a
Well,
little
if
bit.
you're trying to, I'm just curious because if you're recommending something, you know, the recommendation isn't worth shit if you don't understand what they're talking about in the
That's the
first place.
genetic fallacy, bro. You're going to say that it's wrong because it comes from CNN? Even
No.
CNN can tell the truth.
No,
sometimes.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the recommendation of somebody regarding such a if you don't understand the theory in the first place, you know, it's silly. I mean, so do you understand what Einstein was saying about gravity? What is gravity according to Einstein?
The bending and warping of space-time.
Okay, that's not bad.
Due to mass, also known as matter.
Yeah, due to mass. Due to mass.
And
That's
this
correct.
gravitational well attracts other objects that are also made of mass.
Was that like a retarded gotcha question or what?
No, he just wanted to avoid this video.
No, I mean, if
I'm
you're
telling
going
you guys
to
about this
recommend the video.
I'm telling you guys about this video, and no one's asked me why I haven't posted it yet. So I find that telling too. Because if I'm just an idiot on the
means
internet,
they don't want to know, Larry.
right? They don't want to know. If somebody was telling me that, hey, this theory you had like your whole life, it just got debunked, and it was a college professor saying it, I would be like, show me right now. Just like at the mechanic, your tie rod's bad. Show me. I want to see it. Show me right now. But you guys aren't doing that. You just pay the mechanic and trust him because he's the expert. But if you get an expert that's saying, no, bro, your tie rod's not bad. You don't have to pay for that. Look, I'm grabbing it and shaking it. It's straight. It's not wiggling. But you guys
Nigga,
are like,
how
no,
the
fuck
fuck
that guy.
is the Earth flat? Explain.
Bro, you're a
No,
little
Larry,
late.
I want you to just please explain.
It's
Just
a
like,
burden of proof reversal, dude. You didn't even know if you don't know if the Earth's a globe. You really don't.
Mayhem, how funny it is, like you get in a conversation with someone and then you go down this path and then they leave and then some other guy comes in and goes, oh my God, do you really think the Earth is flat? And then it starts all over again.
Yeah.
So do you guys want to see that video or can we watch it together?
Yeah, new people are trying to ask questions, but we have the superior educated guide of the globe here, H plus avocate. Avocate, right?
Yeah, that means testicle, by the way.
No, it's advocate. It's advocate.
No, it's
I hit it there.
avocate.
I hit it there.
I know you're probably just
Look,
playing.
I'm sure it doesn't look just because the demographics of flat earthers show that they are substantially dumber than the norm does not mean that the Earth is round.
Stultification, bro. Do you know what that word means? Wait, what does stultification mean? Do you know? Can you tell me what stultification is, Avocado?
He's throwing the low blows in it.
And you explain for me. Can you break down the double helix model from Watson and Crick?
Bro, what the fuck does that have to do with the price of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches under the ocean?
Right.
Come on, bro. You very educated.
What does stultification mean? Can you read the definition to me? I want to just make sure that you can read first. Can we get past that? Can you read the definition of stultification?
This is a stupid game, okay?
It's a yes or no. I'm not playing a game. Can you read? Can you read?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, read the definition of stultification out loud and then tell us again about how flat earthers are not educated.
I'm not. Well, I just did tell you. I told you that.
Okay, you told me the definition of stultification. That was so fast. I didn't hear you say it. That was so. Oh, did you read the definition of stultification, or was that just like some made up bullshit just now?
No, that's an actual article. I can paste it for you. That half of them didn't finish high school. So.
Who says that?
Yeah, let me paste it for you. Hold on.
Awesome.
Guys, let's allow Larry have a dressing with avocado guy, okay?
Hey, guy, if you could just read that definition, it would really help out a lot, bro. I just want to make sure that you can read.
Can you read avocado guy?
Should be pretty easy, right? It's just a definition. We did that in like second grade. I remember a lot of definitions in the second grade. So surely you know how to do your definitions, right? Don't tell me I have to do it for you, because if I have to do it for you, it's going to make you look
No,
really
I'm
bad.
not. If you have an argument to make, I'm not going to make it for you, right? But go ahead and make it. I'm listening. I'm not. I'm not.
I'll read it for you.
I'm not down with manipulation. Let's. You want to make an argument?
Then why'd you just try to poison the well?
Whoa, hello.
Yeah.
Why'd you just try to poison the well with a bullshit claim?
So stultify, to cause to lose interest or feel dull and not alert, to render useless or ineffectual. Number 3, and this is the important one, to cause to appear stupid, inconsistent, or ridiculous. Now, why would you need to use tactics against people who are wrong?
Interesting, advocate.
Tactics.
Yeah,
Okay.
tactics.
So, you can call it whatever you want, but it is a damning fact to know that you guys haven't graduated from high school, and that's the reason why you don't understand physics, you don't understand astronomy, you don't understand this. This is the difficulty here, and I've run into this. The difficulty here is that it really does require rebuilding education from the ground up.
It's the word of advocate.
Wait,
Does
so
say it's the word
why
of
didn't you
advocate.
answer? Why didn't you answer them? Why didn't you answer them then when they asked for your level?
Fucking advocate.
Hold on, can we just get him to post that survey? Just post that survey.
Yeah, surely you can cite your source. I know you can't read already, but if you could just right-click the link where you got it from, and then like in the chat here, if you could right-click that open spot and then hit paste, or you can do Control-C and Control-V if you don't have a mouse. And we'd like to see that link.
Yeah, I'd also like to know like what's the sample size?
Maybe it was his neighbors that it was sampled.
His neighborhood.
Yeah. His neighbors are flat earthers. And so he's their smartest ones.
Look, 99.999% of flat earthers might not have graduated 3rd grade. That doesn't mean what we're saying is wrong.
The truth is the truth.
But he's using look. I know you just got here, Indigo, but he's using tactics instead of arguments.
Of course.
So he's using the genetic fallacy with stultification, like in a combination, like a 1-2 punch, and he thinks he got us with that.
Nope. The truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it. Advocate. Tough shit. You deal with it.
Basically an ad hoc, really.
Hey, avocado guy, do you have anything to say? Because you sound weak right now, bro.
Come on, man. Where's that survey, bro? I know you didn't just lie, right? That's not possible. Like, why would they lie, right?
I'm pulling it up. Hold on.
Bro, you too slow, man. Hurry up.
I mean, he said flat earthers were slow, you know? They didn't graduate, and look at him.
Fucking Vlad, I'm glad to hear you again, man. Going ballistic.
Yeah.
You know you're muted now. It's funny.
Is he muted?
I'm gonna unmute him. Vlad is bringing the pain over. She's like the big guns.
Bringing the heat.
Bring that shit.
Hey, what up, Indio? How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you, man? How you been?
It's been a while. It's hanging
Yeah,
out
man.
in there. I got a lot of stories I can talk about. I just couldn't stand what this guy was saying. Like he's literally fucking a low blow insult. And I'm like, guys. So I had to let him have it, man. And then Indio comes in and just crushes him.
That's all he got, Vlad. That's it.
Oh, thank God. No, but then you came in and you gave it the assassination. You came in there with a calm, Like the usual Indio calm assassination. Yes.
Yeah, I work my way up to it.
Yeah.
He works up. Yeah, you'll see him kind of. We gotta. Yeah, just wait till like another hour or so.
I know how Indio works. Don't worry.
Once you rev him up, man, you're gonna take like 3 guys to get him tackled back down again.
I'm just wondering where this avocado guy is, because he was so, verbose in the beginning, and he came in and had to stultify us flat earthers because he can't produce any curvature of the earth, so he decided to go with tactics.
Maybe
Very
he's
wise.
he's busy belly laughing that you didn't graduate in high school. He's belly.
Yeah,
He's on the floor
my
belly laughing.
indoctrination center concentration camp course was not completed. What an
can't fucking
idiot!
believe that.
You know what's funny? When you said that and he was laughing and giggling that you said that, Jesus was black. He was like laughing at. That's why he got me at it.
Oh, you guys know what's crazy? The richest fucking people I know never even went to high school. Right? So this idiot doesn't understand that these high schools are just indoctrination camps to create fucking zombies like him.
Yeah, he probably has no idea about the Prussian educational system, making you a good employee and grading you like meat on how well you are going to be an employee or paid servant for someone else.
But he's a good little boy with a star on his chest. He got the sticker, bro.
He has
You
a
know what
piece
I
of
mean?
paper that makes him proud of himself.
He has that sticker. Fuck
Hey,
me.
aguacate
It's a
guy,
smelly
you know-
one and it smells like pizza.
It also makes him feel superior to everyone else that didn't say yes when he was told to sit down and shut up.
Hey, H plus aguacate guy, do you know how to make guacamole?
And for a stupid comment, because he basically implied all flat earth, because he said you guys, as though nobody here has a fucking high school diploma. Don't make assumptions.
It's just really weird that he thought that this was like a good argument.
Yeah. For one, I do have a high school diploma, and I've fucking been to college, so go ahead. You want to have a fucking dick measuring contest? We can, but it's kind of a moot point, man. It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's a moot point because the truth is the truth no matter who speaks it. Like I said before, so he can't deal with that because that shit's too damning to his position. All he's got is insults and shit. That's
well,
it.
maybe he's got more tactics. Hey, Avocado, do you have any more tactics you would like to deploy?
Yeah, it's called silence now.
Maybe it's just obfuscation. Maybe that was his, original tactic, and he deployed these micro tactics for his macro tactic.
Imagine how many times he's done this to other people in other rooms, but it hasn't worked well in this one. What an irony.
Yes.
Avocate guys, have you used that argument in other rooms with other people?
The cat's got his tongue. He's retreating.
Yeah,
But
he's
let's give him 3
falling from the
seconds.
room.
In 5 seconds, let's give him 3 seconds of silence to see if maybe he's having microphone trouble. So 3, 2, 1.
Maybe he's making guacamole or have a toilet break after
That wasn't even one, Gemsy.
I bet you $1 he's gonna come back on the mic and be like, "All right, guys, I'm back. What's going on?"
Yeah, exactly.
I bet you he's gonna do that.
That's exactly what he's gonna do.
That's a good tactic. I would use that tactic if I was him. If I was a tactician sophist.
All right, guys, what are you talking about again? What are we talking about?
What's been going on for the last 10 minutes, guys?
While I was away, I'm assuming you guys were destroying your own arguments and making a fool of yourself.
Did you guys graduate yet?
My teacher said I was a good boy.
I got a sticker to prove it.
Hey. It smells
See
like
my
pizza.
sticker? I hung it on the wall forever.
All right, Avocado guy got old. I mean, he sounded pretty old, but it's okay.
Look, I'm not knocking education. If the colleges were into the, 7 liberal arts, like for real, teaching people like 5 different languages by the time they were like 10 years old, and then teaching them like extremely large courses on logic until they were like 15. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with the educational system. But can any of you Globers tell me, how many logic classes did you take in public school?
0. They don't teach.
I'm a firm advocate that we should be at least teaching fallacy classes in grade school, like fallacy recognition. Absolutely.
Yeah, because children can get it if you put it into language they understand. If you say ad hominem, they're going to be like, what? Like, you guys didn't teach me Latin? Okay, so maybe if we say, well, instead of ad hominem, like, hey, Timmy, why don't you attack his argument instead of attacking his person?
Unfortunately, I think if we were to teach like logic or fallacy recognition courses in school, like that would the establishment that wouldn't work very well towards the establishment.
Yeah, then they would be like, defund schools. They're teaching logic in schools. We have to defund the schools.
But I mean, with the shit they're teaching in schools now, right? Imagine people graduating thinking, oh, a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man, right? So imagine how fucked up that shit is right now. Right? So why would you even want to send your kids to school right now? It's fucked right now.
All right, now they're trying to switch tactics, and they're talking about how you're such a phobe.
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, click on my avatar and look at the image that I have on my profile.
So you had a T-shirt or something, yeah?
Let me help you ballers out. Why don't you guys call us globophobes?
Hey, I'm a globophobe. That's a good one. I'm a globophobe.
Just trying to help them out.
Wrong,
they don't have any creativity, so I was just trying to help them out.
Yeah, that's a good.
Did you make some T-shirts, Miggy?
Yeah, I've had those. I had this one for a while, but yeah, you can. Yeah.
Look, I got a question for the flat earthers. Hey, sorry. Like, are you able to present like any kind of model of a flat Earth that would that would accurately account for like a travel times and distances? Because like all of the flat Earth maps that I've seen.
Go to Atlas, like get it out of your grandma's house. Get your Atlas, and all those maps are flat and grid systems, right? So you know what grid means. What does a grid mean? Do you know?
Well, yeah, I know what the grids on
like
a map
section of an area.
Yeah. So if you're looking for, a flat map, I'm sure you wouldn't have to try real hard. You just don't type in globe on Google. You type in map instead, and that's what it looks like. We think. We don't know for sure, but that's what it looks like.
Well, if you type in, a map, right, you can get a bunch of different types of maps, right? Because none of them are completely accurate because it's based on a globe model, right? So you can get like 130 different styles of maps, right? But
what do you need a globe to travel?
It's not based on a globe model. It's not based on a globe model. That's incorrect.
No, it is.
Are you saying
no, it's not. No, it's not. That's a claim. That's a claim that you made.
Easier to travel on a globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is every flat Earth map that I've seen that have tried to account for it, like it usually has something like the
nobody
North
made
Pole
that claim
in the
here.
Center.
Boogie, nobody made that claim here.
He was asking me what I was talking about, and I'm trying to explain.
But nobody made that. Nobody made the claim that the Earth
I never
is
said any. I never said anybody made that claim.
Yeah, but you're
Right? I
talking
never
about
said
people
anybody made
here,
that
and
claim.
you're talking about other people in other places, bro. Concentrate on the conversation here now, and forget about other people that you have.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to understand the position, right? So I'm asking questions.
Okay, listen.
Right, so just bear with me. Just bear with me for a second.
I heard you, bro.
For every
what you
every flat Earth map that I've seen, right, usually has like this North Pole at the center. Right,
You went there again, bro.
I already told you, nobody here is standing for that. Bro,
maybe if he
nobody's
says it like
standing for that
13
here.
more times, say it 13 more
Stop.
times, bro.
Nobody's advocating for that
Say it
here.
again. Come on, say it.
Jesus.
Listen, I just explained to you guys. Hey, can you listen
Okay,
for a second?
so
Can
with the flat, so
Can
you're
somebody
saying
mute this guy for a second
just use any flat Earth
for a
map,
second?
just use any flat
If you
map,
want to have a
and then
conversation, just
if
speak.
you try and fly,
Bro,
There you go, Larry.
Can you just hang on a second? I just went over like less than 20 minutes ago about how your guys' Lambda CDM model has been thoroughly debunked, and nobody asked me to cite my source. And then you guys come in here all proud, like you got a model, asking me to produce a model, even though I just said that you guys don't have a model. Now, can you please unmute that guy and let him respond directly to what I just said?
He's unmuted.
I don't know why I got muted to begin with, but
Because
okay.
you cannot stop the diarrhea of the mouth.
Well, what you said is that when I asked you for a flat Earth model, you said get any map, right? So with any map, like just any standard map, right? That just general, right? If I were to fly from China to America, right? I would go off the map, right?
No, bro. You wouldn't go off the map. Listen,
okay.
listen, stop. Listen, it's real simple, bro. If I ask you for a model, you're going to show me a map wrapped around the sphere. If you ask me for a model, I'm going to show you a flat map. What's so hard to understand about that, bro?
Because that's not an accurate representation. Like, what flat map exactly would you give me?
Anyone will do. Pick one and just go with it. Any of them work. But check this out. If you're looking for people that pilot a plane, all you got to do is ask a pilot. They don't use world maps like the ones you think in your mind. They use charts
they don't
to
use
navigate.
atlases.
They
don't
listen
use
to me,
atlases.
sir. You're interrupting. They use charts and local maps. They don't use a globe, nor do they use an overall worldview map. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
They also don't use an atlas, right? If you're saying use any flat map, right? So I can use like just the general atlas, right? Like we normally see in the United States, where it's got United States on the left, right, and China all the way to the right, right, or Australia, whatever's over there. Right.
I see.
If I would fly from based on that, if that's the flat Earth model, if I would fly from America to China without traveling all the way across the planet, right? If I just crossed that one sea, then I would be going off of the map. Right? I would be flying over the edge.
I see what's going on. I'm going to ask you another direct question, and I'm going to try to get you to address it this time. Close your eyes. When I say the word Earth, what do you see?
I'm driving a semi. I'm not close.
Okay, don't close your eyes, but use your mind's eye. If you've been in a truck for long enough, you know how to imagine things while focusing on the road. So when I say the word Earth, what do you see in your mind's eye?
I see a globe.
Right, that's a model. You know that, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the real road is in front of your truck and behind your truck, right?
Okay.
Right, so the map that you pull up on your phone, if it's a globe, it's an atlas wrapped around a ball. Or if you just zoom in far enough, it's a flat atlas. That has nothing to do with what's going on outside. The map is not the terrain. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if anybody wants to model a Porsche, it's real great. But if you try to give your son, when he turns 18 for graduating high school, a model Porsche, do you think he's going to be happy and try to drive it to school? Or is he going to be like, Dad, this is a model. You spent $10 for me graduating high school. Or would it be different if he had an actual Porsche with a V6 in it that actually drove
but
him
you're
to
not
school?
You're not showing me the model or the actual flat Earth. So
Oh my God, dude! The Earth is outside. We all experience a flat stationary plane with terrain. If you meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, You're not going to experience your house moving. You're not going to experience yourself moving. Your senses are going to tell you that you live on a flat, stationary plane and the sun, moon, and stars are making a circuit roughly once every 24 hours. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yeah. What does your senses have to do with the facts?
Correct.
What does your
Right,
senses have to do with facts?
Yeah.
If somebody's shooting
Close
at
your
you,
eyes.
if you're in the
Let
military,
me ask you. Let me
hold on,
ask you
bro.
this.
You asked
Let
me
me
a
ask you
question.
this.
You asked me a question. What do your senses have to do with reality? If you're in the military and your captain says they're shooting at you, return fire, are you going to be like, oh gosh, Captain, I don't know. Is he refracted right now? Am I shooting at the right target? I wouldn't want to use my eyeballs and my senses to return fire downrange. Oh, wait, you wouldn't do that because when rubber meets the road, people don't act like this. Feminists didn't exist on the Titanic, just like they don't exist in Ukraine today.
Have your senses ever failed you? Have you ever seen something that wasn't there, heard something that wasn't there,
No,
remembered
bro. I
something
don't have
wrong?
psychosis.
No?
Yeah, well, I have remembered
No?
things wrong. Right? Everybody remembers
Oh,
things
okay,
wrong.
okay. Yeah, senses are just good enough to give us a basis on
I
what
wouldn't
to
go
work
there.
on.
I wouldn't
Keep
go there
you
because you're
alive.
gonna sabotage your position. You're gonna sabotage. If you keep going, you're gonna sabotage your own position. So I wouldn't go there if I were you. I know what I'm telling you.
You've been warned, sir.
Your senses are good.
I
and
wouldn't
well
go there
enough
if I
to
were you.
You're gonna sabotage your position. Go ahead and finish your statement, and I'm gonna explain to you what you just done. Go ahead.
Okay, your senses were evolved to survive getting attacked by a lion and hunt a fucking deer. Right, that's what your senses
Evolution
evolved
and
to.
determining
Not
the roundness of the globe.
Your senses were not evolved
doing that?
to understand things on a cosmic scale.
Oh, that's not true at all. That's specifically.
So what do we
now,
use?
maybe
Do we use
your
astral
senses
projection?
weren't, but mine were evolved specifically for
we
that
use
purpose.
astral projection for the cosmic scale? Do we just like
Yeah,
smoke a bunch of weed, take some ayahuasca?
Yes.
Yeah, how are you gonna determine anything in reality if you have to rely on your senses, numbnuts? You're driving a big old semi. If some idiot cuts you off, aren't you gonna rely on your senses to swerve out of the way and not hit the dumbass? Of course you are.
He can't close his eyes,
Yeah.
right? So he does
And so
rely
you
on
have
his
to rely on your
senses.
senses when it comes to things that are important.
That's relying on my senses at a local
Yeah?
level, not a cosmic scale. There's
Okay, so
difference, right?
cosmic scale.
I've already
Think about it.
articulated that.
How can you look up into the night sky and say we're living in a galaxy? How do you know that shit? Just relying on your senses.
No, we don't. Like, we didn't know that for fucking millennia.
How do you know that now, sir?
Because we have mathematics and telescopes and fucking
mathematics and
and
telescopes.
satellites and
all right, cool.
And
Mathematics
we've
and telescopes.
tested and
Hang on, bro.
verified and
Chill
we have
out.
videos.
Hey,
we have videos.
You asked a question. Let him answer.
Yeah, no bullshit. No, what he's gonna do is tell me how mathematics are a way to describe reality when he doesn't even know what's up there. You can't tell me what's up there right now.
You can't
just
tell
see
me what
lights.
he's going to
all
do.
you see is lights in the sky. You're not able to provide any more information other than lights in the sky. And if you do, I'm going to ask you to verify that information. And what are you going to tell me afterwards?
What do you mean? We have pictures. We can do chemical analysis.
Chemical analysis on what? On what, sir?
On stars.
Chemical analysis on stars?
This dude biopsied a star and didn't tell anybody? Why is he
Who's
driving
doing-
a truck for a living?
What I'm saying is, who's doing chemical analysis on stars? Please point them out to me right now. Point out who's doing that. Astrophysicists. Are you just
we can
up
tell,
right now
we
as
can
you're
tell,
driving
I
around
can
road?
tell you, I can tell, we can tell you the composition of different planets
doesn't even know what
orbiting
it is.
other stars.
Yeah, so says who?
They can't.
So says who, man? Who's saying that?
People way smarter than you, dude.
Okay, so people way smarter than me are making shit up and telling you things that you believe it religiously, and you don't even verify that information. You're like, yep, it's made of gas and rocks and ice and shit. And then, and all
What do you think? What do you
What
think
do you
science
mean I
is?
don't verify? What?
Listen, all
I'm
this
sorry.
shit
When somebody told you that, like,
all right, dude.
you're
All
able
right.
to
Cut it
store
out, dude. I'm
300
trying to
gigs
tell
on
you,
your
relax,
hard drive, did you
relax,
trust
bro.
them,
Relax.
or did you verify it?
Relax. But that's something that's tangible.
We don't
But anyway,
want to mute anyone, man, but just wait and have
Yeah,
them
just
have
relax.
a conversation.
Just chill out, dude.
Like,
All right, so this
let
gentleman
me
right
ask you, what do you think science is? Science
this
is the
dude,
most
stop talking.
powerful.
I'm trying to tell you something. Relax, bro.
Totally chill,
No,
dude. You're just not letting
science,
people
I'm not
talk.
even
Like you're asking
relax.
questions and not.
science is
Just relax.
All right.
science is
Sorry,
the most.
Dante. Yeah.
You said you did chemical analysis on things. I want to know who the fuck did that first in the first instance. Who did chemical analysis on stars? First, tell me who did that. Like, who? Point to the professor or the astrophysicist done that.
Here's the thing, bro. Like, he really believes that there's this thing called stellar sorry, I couldn't say it. Stellar spectroscopy.
He doesn't know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So,
he doesn't know what
yeah,
that is.
so,
But
yeah,
what I'm
well,
saying
let me
is,
finish.
he
Let
made
me
a claim.
finish.
Yeah, but he made a
right?
claim though. I
Hold
want him
on,
to
bro.
explain it.
Hold on.
Larry.
Yeah, just real fast.
I want him to explain it, Larry. I'm
He's
sorry.
saying we can't use his eyes, right? But he's talking about observational science.
I was
Think
on a
about
point,
it.
brother Larry. I know, but I was on a point about chemical analysis, and this guy made a bold claim. I want him to point out who did that. I want him to show me an example. Who done it? It's your claim. Who? Which one?
You want me to name an actor?
I really do.
Okay.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I really.
Give me 1 second.
Dude, don't kill
But
yourself
you can't
on the
just
road,
say
bro.
you can't
Keep
just
your
say
eyes on the
shit
road.
about chemical analysis on a star and then just like whistle past that shit and then talk about something else. Fuck that. I want to know who did the chemical analysis.
No, that's like me asking you who first thought of a flat Earth, and since you can't name the exact person who came up with the flat Earth model, then flat Earth is fake, and you're choosing faith.
You
right?
made the
That's
you
such
made the claim.
that's illogical.
You made the
That's
claim.
illogical.
You made the claim. Now you're gonna stand for that shit, or else fall by it. You're gonna stand or fall by it. What is it?
He's talking about observational science.
I've already explained to you
No,
how that's irrational.
Chemical
and you're
analysis
ignoring
on a
that.
star. Chemical analysis on a star. Who done it?
I can look it up, but I'm driving a fucking semi.
It was Adam. There you go.
So you don't fucking know. You're making shit up. That's all you're doing. You're just making.
Let's be fair. He's driving. He's driving. Don't take your eyes off the road, bro. Don't.
No,
kill
you can
yourself.
stay looking at the road.
I think
What
he
I'm
should-
saying is that I'm pointing out that
he
he's
should keep driving and not get into this conversation. He's driving a semi. Maybe he should fucking
Maybe just
concentrate on the semi.
from the chat so he can concentrate on driving.
Let him drive and let's attack his argument. So I said that they're using.
Yeah, I did attack his argument. He made chemical analysis on stars, so he's gonna have to provide that shit. That's what I'm attacking. The argument that
Right,
he-
with observations, with senses that you can't trust.
Let's go. Chemical analysis on stars. Who
With
did it?
senses that you can't trust.
Yeah, he already contradicted himself.
I actually, to be fair, I did mean, and I said wrong, I did mean we can chemically analyze the planets orbiting other stars. But
That's even worse.
different.
That's fucking worse.
No,
Like,
that's not true either. It's
How can
actually
you
not
do that?
true either.
How can you do that?
Well, see, the star is twinkling,
the
right?
planets that they say orbiting the stars.
By analyzing the light that's being refracted to pass the planet
By
when
observing, by observing with your senses.
When a planet crosses in front of a star that it's orbiting, we can use the light refraction to tell what the chemical composition of the atmosphere of that planet is, if there is.
Right. So now we're gonna go back to what Larry.
And no, we're not observing.
Yeah.
We're not observing that
Hold
with
on.
our senses. We're using
That's not how it works,
computers to do that.
That's not how it works. You just butchered it.
Well, it is, but
No, it isn't.
no, that literally is. But
No,
okay.
it literally isn't.
Okay, then what is
They
it?
measure.
Then what is it?
They measure the brightening and dimming of a star, and from that infer the orbit of a planet. It isn't
Yeah,
refraction
and then
or
they-
anything like that.
And then
We
they
have an
say,
astrophysicist in our server,
hang on.
dude, that we
And then-
talk to all the
and
time.
then they say, yeah, sorry. And then they say, okay, it must be in this orbit, so it must be like this planet that orbits the sun at this distance.
Can
That's
we
what
please?
happens, mate.
That's cool. Let's let Indio continue his point, though.
I mean, that was it. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't really have a point.
Okay,
But,
cool.
yeah, he's
All right.
just that's just horseshit. Look, the bottom line is like you just heard a bunch of shit and you watched maybe some documentaries on Discovery Channel or something, but you have no idea what the actual evidence for their claims are. You have no clue. And that's, I don't have a problem. You want to believe it, go right ahead. We don't care. But at the end of the day is they're making claims for which there's no evidence. And it's literally that simple.
You're believing this shit. Hook, line, and
you're
sinker.
disregarding your own experience and saying to yourself, "Oh, I can't trust my own eyes." Why the hell are you driving a fucking rig then? Pull over and quit.
You just sabotage. That's why I said be careful what you say. You just sabotage
Or
your
you
fucking
kill somebody, man. You can't trust your senses. You might
100%.
daydream and freaking kill somebody because you're imagining you're in space.
Composition of
driving a
exoplanetary
space shuttle.
atmospheres can tell us about the physical and potentially life-bearing conditions on other worlds. The most successful method for measuring chemical compositions of an exoplanetary atmosphere is the transit spectroscopy method.
Yeah, well, he just told you
keep
that.
the eye on the road, bro.
Yeah,
Hey man, I just want to say something real quick, like just real quick. You know, at least be care about your safety, bro. Some of your globies earlier came in here, wish us death, harm, all that bullshit. So
I'm
in a traffic jam right now, anyway, so it's all good.
How far is your trip today?
I'll probably be doing about 450 miles total.
How much curvature is that?
How much curvature is that? I have no idea.
Go look it up.
275 miles is 4 miles of curvature. 300 miles is 9 miles of curvature. So wherever you are, you're going to be 9 miles lower than your eye level on a globe.
Yeah, drop over distance.
That makes
You
it
just can't
sound
detect
ridiculous,
it.
doesn't it?
You just can't detect it with your senses. That's why you rail against them with such ferocity.
Yeah, so back to the point was being sabotaged from like your argument, and then all of a sudden you have to rely on your senses, but you can't because you can't trust them. But you have to rely on them, but at the same time you can't trust them. Like what the fuck, dude?
So let me drop this on you. So there's something called the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, right? So it's a manual on what to expect if you sail in the Southern Ocean. In this manual, it says it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, at 300 miles, the amount of curvature is like 9.75 miles. There's no mountains on Earth that are 9.75 miles high that would peak up over the horizon. Mount Everest is 5.25 miles high. Now, you're driving 400 miles about. Now, do you think that you should be able to see that far? See your 400 miles or 300 miles? That distance?
I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm not seeing any mountains.
Okay. They're supposed to drop over distance, right?
What do you mean by drop over distance? Like
the Earth is supposed to curve down and away from you in every direction.
Yeah, when a boat is going over the horizon, you can see it disappear from the bottom up, like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've never seen that, and I go on the ocean, so I don't know what anybody's talking about with that. I've seen boats 30 miles away, so that is a rare observation that's observed sometime, but it isn't anything going over anything. But that's not the point. If I took a laser, right, and I shined a laser some distance, it would get further and further away from the surface of the Earth, right? Because the Earth is curving away, the laser's going straight, right? So there should be a distance. They separate. So this is the same idea. At 300 miles, that curve, that distance, if you took a laser and shined at 300 miles, the separation between the laser and the surface of the Earth should be 9.75 miles.
Yeah, if you put a laser at sea level, 300 miles away, and when you catch that laser, right, it's no longer going to be at ground level.
Yeah, it's going to be 9.75 miles in the air. That's what the Globe Math says. But like I said, the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide says you can see mountains 300 miles away. So in order to see that, for the light from that mountain to hit your eye over the curve of the Earth, it would have to be 9.75 miles tall at the minimum. But Mount Everest is only 5.25 miles tall. So how does that work? And they're at sea level. It's a sailing guide. They're on a boat.
Yes, yeah, I've actually heard of this, and what you're not taking into account is that well, two things is A, refraction, and B, that you're not observing it from ground level, right? You're not observing it from sea level, like
You're in a boat.
yeah, and yeah, you're in a boat and you're standing on top of that boat, right? You're
Yeah,
not at
at
sea
50
level.
feet above sea level. So what? 50 feet above sea level is nothing. Talk about 300 miles.
Yeah, you can see around 9 miles of drop from 50 feet.
If we're talking about 10 miles, that would be a good argument.
Yeah, because that would be 66 feet.
And it works every time.
There was somebody.
So what,
God,
let me ask you,
guys,
why do you think refraction bends things around the curve?
I'm gonna mute Based Shapiro.
Yeah.
Noises.
What did you ask me about refraction?
Now, why you think refraction bends things around over the curve? Like, what evidence have you seen to suggest that that is occurring?
Well, I mean, we can see it around the entire planet.
What are you talking about? What?
Lensing?
You can see it around an entire planet.
He thinks he can see the back of his head.
What
planet?
What
Weren't you the one Weren't you the one talking about like using logic and teaching fallacious reasoning in school? And then you're going to use fucking.
Did I make a fallacious argument?
Like that?
I don't know what fallacious argument.
Yeah, that's a straw man like a motherfucker, bro. If I just because I talk about refraction doesn't mean does anybody who believes in refraction think that they would be able to see the back of their head?
Yes, Rumpus.
Yes, actually, yes. There's
No, nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, there is someone who
Even
does.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that shit. What are you talking about?
Neil deGrasse Tyson said with refraction you would be able to see the back of your head.
He said in a perfect conditions you could see the back of your head around the Earth. Yes, he said that.
That's your religion, bro.
Rufus said it.
Oh, okay.
Rumpus.
Yeah.
She's a.
Can you define? Sorry, India. Go.
No,
ahead.
you go.
Wait. But then when I talked about the flat Earth models that I've seen, you all screamed at me about, oh, that's nobody here. Nobody here believes that.
First of all, there's no.
What's that got to do with anything?
A flat Earth models. There's no such thing as a
you're
flat
talking.
Earth model.
You're talking about some. Yeah, I agree. There's no flat Earth model, right?
Yeah, there's no globe Earth model. There's no globe Earth model. The model, scientific model. Show us the globe Earth model, dude. Tell us where can we find the globe Earth model?
You can use your Google box.
What
Google
is that?
There's this thing called Google.
Yeah. What about it? What about it?
Look up globe Earth model.
What am I gonna find if I look it up? If I do that.
Look it up. Find out.
Am I going to find a picture? Am I going to find a diagram? Am I going to find mathematics? Are those mathematics going to have a globe in it? Like, what am I going to find?
Look it up.
You don't know.
So, listen, you should be able to tell me what it is, and I shouldn't have to go fetch your evidence.
You're going to find a model of a globe.
Yeah. What? How do you know that?
Because I've done it. I'm looking at it right now.
Scientific model.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So I typed in globe Earth model and I got a toy.
You got a globe.
Yeah, a toy globe. Yeah, a toy.
A toy globe. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know what
say on the bottom of
it. Toy globe is and a globe.
This is like a physical model. So what do you want? Like a little flat Earth on a stick, dude? Is that what you want?
I want something that would a map that would accurately represent travel distances, travel times.
Does a globe do that?
You don't even have that for the globe, dude.
Yes, a globe does that.
Okay,
yes, a globe does that.
You are wrong.
No, it does not. You're wrong.
You're incorrect, dude. You're incorrect. Globes have been tested.
No. Because
or their distances to see if they match what they say, right? This is a distance between here and there, right? So you take a piece of string, right? And you use the string as like, this is 1,000 miles. And you can use that piece of string and you can measure different parts of a physical globe to see if it matches or is it consistent. They're not. None of them are. The bottom of them, they say these are not for educational purposes. So you've never tested a physical globe.
Prove that to
You
me.
don't.
Prove that to me. Back that up. Give me.
I'll post
give
it
me
in the
something.
chat. I'll post 3 different globes.
If you don't mind, well, I'm just asking if you don't mind DMing it to me because again I am.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, cool. I like your humor
I don't
too,
mind
man.
checking
Like,
it.
we're not here to be assholes to you either. So like you started off a little bit, on the front foot, but you've turned it around and you've been pretty cool, man. So give you that.
Yeah, no, I don't mind a good argument. I like being challenged. I just I was trying to get out a sentence and I kept getting jumped on, but.
Well, I mean, what happens is you're coming after another person that irritated, like, because obviously you've been here, right? So you've seen people like attack us. So if you're like coming after
No,
somebody
I think
that
I
doesn't
came in
attack
after
us,
that.
well, what I'm saying is you kind of catch the attitude that the other person was getting just by being next. You know what I mean? It's just human nature.
I get you.
We can't help that shit.
Yeah, I don't hold against it.
I mean, I'm getting told to drink bleach, man. Like,
bigots out there that we get treated worse than any other person in the world. I'd say flat earther, you must be fucking stupid. You heard that guy before. 50% of flat earthers don't have more than a high school education. Now, I would say out from our server that would be bullshit. That would be nowhere near the rate.
Well, I mean, how much education do you need
this,
to figure out that water is flat at rest?
Is this flat Earth channel new? I've never seen it before.
It's like a week or so.
Yeah, just got here.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool, man. I wanted to jump in here. I've been watching those. I'm sure you guys have probably heard of him, the Dave McKeegan. I've been watching his videos lately.
Yeah, he's a goofball. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think he makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense, man.
Like, makes sense if you want it to make sense, but like this is a problem with the globe, is that they just stack claims, right? They just stack claims on top of claims on top of claims, lie by omission, and on the surface it makes sense, but when you like dig into the details and look for the actual evidence of things, then you're like, holy shit, this is just nonsense. So a lot of the stuff is like a straw man. So for example, the map, right? Oh, your map says this, says that. Like, I want to be able to travel with a flat Earth map. People don't travel long distances using maps, dude. You're not going to travel New York to Australia using a map. You'll fucking die in the ocean. Yeah, use beacons. Google. Listen, take a globe into a ship and try to sail to Australia. See how far you get. Take a globe in the cockpit of an airplane. Let's see how far you get.
A circle is continuous, though.
Well, then do it. Take a physical globe, jump into the cockpit of a plane, and try to fly 1,000 miles and see how far you get.
Well, you would go around it.
Oh, really? Go test it.
Yeah.
Go test it. Take out life insurance and go test it.
What do you mean off of a globe?
A physical globe. People don't navigate with physical globes, dude. Globe is conceptual.
No, we do. Because the map is based on...
celestial navigation.
Huh?
Celestial navigation.
Navigating by stars is the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
As you go along that curve, you're seeing other stars.
Yeah, that's what you think, right? But it's not the same thing.
Why?
Because the Earth's not a globe. That's why it's not the same thing.
But why can you see different stars in different parts of the Earth then?
Perspective.
You're saying it's all on an XY axis? Is that what you're saying?
Called perspective, right? So things, if something's over your head, say you're in Walmart and you got a light over your head, and then you walk to the other end of Walmart. Now that light's not over your head anymore, right? And it looks like it's down near the floor because the floor and the ceiling converge to a point, right? Just like railroad tracks, they converge to a point.
I suppose.
Not I suppose, that's what it is.
Well, no, because unless you're talking about the disc, or I guess it would be a disc, right? If the Earth is flat, it's a disc.
No, we don't think the Earth is an object, like an idealized object, like a frickin' disc or a sphere or a cube or a fucking pyramid or anything.
Well,
like
no,
that.
you're saying it's all flat plane. Wouldn't you agree?
All we're saying is it's flat on the surface. That's all we can definitively say. And that it's not in a giant frickin' space vacuum void thing floating around.
It would be floating around.
Okay, you have a concept in mathematics called an embedding space. So an embedding space, like you have a piece of paper and you draw a line. The paper is the embedding space. The line is embedded in that space. See, you think of the Earth as embedded in some larger space. It's not how it is. The Earth is the embedding space in which everything was within.
In other words, the way that we understand it, the Earth is the entire universe, encapsulating all the heavenly bodies. It's all one system, like a realm, rather than the Earth being just a small speck of dust floating in a vacuum with mold on it.
So how far down does it go then?
Mold, right? That's what they try to tell us. We're the mold.
I've got a question. So if we were to, in the northern hemisphere, do a time lapse of the stars, right? We always see Polaris as the northern star, the one that doesn't seem to move, right? But if we do the same thing in the southern hemisphere, we no longer see Polaris as that star. We see Sigma Octantis, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Octantis.
Right? Why is that? If the Earth is flat.
Neither one of them are exactly on the pole, and Sigma Octantis is way off of it.
Yeah, it's not it's not exactly on the pole, but generally that's the center star that you see in the time.
There's problems with even the existence of Sigma Octantis, quite honestly. Whether that star actually exists. There's almost no known photographs. I've only seen 3 claimed photographs taken in the last 100 years of so-called Sigma Octantis. They say you can see it with the naked eye, but it's so faint you can barely see it. I remember.
I mean, you can see.
Let's not finish. Nathan Oakley sent an email to the New Zealand Observatory and asked for a picture of Sigma Octantis, and they literally sent him back a black JPEG. It was just black. That was their picture. They pointed their telescope to where the star was supposed to be, snapped the picture, and there was nothing there. So,
I mean, you can see a time lapse of the stars in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
It's not Polaris. It's not Polaris. How do you explain that?
What's to explain? Polaris is.
Okay, so this is something we would expect to see on a globe Earth, right? If you're in the northern hemisphere and you do a time lapse of the sky, you would expect to see all of the stars going around in a circle except for Polaris, which is the North Star, right? And then in the southern hemisphere, you would see the same thing with different stars.
First of all, when you see time lapses, those aren't actually full circles because they're not taking 24-hour time lapses. Those stars are overlapping, right? So the star trails overlap each other and just appear as a circle. They're not actually circles.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Look, it does answer your question because your presupposition that they're making circles is incorrect. They're tracing arcs, right? Not rotating, not doing anything like that. They're tracing arcs. And it wouldn't even matter what the stars do because you can measure the Earth to be one thing and it doesn't matter what happens. So say, I use this analogy, right? So say I had a table and I measured it as 48 by 48 inches. Doesn't matter what the fucking lights above it are doing. They can't falsify right? The observation of the lights above the table it can in no way and in any way logically falsify the direct measurements of the table. Right. So you have ideas about what the stars should be doing, but those are conceptual ideas in your head. Right. Fundamentally, if the surface of the Earth's not curving, it doesn't matter what the stars do. It doesn't matter what the moon does, the sun does, or anything else. These discussions always devolve into one thing. Globers will sit there and talk about not the Earth, right? They'll talk about everything in the sky, stars, galaxies, nebula, black holes, frickin' spacemen, yada yada yada. They never talk about the Earth. They never talk about the lack
I
of
mean, I'll
curvature.
talk about the Earth. Why? Where's Antarctica on that then? There's just two
Who
sides
cares,
of like.
man? You're interrupting someone.
Yeah. When I say talk about the Earth, the figure of the Earth, that's what I'm talking about. Not features on it, right? Not where an island is or frickin' where some place is. Because all those things are placed relative to something else, right? So when they mapped those things, they mapped them relative to what's called the celestial sphere. And if you use a coordinate system, right, that they've chosen, Latin long actually isn't on the ground, it's in the sky. It's a coordinate system in the sky. So there's the celestial equator. And when you're under the so-called celestial equator, we say, I'm on the globe equator. But that doesn't say that the Earth is a freaking globe. It just says we've designated when I'm standing at this spot on Earth and I see these stars over my head, I'm going to say that I'm at this celestial equator and I'm on the Earth equator. And this is how we've mapped the entire world. When we stand in a certain position and we see a certain star at a certain time, we say, yes, I am in that position. Oh, I see Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon. I'm on 45 latitude. Oh, I see Polaris 20 degrees above the horizon. I'm at 20 latitude. But whether those locations have the spatial relationship of a freaking globe, that has to be proven by measurement, right? You got to measure the curve of the Earth to see that it's a globe. That you have to have a linear distance so that the stars fall or drop in a linear amount depending on how you travel, right? So if I travel 69 miles, it should drop 69 miles per degree, but that doesn't actually happen because no one's measured this shit. Anyway, the point is that surface of the Earth is 70% ocean. And if the water's not curving, the Earth can't be a ball. And it's pretty fucking simple. There's no way around that. My mic died.
But transgender, bro.
Look, here's the thing. The globers are constantly talking about the sun, moon, and stars. Flat earthers are saying, hey, go outside, measure it for yourself, and gain some first-hand primary knowledge, and then come back to us after you've made some observations. But the globers are like, go outside, look at the surface of the water. Why on earth would I, standing on the surface of the earth, look at the surface of the earth and try to measure the surface of the earth? I would rather look at the sky, because that makes logical sense.
Yeah. Like, how many times have you heard this, Hank? Oh, go look through a telescope.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But
Oh,
they're
you want
not
to know what the
talking
shape of the
about
Earth
an
is?
island.
Look at a telescope and point it the wrong way. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, do you think there's like, is it a disc or is it like a box?
No disc, dude. What's the shape
Well,
of your
'cause
rock?
it's kind of an oval. It's a spherical-esque shape. It's
rock.
not a perfect sphere. It's a rectangle.
Oh, a rock. What's
Depends
the shape
on the
of a
rock.
rock, dude? A rock. Depends on the rock, right? So
Oh,
it
it's
doesn't have
three-dimensional.
an idealized shape. It's not a cube. It's not a square. It's not a what they call a platonic solid, a non-platonic solid, right? We aren't claiming the Earth is some idealized shape where you can go, okay, what's the shape of the Earth? It's this or it's that. It doesn't have a shape like that. It's not.
What do these
that.
guys?
Not
What do these
object.
guys always say? Like it's it's 3-dimensional. Like we think we live on a two-dimensional plane. That's
Programming.
really silly, man. It's silly.
They've been watching
because
TV. They
because
see
when
the
you say
disc, right? They see boats. Hold on, bro. They see boats going off the edge of the Earth, and they see a disc on Professor Dave's channel, and they think that straw man is what we believe. So we literally have to tell them we don't live on a disc flying through space because they've bitten the propaganda and chewed it up, and they've been programmed. So we think we're dealing with like a regular man or woman, like me or you, but really we're dealing with Agent Smith and the programming.
Yeah.
Also,
But
you can't fault
I'm
us
sure
for
they
trying to.
don't even know what like 2D is. Like, you know, when they say, "Oh, so you live on a 2D surface," you can't live on a 2D surface. It doesn't exist.
But you can't really fault us for trying to ask you what you believe so that we can get a perception
We're not
of it. Like,
faulting you.
if I ask you like, hey, what's the model? Like when I'm asking that, what I'm asking is like,
I don't
do
live
you
on a model.
believe that it's a? Do you believe that it's a disk? Yeah, but that's
Well, so
you're
here's
missing the point.
here's what
Is it? Wait! I'm still talking. So are you saying that we live on something that's like a skipping rock, something that's flat like that? Like what are you talking about? Like you know how you can get a flat rock that you can skip across the water?
I'll just say this. Give me 10 seconds. We live on a stationary plane, and that's all we know.
Topographical plane, right? There's topography, there's mountains, valleys, but as far as we could tell, when water is at rest, we can't measure any curvature.
Well, Oogie Boogie, I'm going to ask you a question. What's the shape of the universe?
The shape of the universe.
In the modern cosmological model, what's the shape of the universe?
We don't know, but it does seem to be curved.
We don't know.
Flat.
Isn't that what we just know? In the mainstream, they said the universe is flat. It's a flat universe model.
Is it flat or is it curved? I forget.
That's
flat. It's flat. It's a flat universe.
Right. Okay.
So what I'm just saying is, we could sit here and say, what's at the edge of the flat universe? Can I fall off? Where's the edge? And say all the things that everybody in here says to us. The thing is, the problem we have, I guess it ain't a problem, but it's something that we have to deal with, is when we meet somebody new, it takes us 30 minutes to an hour just to rip away their misconception about what we think before we even get to anything freaking serious. Right? So we do this with person after person after person after person. We have to like rip away their misconceptions by CBS News, Vsauce, all the idiots on YouTube, Professor Dave, just to get to like, we don't think that, we don't think this, we don't think this, we don't think this. Do you think the people making these videos don't know what we think? I mean, I think some of them don't, but some of them do.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to do the same thing as an atheist. I have to do the same thing to theists. I get it.
Oh, you're an atheist.
Yeah.
So you have to convince everybody you don't wear a fedora. Or do you?
Yeah, I have to convince them that I don't, worship Satan or, whatever dumb shit they think.
Yeah. So, I mean, you should understand a little bit kind of what we go through, but there's a lot.
No, I get it.
I was saying, like, this topic, I mean, you're new to this, obviously, but some of us been involved in this. Hank, probably, I don't know, Hank's old school. Me only 5-6 years. Hank's freaking a little bit longer. Timbo, he's up there too. So, but the point is that like this topic, we get treated like the only thing that would be treated worse than us are rapists and pedophiles. Like I'm legit being really serious, dude. Rapists and pedophiles are the only people that get.
I mean, I think political extremists are definitely treated worse. I mean, this is more of like a niche worldview.
It is
thing.
now. It is now. In 2015, it was totally different back then. When I was telling
I don't
people,
know.
hold on,
there is overlap.
Hold on. I'm trying to explain something to you. In 2015, people wanted me to show my face and threatening to cut my head off just because I was a flat earther.
I got autopsy photos. Every mod in our Discord got autopsy photos for 2 weeks. Spammed into our DMs. This is a couple of years back. So you click your DM and there's freaking some with their head chopped off, some with their skin peeled off, someone missing limbs, someone cut open, like all the time. Like this happened for years, dude. Like scat porn, tentacle porn, just all sorts of like all the most vilest behavior on the internet used to be directed at us.
I don't know. I would have to challenge that just a little bit, just because like there are literal flat earthers in Congress, but good luck finding an open atheist in Congress, right?
There's a flat earther in Congress too.
The Georgia GOP chair. What the fuck is her name? Candace Taylor.
Candace Taylor isn't a congressman.
Not anymore.
No, like.
Well, we're definitely not glad to have
that was
her.
a Georgia governor.
We're definitely not glad to have her, right? We don't like government for the most part, unless they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is protecting the borders, protecting our rights, protecting our property.
I'll be right back. I'm running into a truck stop real quick.
He's
It actually says that. It says that Candace Taylor wasn't even in office. She was a candidate for Georgia governor, so that wasn't actually a politician who serving.
Yeah, anybody can run for governor. Don't mean
Yeah, I don't know any elected office, especially at the national level, that has openly announced flat Earth. I mean, when it comes to atheism, I don't think that's a fair comparison because there are people in Congress who aren't Christian. So I mean, that's equated. Yeah, I'm sure there's definitely been people who have been skeptics in Congress. At least, I mean, that movement's been around since at least the 1900s. So,
are you a skeptic, sir?
Not theistically. I consider myself a theist for sure.
No, I mean, just are you a skeptic in general?
Yeah.
So, what is it about the globe Earth that you're skeptical about?
Nice. I'm fairly certain that it is a globe. I'm trying to understand the flat argument. Like I don't really know how it would work.
We're skeptical. That's how it works.
I do understand his argument of a rock, because what confuses me is that it has to be contiguous, even if it's a flat plane. It has to be. I mean, I guess it's right that a map is a poor way to conceptualize it.
Well, you have this idea in your head of the Earth as like an object that you can like hold in your hand and that you can like go outside of, right? And that's why I brought up the other guy, the universe, right? If I say what's outside the universe, what's the universe within? What are you gonna say? Where's the edge of the universe?
Well, it's not only is it undefined, it's expanding. So there's really no way to tell.
Yeah, expanding into what exactly?
Presumably it's expanding out into a plane, either X, Y, or Z.
Well, I mean, there's space, and at the edge of space, there has to be expanding into something else. Is that like meta space, mega space, ultra space, multi-dimensional space? Like,
assuming that there is a boundary, I suppose it would.
This is actually an ancient problem that Zeno of what the hell is he from? Paragon? Well, Zeno's paradox, right? So the idea you can't prove logically with math or geometry whether the reality, the universe, or anything is bounded or unbounded, meaning whether it has a boundary or not. Okay, and you can prove this by doing the halves, right? So if I have a boundary, right, and I want to go halfway to the boundary, right? Then I go halfway, then halfway again, then halfway again, then halfway again. I'll never reach that boundary. So it's like the boundary don't exist, but it does exist, right? So you can do this with a wall. And if you go halfway to a wall each time, you're never going to reach the wall mathematically, but the wall certainly exists. You certainly traveled. There certainly was a distance, right? So Zeno used this as a paradox where he proved motion's impossible mathematically.
Well,
right?
That's
logically, it's impossible. So if you apply this to the bounds of reality, right? So where's the edge of the flat Earth? What's the Earth then? Well, let's go halfway there, then halfway there, then halfway there. You can't prove there is an edge or whether there isn't an edge. It's like something that human beings can't conceptualize. Like it's asking somebody, what time was it before time began? Right?
You can
question
prove
actually
there's
makes no
an
sense,
edge.
right? Well, what time was it before time began?
If you keep moving in a straight line on Earth, you're going to end up in the same spot after a while. It's going to take a very long time, but you will.
It's hard to travel in a straight line in the first place without an external spatial reference. So when people are lost, like in the wilderness, right, or in the woods, or in the desert, or on the ocean, They just travel in big circles. They think they're going straight in a straight line, but they travel in huge circles.
Well, that's why you have a compass.
Yes. What happens with a compass is, it's better to show you than show you how to circumnavigate with a compass on a flat Earth. Is that your problem? Like you can't visualize that part, like circumnavigation, like all that?
Well, yeah, because unless you have a two-sided, which this does make sense. If it's a two-sided disc, then it could still be contiguous because it's still a three-dimensional object. But at that point, it would just not be a sphere. It would be spherical, like spheroid. It wouldn't be like. I mean, if you have a surface, right, and it's two-dimensional, it's flat. If you have a table, right, if you keep going straight, you're going to reach the boundary of the table.
So on a globe,
Unless you
are
go
you actually?
underneath.
So let me ask you, on a globe, if you go straight, are you is it even possible to go straight on a globe?
Yes.
So how do you make a circle?
So you would follow your finger around the right and just keep going in a
but you're
straight
not
line.
going straight, right? You're curving in another dimension, right? You're curving.
Well, if you stretch that out infinitely big, then it will seem like it's flat, but it really isn't. It'll be like a curve. But in
What I'm
terms of
saying is,
the
on a globe, you are not going straight. You think you're going straight, but you're going on a curved path, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's the same thing with a flat Earth, except for you're not curving down. You're curving around. So I'm gonna post a GIF on how circumnavigation works. If you look in the text chat here, right? So this guy takes compass. All right, now this arc, there's no difference between these arcs and the globe arc, right? The arc is so big, it's indetectable. All you're doing is taking a compass, you're keeping the needle pointed in a direction, and you're traveling. I want to go east. I keep the compass pointed to my left, and I just follow the compass, and I end up back at the same place. Look, I circumnavigated east. The other way, west, same freaking thing. Problem is the circumnavigation north to south. Now, people will claim this is done, but the people that claim it, they did it. So there was a guy named Sir Ralph Fenuis, right? He claimed he did this transpolar expedition and circumnavigated Earth. Well, it turns out the guy's a fraudster. He was sued for fraud. He was doing a reality show. He got caught faking accidents and a bunch of bullshit. So these are the people that claim. And there's people like Colin Brady who said that he crossed Antarctica and he had to use a compass to navigate. But everybody knows, well, not everybody, but anybody that's been to Antarctica knows that compasses don't work in Antarctica. So, like, how did he cross Antarctica with a fucking compass that couldn't have possibly worked? Like, so, like, all these things about circumnavigating north to south that's never been demonstrated to have actually happened. Right.
Yeah.
We know about east to west. North to south is the problem.
So I just don't understand where Antarctica, because objectively it does exist, even though people are saying
There's a place. Well, let's talk about when you want to go to Antarctica. What happens? It depends on where you go. Depends on where you leave from. So if I leave from South Africa, well, if I leave from say I want to go to Antarctica from South America, you have to take a boat there, right? Go to McMurdo
Correct.
Station. McMurdo Station isn't even in the Antarctica Circle. Where have you really gone? Gone 500 miles off the coast of fucking Chile to some rocks. Okay, I want to go from South Africa. I want to take one of their tours. Do I go from South Africa to Antarctica? No. They sail across the Atlantic fucking Ocean to South America and sail to fucking Antarctica.
Well, no, if you were in Australia, you'd go directly there from Australia.
Yeah,
Directly south.
there's a New Zealand side. Timbo could probably talk to us if he's still on here. Actually dipped. Oh no, he's here. I don't know how they sail from Australia. All I know is because I looked at because me and someone that lives in South Africa tried to find how can you get to Antarctica from South Africa, and all the travel always goes to South America. So we don't think Antarctica's like an island. So if you look at this little representation with the compass, Antarctica is like a ring of ice that surrounds the Earth, right? So no matter what direction you go, if you take your compass and you point it south, well, not even take your compass. The correct thing would be to say, if I go in the opposite direction of Polaris south, I'll eventually hit ice. That's all we can positively say. And even officially, according to them, and like this ice wall thing doesn't even come from us. That came from like Captain Cook and Amundsen, who called Antarctica the Great Ice Barrier. So it isn't like us. So there's a place that you can go to. People call it Antarctica. You can go there from Chile. You can go there from South Africa. You can go there from Australia. But you can't go there without not being on one of their tours. You can't just go there on your own. People have tried. They got arrested. They got their boat sunk. So did you know
We need
that?
to get a drone to travel.
A drone?
You know that batteries don't do well in the cold, right?
You know you don't fly a drone 3,000 miles, right?
I figure once technology gets good enough, we'll be able to do a ship or something, sneak over there, put a drone, fly it over, and see everything.
So
when Jarl Anderhoy stuck to Antarctica, when he came back to his boat, he didn't have a boat anymore. His boat was at the bottom of the ocean with 3 of his crew dead. So you tell me.
Who is this? Are you gonna run the drone with Wi-Fi?
It's Jarl Anderhoy. It's JARALEANDHOY. You can look it up. Then he tried to go back, and then they arrested him before he even got back, and he didn't even tell anybody he was going back. Somehow they knew.
How do you explain all the NASA employees, really bright people, or the astronauts?
What makes you
they're
think
all
they're
just
bright?
in on it.
What makes you think they're bright?
What about the ones that were like that supposedly went to the moon and stuff?
What about them?
They're all just in on it.
Are bright. In on what?
Some of them are mathematicians. Some of them are skeptical, just like you are.
And?
Well, no.
So are you making like a
don't
sociological argument for the shape of the Earth or something?
The argument, like I know the one guy that landed on the moon, his tombstone quoted the firmament.
No,
so,
that was the guy who invented the moon landing. Werner von Braun, the ex-Nazi. The guy that hang out with Walt Disney and frickin' L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons doing sex magic in the Arizona desert.
That actually is true. That part is
And
true.
Hitler.
Jack Parsons was in on that. I don't think that necessarily makes them wrong,
I
though.
forgot to add him in there.
Yeah, Crowley and Parsons were, I think they were roommates. At some point.
Yeah, get a storm of degeneracy.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, if you're like NASA fanboys, NASA started by Operation Paperclip, Nazis, and Jack Parson and Aleister Crowley, occultists. So, yeah, you guys, separation of church and state, right? But never mind, it's the Apollo mission. That's just the name. Don't worry about that. It's not like these, occultists are like into the gods or anything. I'm sure that, NASA is not the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex. Like, there's no way that's possible. That the NASA program is just a black hole for the black budget and to funnel tax dollars into warfare so that we can take over the world and install Federal Reserve banks. But that's just all like crazy talk.
Yeah, I don't think they would really need to do that. Like the amount of GDP that goes to NASA compared to the U.S. military budget is just it's an insane difference. Like the military already has a massive.
It's a black box, man. We can't prove it, right?
But what about the International Space Station?
Bro. We can't prove
Which
it.
one? There's a bunch. See, the underwater one.
There's a bunch of NASA's, dude. No, there's only one
at
NASA, dog.
Space Vehicle Mock-Up Lab in Houston, Texas. There's a couple of them, man.
Well, no, there's one space station. There's a few testing facilities.
Yeah, but they're identical,
of the
right?
space station. No.
No, they're identical. are
Do
identical.
you,
to
do
each
you
other.
know anyone
No, they're
that's an
not.
engineer? Do you think these people sit around and try to fake up
Literally
data
a
all the time?
of Don Pettit inside a fucking module on Smarter Every Day, saying, "Well, if there's a leak, there's a leak." He's in a fucking mock-up of the cupola.
He's not in the actual thing though.
How do the astronauts float around with their spacesuits off inside of the ISS if it's underwater?
CGI, dude.
They have
CGI.
strings.
Look,
It's obviously
You've seen the ones with
CGI.
strings.
We know 100% for a fact that their video is composited. 100%
How so?
proven fact, because they have stuffed animals teleport into the frickin' scene. They have people disappear and reappear.
Show me that
into the scene.
video, dude. I'm willing to watch it. Show me the video. You need to post it
Finally.
right now, please.
Finally, someone asked to see some evidence.
I would love to see some
that
evidence,
I would
dude.
love to
I'm all about if it's documented. I'm willing to hear it out, man.
Where were you like an hour ago when I was offering evidence that dark matter was debunked, and subsequently Einstein's gravity doesn't work, and I was offering to show that video,
Well,
and
because everyone
nobody.
wants to scream at each other. It's easy, but I'm willing to hear it out. I'm game for any type of thing, even though I find the theory a little. I don't want to insult anybody, but a little sus. But I'm willing to hear out an
But you
argument for
completely
it.
agree with the globe Earth theory because you've been taught it since you were old enough to watch TV and be disciplined at school if you ask too many questions. You believe that one, right? Even though you've never seen it in real life, you never experienced a globe except for on TV, magazines.
Look,
But you've
well,
experienced the flat Earth
let's
every
not
day.
get off topic. Let me see the proof first of this, and let's
He's getting
discuss
it for you,
this
bro.
because
I
this
just
is
showed it.
interesting.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat. All right,
Yeah, you
let
see
me
a
look
little
it up.
stuffed animal teleport into there?
I've seen like videos, time-lapse videos of the globe Earth from the International Space Station, which has all of its composite data.
Dude,
Wait.
what is this? Come on, what is this?
It has all of the raw data from the footages, including all of the exact weather, like the correct weather patterns that you actually see on Earth. Right, that would be a hell of a lot for somebody to CGI in less than a week before they release it.
But can I just address this stuffed animal thing? Like, what is this from? I get the GIF you're sending me, but this looks like it's from a Bill Nye show or something.
No,
Like,
it's from the European Space Agency.
They have
what do
that
you mean
flat.
it's from them? Like, show me the actual press release where this is a thing. This looks like a
Yeah, the
children's
video.
educational video.
Yeah,
They
they're
have
on the
that
island.
You gotta
fisheye
try
lens.
harder. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick.
What are you talking about?
You can't just show me a GIF. Show me the actual video. I want to
how
see
did
the
they get
video
this-
so I
hold
can put
on,
a frame of reference around it.
Okay, hold on a second. How did they get
Please.
the stuffed animal into the video?
Dude, they're literally making
How
it
did they
glittery and glowing.
Yeah,
I see.
how'd they do
Yes,
that?
CGI.
Well, no, what I said was 100% proven fact that they have a composited layer in what they're showing. That's
Who
what
proved
I said.
it was 100%?
Is that not another layer? Is that stuffed animal in the same layer that the lady's in?
They admit it's
No, because it's a
composite.
special effect from a kid's
How
show.
did they add the special? How did they add the special effect?
Computers, bro.
Oh, really?
It's the same way you would add a font onto a TV
Do
show.
you know how a computer works? Do you know
Yes,
how electronics work?
Yeah. Do you know how special effects work?
Yeah, but it's a question.
Compositing, and they composite a special effects layer on top of that layer.
The main argument I hear for flat Earth is okay, so you're
so
not in
change the
space, so you
subject.
can't see it. So you therefore you can't tell anybody that it's not real.
So change the subject from the composited layer, which it is. There's a composited layer there. There's no doubt about it. How did they add the special
I'm gonna
effects
find this
without adding-
video since you won't find it for me. I'll
No,
look it up. I'll look it up because you're being difficult. I'll look it up. This looks like a video that was made for a PBS Kids show.
No,
you're like saying this is proof that they fake everything. This looks like some shit that they did.
That's a straw man. That's not what I said, and I even reiterated what I said.
Supposed to be in the flat Earth chat. I'm not seeing.
It's proof that they composite. There's a composite layer on their video. That's what it's proof of. Now I say it for the 4th time. It's proof that there's a composite layer on the video.
Where is this supposed to be at?
Dude, this is like showing me Jurassic Park and saying that because they can make a T-Rex look real, that they can fake the moon landing. Like I'm telling, you're not addressing my argument, which is this looks like it was made for a kid. You can insult my argument all you want all day. I'm asking for the source of the video. You're showing me a GIF from Discord. Show me the video, dude.
Where is? Hey, where is this being shown at? Like the GIF.
Click on the little chat icon, the open chat next to 24/7 Earth. You'll see the open chat.
Yeah, I did that, and I'm just seeing like. Oh wait! I see it.
Well, dude, maybe you should unplug your Alexa, dude.
So yeah, when they're showing a reality TV show, right? They're recording footage around them, but when they roll the credits, they're adding a layer of text that's not really there. That doesn't mean just because there's an additional layer that's been added, it doesn't mean that the original footage in the background.
I can understand the basic concepts of layers. I mean,
no, I'm trying to explain this to them. I know you know this.
No, he doesn't know this. Have you ever edited a video and made any type of video product at all?
Yes, in a very small amount. Maybe not to the level you have. You ever coded anything? You ever worked with a computer?
Yeah, I have, dude.
We could do this all day. What's your point?
I've been in IT over 30 years, probably before you were born.
Fine. Okay, what's your point?
The point is that there is a composite layer. There's multiple videos showing fingers going through stuff, objects going through stuff, harnesses, semi-transparent people teleporting into shit. There's no doubt that there is a composite layer that they're running.
If you're so experienced with video feeds, why can't it be Occam's razor? Why does it immediately have to be like the most extreme thing? Why can't it just be the fact that maybe the signal's denigrated? There's a poor camera quality in space. There's like, I would at least have to see 5 things disproven. And if you could do it, I would totally believe you.
Wrong empirically, and it's not an actual argument for anything. Occam's razor
to convince the people that maybe you need to convince, I would say that I'm being open-minded to it.
I don't need to convince anybody.
Because you're in an echo chamber, dude.
No, I don't have the burden of proof. Then why am I talking to you?
But you do have a burden of proof.
If you're trying to use tactics, and I'm just smacking.
I'm not a propagandist. If you make I just don't believe you. And part of living in a society is convincing people that don't agree with you to maybe look at it your way. And if you can't do that, then yeah, you're right. Like, I am throwing up straw man arguments that are typically probably used against you, but that's all I know, right? So I'm looking to you to educate me further. And if you think I'm too smooth brain or small brain, that's fair. I get it.
The burden of proof isn't on me to prove that they're real. See,
but that's not fair, dude. In a conversation, because when you look to someone for expertise or you look to someone for justification and they say something like that and you prove it to you.
Okay. What if I showed you a picture of Jesus Christ walking on water? Let me ask you a question. If I showed you a picture of Jesus Christ walking on water, do I automatically get the benefit that that's real and that you have to prove the video's fake?
The majority of people don't believe that's real.
Now shut the fuck up. Let him answer the question.
I did answer it. I said no.
So you don't have to prove it's fake. It's on me to prove that my video of Jesus Christ walking on water is real, right?
If you're claiming it is real, then yes.
Yes. There's people claiming that this is real. Their burden of proof is on them to claim it's real. This isn't like a normal video. This isn't like someone taking a picture of something at the beach or walking
or some video, dude.
I posted it already.
You posted
but by the same measure.
All right,
by the same measure, if you're claiming it is fake,
I'm sorry.
Then you have the burden of proof to say it is fake.
No, I'm saying they haven't met their burden of proof. They're claiming it's real without evidence. I don't have to do anything.
Guys, think
All
about
video
it.
is not assumed real until proven wrong. Okay, just like videos of Bigfoot, videos of fucking Superman, videos
Yeah,
of
but you
Yetis,
don't
a
get to
Loch Ness
assume it's
monster.
wrong either.
Yes, I do.
Like, no, you don't. There's
why
the
do they
burden of
get
proof.
any-
Burden of proof goes both ways. Wait,
This is a class. It's exactly like I said. This is a classroom demonstration.
If somebody claims that it's real, then they have the burden of proof to show that it's real. If somebody claims that it's fake, they have the burden of proof to show that it's fake.
If you
Otherwise,
have
the
an
null
unpopular
hypothesis
opinion
applies.
and a lot of people doubt it, you have the proof, dude. You have to prove it. Sorry, that's how it
I
works.
disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Doesn't matter who. Listen, thing is, they're presenting this and they're saying this is a real video of us floating around space. I don't have to do anything. It's just a claim without evidence. That's all it is.
This is a kid's instructional video. I
Yeah,
could
so
show
what?
you 5 or 6 other videos probably using that effect.
Yeah, and I can make that effect myself right now. What we do. So
it's a kid's video. This isn't something they're showing to nuclear physicists or
this
they're
was
putting
done
on 60
live.
Minutes.
This video was done live.
Okay, that is a claim that I would like you to back up. That it was done live. That it's not something that was just put on PBS fucking 4 months after it was
Looking
taken.
it up right now. Why is it like the argument that I've heard on the flat earth thing is like, okay, if they can fool me about the earth being flat, then everything else I believe is influenced by that.
No. That's an all or nothing fallacy. Bro, we know our fallacies. You're doing a burden of proof reversal fallacy right now. We are not going to fall for no stupid ass fallacies. We're way hip to that shit.
Because it's a me versus you thing. It's not like you're making it a me
No,
versus
it's not,
you thing.
bro. No, that's in your head. You're my brother with a different opinion.
I view it as the same way. I think you're probably a great guy. I don't think anyone here is a great.
So
I just
what
think
are you
this is
talking about me versus you?
Look, dude,
well,
we can break it down real simple.
You use a bunch of academic language to throw off people that maybe don't have as educated
Bro, that is
terms as
not
you.
what I'm doing. I've been speaking in plain English. I've been speaking in plain English all night using metaphors that everyone can understand. That's my talent. I can see difficult things and explain it to a 5-year-old.
I could tell we're in the politics server. Bunch of weasels.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so if we apply your standard of evidence, right, that all videos assumed to be real until you disprove it, you have to take Bigfoot, Superman, Yeti, any video that any charlatan can produce, and then believe it's real until you can get the evidence to disprove it. The thing about video and images is that there's no scientific test or method to determine whether they depict reality. That's a fact. Okay, I can show you any given image, and there's no way you can test that image to know if that image represents reality out there somewhere.
How do I know you're not CIA government AI voice driven hooey gooey dude?
You don't, but take your meds. That's all I can say.
No, dude. I don't know by your standard.
The point is that
I don't have to prove it.
It isn't a standard. I'm saying is claims about any particular image are untestable.
Well, it's untestable that you're a CIA AI voice, dude.
No, it's easily testable. Come to my house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think there's a burden of proof fallacy happening on your side as well. Like I said, the null hypothesis should apply. If you don't know, if you can't prove one way or the other whether or not a video is real or fake, the null hypothesis applies. You shouldn't take a position either way.
You can prove whether it's real, though. It depends on whether or not it's edited.
I think you can.
How can you prove it's real?
They disagree.
Tell us the test. Just tell us the test. That's real simple.
It would have to do with whether or not the recording is edited, or there's a filter on the camera.
It's not an objective test.
It is, because there is such thing as an unedited recording. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay. So how do you test if a recording is unedited? So what's that method?
It would be difficult to do, but I mean, it would have to do with specific imagery. You have to see if there's any composite.
So
you'd have to look at source files. You'd have to literally understand down to the kernel level of the video recorder. You'd have to look at every single step of the way.
Which you can actually do with the Earth images from the ISS.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, how do we do that? Tell us this one.
Oh, give me 1 second. I'm unhooking my trailer and I'll pull up the website.
That we can see how the
Yes,
camera
you
took the image, right?
The
Yep,
satellite
you can
is
see-
a composite image.
Do you think that metadata can't be spoofed or something?
Yes, metadata could be spoofed.
Yeah.
Can they reasonably spoof the metadata from 12,000 images in a day? No.
Are you crazy? I could reasonably spoof 12 billion images in a day. Billion, dude. You just write a fucking script to do it, dude. It's simple.
That's a
Like,
12
Jesus
billion.
Christ, dude.
Oh, all right. Let's do the time complexity on that.
Dude, it's a little piece of fucking data, a data stamp.
And so
inside of a
and so
fucking
is the
file,
program
dude.
to
It's nothing.
detect artifacts if something's been manipulated.
Yeah, and none of that shit is admissible in court. Do you know how the court decides whether an image is real or not?
Who gives a fuck about a court system? That's not what the fucking.
Because how they decide whether images
This
are
is a
real.
legal question.
They have somebody testify that they took the picture, and that the picture is what they
Kind of
took
seems to
the picture
be.
of.
This kind of seems to be reaching a level of an unfalsifiability. Like no matter what I show you, it sounds like you're just going to say no, it's fake.
This is actually projection.
I believe it's fake.
Because
so it's fake.
I asked you what the test was, what the objective test was, and you said yes, sure there is one, and you haven't presented one. That makes your
Well, no, I told you I could show you the composite data from every image taken from the ISS, showing the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, so when it says
and then your immediate response. Your immediate response is, "Oh, it must be fake. It must be spoofed." Because
I said it could be spoofed. You can't tell the authenticity of the image from that. You also can't tell if it was altered. Also, a lot of those images that NASA puts out, they run through Photoshop.
I write the
first,
script that
and their
detects
compression,
that,
and their
I can
compression,
do a quadrillion of them in an hour.
and their compression is Adobe.
Yeah,
but look at the metadata.
Okay. Do you not understand how much commercial money is invested in having satellites that rotate around the Earth? Do you not think that there would capitalism would not prove out flat Earth?
Who's money? So another sociological argument. Great. I proved the shit with sociology.
Well, you know what? Your response to a lot of the arguments is, "Oh, you're an asshole and you're stupid."
Well,
the
funny thing is, his canned answers.
But it's not really
it's
an
bad
argument.
enough to have canned answers, but when you literally call it out loud, "Oh, the sociology." Well, I know how to handle this one.
Well, because
I'm a one-trick pony.
Because I hear these.
I've seen it 100 times.
Because it's not a valid argument. Saying, "Oh, I can't believe people would do that." That's a childish argument. It's a sociological argument, and it's actually an argument for personal
sociological argument.
Because you can't believe certain people would do a certain thing. That's your argument,
dude. Your conspiracy
I can't believe a bunch of
hundreds
no, it doesn't.
thousands
it's 27
of people to be in agreement about something.
It's 27 people.
They're the most disagreeable people on Earth.
Okay, if you've seen someone on the ISS with
I'm
a
going to
cell
address
phone,
what he just said. It's 27 people.
What are you guys talking about?
Guess.
Look, it's 27 people.
Fuck you.
No, this
What are you
is
guys
claim it
talking
takes
about?
thousands of people. You're interrupting.
I don't give a fuck. What are you guys talking about?
I'm going to mute you then.
Okay, fatty.
Great argument.
Did he mute me? Oh, that argument was so good. Like, I'm gonna buy a globe and put it in my room and teach my children.
Yeah,
it was such a good argument.
Hey, the teenagers joined the room. Just put your.
No, this is. Remember how they were running interference before? They just did it again.
Yeah.
Well, that went far.
Like acting like teens. Come on, guys.
No, once one of them gets cornered, then they start spazzing. They get cornered. They start spazzing. Couple jump in to run interference, and that's just how. That's the loop, man. That's the loop.
Just Google everything, bro, because everything's not filtered or anything. Just Google it; it'll tell you the truthful answers, bro. Primary and secondary sources.
You got to use ChatGPT, man. You're just in the past.
Government does shitty in this country that
true.
there's no
Not
advantage to
everything
the
on
government
Google is
lying to me
provable.
about the shape of the Earth, dude. There's literally no advantage.
That's your opinion.
There is.
You tell me then, what's the advantage of the government lying to me about the shape of the Earth? Because I'm some smooth brain where if they
Are they
convince
lying?
me,
I find it
I
hilarious.
really don't think so, dude.
I find it hilarious when people equate smooth brain with intelligence because that was
no, smooth
disproven
brain
in the
means
late.
I'm calling myself retarded, dude.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but
shitting on myself.
yeah, I understand
on a
that.
fucking
But
plane
when
before?
when people talk about the smoothness of your brain, because in the past they thought the amount of wrinkles in your brain denoted intelligence, but that was disproven in the early 1900s.
It's a colloquialism, dude. Explain to me how the government lying to me about flat Earth.
Did they lie to you?
Impacts me.
Did they lie to you?
I assume that you are
Has
saying
government
that they're
made a-
lying to me about
Has
it.
the government made an official statement about the shape of the Earth?
Oh my lord, let me look it
Yeah,
up.
they have through
I'm pretty
education.
sure.
That's public education. The government has stated that
The
If
Earth
it's
is
in
a globe.
curriculum,
It's an
what can
official
we all?
statement.
that's well, I wouldn't say it's
Actually,
official, but it's de
entertainment.
facto. It's de facto.
They're actually trolling you, and they tell you they're trolling you.
They don't really. They present it as a fact. They present it as
Show
a
me the
sphere.
document where they tell me they're trolling me. Show me a clipping, newspaper article. I don't care.
Well, yeah,
Show
right
it.
after you show me where the official statement of the government's lying to you, that the government has a
Okay.
position about the shape of the Earth.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Yeah, show
Well,
it.
see, because these are little gimmicks, dude, that we're like all of us are used to this, right? The government doesn't do things, the government doesn't lie, the government's an idea. We wrote some words down on a piece of paper and we said, we're gonna form
they
this
lie all the
organization and
time.
we're
I'm
gonna
just
call
asking you what the
people
advantage-
lie. People lie. Governments don't lie.
What
people
thing
lie.
are they
Your
getting?
anthropomorph.
What are they gaining? What are they
Who
gaining?
is they? Who is they?
I don't know, man. Who do you think? You said there's 27 people.
The Apollo
there's 20
astronauts are the only people that claim to have knowledge that the Earth is a ball. 27. Everybody else is a believer. They don't have any direct knowledge. They've never been far enough into space to see Earth as a ball, right? So they don't know
people
anything.
in space flight.
I believe all sorts of things that I have direct knowledge of.
The ISS isn't high enough to see the Earth as a ball.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what am I talking about? It's called mathematics. So the ISS is supposed to be at 250 miles, but the
explain to
Earth
me
is
why
supposed to
you
have an
spend
8,000
so
mile
much-
diameter.
How does this affect anything? Like, explain to me.
More
do you want an answer to your
sociology,
question?
more psychology, sociology, a bunch of fucking goddamn.
Yeah, because it's like you.
You're just kind of like shotgunning from one thing to the next, though. You started something, you started to answer, and now you're like, oh, better get right off of that and spiral onto something else. Like, just let him give you his answer.
So going back to the earlier thing about proving images wrong.
Oh boy.
Now, I actually had to look this up. Apparently, they do have Wi-Fi on the ISS. So theoretically, if one of the pilots goes on, and this is going to sound dumb, if they go on Instagram Live and record the photos of Earth being taken,
fake.
Does that mean, how is that fake?
Instagram Live. Well, I don't know.
It's a live recording. It's a broadcast.
Wi-Fi
Well, I mean-
on the ISS, bro. Come on.
There's no way to know if they're on the ISS, dude.
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean,
They have a lot of live stuff, right? So none of their live stuff, other than their spacewalk, shows the Earth, right? So when they give their little talks and speeches, and the kids from the high schools call up and say, "How do you use the bathroom? How do you pee?" Because that's the only question anybody ever seems to ask, right? Is how do they use the bathroom, right? So, but they're never none of those live things ever show. We were actually talking about this earlier. They ever show the Earth? It just shows the people talking somewhere.
Oh my lord.
Well, they would use the bathroom the same way you would on an airplane. There's a tank, and it just goes in there. And they would
Apparently,
empty
there's
it
a big
whenever it
suction
lands.
thing. And then they made a special toilet just for the women because they didn't like the
Probably.
suction or something. No, definitely. They paid something like $13 million for this toilet.
Of your taxpayer money.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if it's a choice between that and Bradley's for Ukraine, I mean, at least that's interesting to me.
Yeah. Check this out. Let's think about. It's supposed to be a scientific space station. Can you tell me any of the science that they've done while they've been up there for 30 years?
Well, it has to mostly do with
Time to look through
astronomy,
boring
Just
government
say
documents.
comets and
Bro.
stars and whatnot.
I just realized that they did spend probably more money to you. Say they sent more money to Ukraine than probably stole from us for the ISS. I swear to God.
Probably.
How many?
You should see the test that they did where they tried to blow bubbles in a drink with a straw, and he almost fucking suffocated. That was a good one.
Astronaut drowns in space.
that was actually kind of funny.
That's actually a story, man. That astronaut said they
happened
almost
twice.
Yeah, no, dude fucking went to go blow bubbles in his drink, and it just came out in his face, and it almost like he started to drown.
So that's one of the problems.
How'd that happen if he was in Idaho, dude, filming it on Earth?
So that's one of the problems with the ISS is that your tears from your eyes, they drain through your lacrum through gravity. You wouldn't be able to drain your eyes in space. Your eyes would fill up with water. Yeah, that's right. Your tears drain constantly. Every time you blink, your tears drain. So why don't their eyes fill up with water? Why aren't they running up there blind or running around with tissues to wipe their eyes all the time?
Because they're not up there, man.
Is the Earth really flat? Just tell me straight.
100%.
Yeah, go outside. Tell me what you think.
Look for
I don't know.
yourself.
I think this is
I mean, when you're on
an
a
argument
plane,
from ignorance fallacy.
Now the basics are
Wait a
out the
minute.
way.
How could you
Prepare
be
your
ignorant
mind.
if you go outside and check for yourself?
Why is it everything like that?
No, wait.
is, like
Answer that.
born,
Hold on.
like
Let
have
him,
some sort of a
answer that
circular
question.
symmetry?
Wait a minute. Let him answer that question. If we're telling people to go outside and check for themselves, how is that an argument from ignorance?
What I was saying was an argument from ignorance is the fact that he said, like, I don't understand how this can happen if you're in space, right?
No, I
it
do
can
understand
happen.
it. I do understand how it can happen. I know how tears drain. They drain through the lacrum, right? You can
Well,
do
no, in space though.
Where the
They
Mandingo?
They can't drain. That's
in
the
Africa.
point.
What can't
Yes,
drain?
that's an argument from ignorance.
No,
Saying
they
I
can't.
don't know how.
No, I'm not saying I
why
don't know.
they're
I
not
do
walking
know
around-
how. I know they can't.
What are you talking about? What can't drain?
Their
You're saying
eyes,
that
apparently.
since eyes water have to drain.
What?
The tears gotta drain out of your eyes. Are you high?
Right. So what are you saying? It doesn't happen
tired.
in space?
He's been driving for
Can't
40 hours.
You're saying it cannot happen in space. You
Cannot
can't cry.
happen.
You
Well,
can't
it can
cry.
happen in
You
an
can cry,
airplane.
but your tears will just sit in your eye. They won't go through your nose. You're like,
Isn't that just due to gravity? Because it drops out of your eyes due to gravity?
to drag gravity in space.
There's low gravity.
Well,
Oh shit!
supposedly they're in free fall and they're
I
in
mean, I've
zero
never
G.
seen anyone cry in the ISS, so I mean.
Well, listen, the only reason it comes down out of your eyeball is due to the gravitational pull of Earth. If you're in space, you cannot, it will not drop it won't drop down. It could probably stay there because it's secreting.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You just made my point. Thank you.
Well, there you go. You're welcome. It don't drop.
Thank
Bless
you,
you,
Ken.
sheeple.
You're such a Ken.
And just for the record, when this happens to a human being, when they have something wrong with their lacrum, they have to do surgery on
Have
Earth.
you been in space, dude? Can you tell me the Earth is flat? Have you been in space yet?
Oh, me?
No,
There
India.
is no outer space, dude. Outer space is not a place you can go. You can't
Dude,
go
that's-
outside Earth.
Well,
you are truly retarded, dude.
Well, what do you mean?
You're one of the
what part?
stupidest people I've ever met in my life.
What are you talking
dude.
about? Outer space,
Oh,
like
you're
out of
muted.
Earth's atmosphere? You're saying outer space is like
Outer space vacuum does not exist.
What do you mean though? Like, where's the boundary compared to Earth and Earth's layer? Like, out of the atmosphere?
Earth is it. There is no boundary. Boundaries
What
are
do you?
the end of reality.
So what is past? What is past the clouds and all of that? Then, if there's no outer space and we're past the, I guess the layer of what would be.
This is like, okay, when you ask me this question, I hear this is like me asking you what happens if I reach the edge of the universe.
Well, you wouldn't be able to answer that.
What do you mean?
Exactly.
That is, what do you mean? The sky is the end of the universe. What
Pretty
could
much.
you possibly mean that would be beyond the Earth? What is
Well,
the
I mean,
universe?
the universe is. I mean, the sky is not the end of the universe. The universe is nowhere near Earth. We're surrounding it.
How do you know?
Well, what do you mean?
The stars.
Like
Did you go up
we
there
know
and
there's
check?
boundaries. We know there's boundaries past Earth, so that can't be the edge. And Earth is always expanding slowly, from what scientists and mathematicians have been saying. So it's expanding. So what is the edge?
Whatever you do, don't look up the
The
cosmological
galaxy.
constant crisis.
The
or
galaxy
cosmological
is
constant problem.
expanding.
Don't you
Whatever you do, don't look that up.
It puts the
you're talking
lotion in the basket.
I think you're referring to
Who
the
is this
Hubble
fucking
expansion.
dude?
Is that what you're referring to?
Me?
Yeah, the Hubble expansion. Is that what you're referring to?
Where the galaxy is constantly expanding.
The whole
Yeah.
universe is supposed to be expanding.
Yeah. Like Earth is constantly expanding, which is I think they tied it a lot towards dark matter and just explosions in general, which is pushing.
Have any idea how they reached that conclusion?
Mathematical equations, looking at distance between the Earth and different planets and stars, etc. I mean, listen, I'm not a scientist, but I know mathematics, and math can't lie. I mean, you can't cheat on a math problem.
Well, math can't lie, but you can cherry pick the equations that you
How
use.
could you cheat on math? 2 + 2 is 4.
I said you can cherry pick the equations you use.
I'm not talking about you. Well, sure.
No, that's
I guess you
basic
could.
stuff,
So
man.
I'll give you an
Basic
example.
stuff is- oh my god.
I'll give you an example, right? So we have Kepler's laws of planetary motion that predict the orbits of
Do
planets.
you have this? You're on your computer, right? You pulled this up.
Sounds like he's done this
no.
about 1,000 times, maybe a quadrillion.
Don't interrupt India, please, when he's
He
replying to
wasn't
you guys.
talking.
Kepler's laws of planetary motion predict the orbits of planets using a heliocentric model. But before that, we had something called the Ptolemaic model that used something like epicycles. They make the exact same predictions. They're identical.
Sure. Right.
But the fundamental premises of each one are different, completely different. They have nothing
But they
to
use
do
the
with
same. Yeah. Okay. But they use the same model. So how did they get to that
No, they don't
point?
use the same model.
You just said that.
No,
You said they used the same
they have
model.
the same result. They are
Okay, but you said they use the same model.
result. No, they don't use the same model. One is
Yeah, I'm saying that's what
model,
you
the one
said.
is a
Listen, I'm just
That's
correcting
not
you.
what he's saying, dude. That's not what he said.
That
Listen,
was
listen
what
up.
he
He said-
said. It's just
he's-
not what he's saying.
I see. You said they use the same
You
model.
guys,
Though.
y'all are retarded.
No, he didn't.
Seriously.
He
He's
said
saying
one of
they're
them
two
uses a
different
Kepler
models.
model and one of them uses something else.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, gaslighting don't work either. Anyway, keep trying. So there's two separate models. They use different premises. They have the same result. How do we know which one is physically real?
Well, that's why these are. That's why these are.
Don't lie, right? So the math
Well,
does
these
not
are
lie in both
theories.
cases.
Well, these are theories.
Well, how do we
Theories
decide?
aren't. Huh?
How do we decide which one is the physically real one?
We have to keep studying these theories until they fail. That's why they're considered theories, not law. I mean, that's literally what science is in a bubble. This is a big theory. I'm not saying that.
With a third model that does the same thing, do we flip like 2 coins?
Well, no, we take these and then we have to go ahead and. I mean, this is just science. Like, it's a
don't
theory.
lie. None of this is science. You said
Math does not lie. A lot of times, math don't lie. Maybe the equations that they're using does not make sense, but numbers cannot lie. Like, this is the basis. You know what I mean? Maybe the I don't know what formula they used. Maybe a different way.
You don't understand what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, I do. You're telling me it came out with the same equation, but like they used a different way to get to that equation.
Ken, can you relax your
They're
barking
completely
panties?
different models, right? So they
Right.
have the same. You're going to make the exact same observation in reality using two completely different models of reality.
Well, that would assume if all
So
of
the
them came
math
to the,
is correct in both. So the
right,
math
so
would
they're
not
just wrong.
lie and still be wrong.
Well,
Is
they're
my
wrong
point.
then. One of them is one of them has to be wrong.
So we have
The only
math,
contention
right?
was that math doesn't lie.
So we have math. Well, he was talking about the math predicts the Hubble expansion, right? Describes the Hubble expansion, whatever.
What are the other
And that
ones?
the math don't lie, but it doesn't matter if the math lies or not because it's
What
just a model.
what are the other ones that you're talking about? You're saying the Hubble expansion. I'm gonna have to Google this.
The
So
Hubble expansion is the idea that the universe is expanding and accelerating at far distances.
right,
The universe?
okay.
What do you mean? You mean the things outside the Earth? There's nothing outside the Earth.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know
well,
that.
but hold on, wait.
It's not my
Let's.
theory. It's not my theory.
The stars are outside the Earth.
He's talking to me. I'm trying to explain or understand what he's saying. Okay, and then the other one. What was the other one?
Hank was talking about the cosmological constant. They're related.
What, you said there were two other ones that actually said the same thing, but meant that came with the same conclusion.
That was talking about. I was talking about orbits, planetary orbits.
Mm.
One
Right.
is Kepler's laws. Kepler's laws of 3 laws of planetary motion, and the other one is called epicycles, which is called the Ptolemaic model. There's the heliocentric model of Kepler, and the Ptolemaic model. It's a geocentric model, right? Earth's in the center, everything's spinning around it, and one's the heliocentric model where everything's spinning around the sun. Both models give the exact same results, but at some time in the 1500s, they decide we don't like you, Ptolemy. We like this one
16.
better. Everybody
It was,
switches to that.
It said 16, right? Kepler's law. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. So everybody switched to Well, they didn't do a full switch. It was a slow over a couple hundred years, but they just arbitrarily decided we like this one better. There was no reason for it. It wasn't like, oh, this one works and the other one doesn't work.
But
the other one worked, and they just flipped to it.
Right, but it still came with the same. I see what you're saying, but it still stayed with the same like eccentric way of finding it, but they just changed it. So, but the numbers are still real, but they're just changing it. You know what I mean? I see what you're saying now.
The whole framework of like.
Right, but the numbers are still the same.
Framework. The results.
That's what I meant.
The same. Actually, the Ptolemaic model is actually slightly better.
So hold on, I didn't understand fully. I apologize in the beginning, but my point still stands with. Okay, yeah, go ahead. But let me finish this. The point still stands that the numbers are still the same. They're just changing, basically, the definition of that. That's why I found it hard to figure out what you were saying when the numbers were, like you said, the numbers were changing. No, the numbers were the same, but they just changed the logic behind it. But my point still stands though, where the numbers don't lie. The people lie, but the numbers don't. Maybe I should have rephrased it.
Yeah, but the gist of what I'm trying to say is the numbers may not lie, but it does not mean that whatever the numbers are accurately represent reality, because we can represent reality with numbers in multiple ways.
Right, I agree with you on that point.
Because math is just an abstraction, right? And we basically compactify reality into an abstract mathematical form and try to make predictions by modeling the patterns of reality.
That's why I mean, that's why math is like one of the most important things. I feel like.
And remember, there's other people trying to listen what India was trying to say. So whenever he finished his sentence, then you replied, not in the middle of his sentence, okay?
Yeah. Anyway, Hank wanted to say something. So.
Yeah, when you guys were done, are you done, India?
Oh, I'm done.
Hey,
Okay.
Sorry guys, I've actually got to go. It was good talking to you guys, though. I'll be back.
Have a good night, man.
Peace, bro. All right, so whoever's listening, I'm just going to go over this. You guys talked about how the math doesn't lie. So this used to be a Harvard link, but they've changed it. I guess the source is still originally Harvard, but I guess they changed things. But here we go. I posted the link. So this is what it says. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So what are we talking about? Quantum field theory. And, yeah, we're talking about expansion. You're right. Quantum field theory versus gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. For those of you who don't know, that's one with 120 zeros behind it. There is no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it.
Oh, so they're lying, or they don't know. They're kind of like they get
they're
a
not
point.
lying. They're not lying.
Well,
they tell you that gravity is incomplete at the galactic level. They tell you that it's incomplete at the quantum level. That's what this is about.
Right. No, I understand. So they don't understand that the Earth is actually expanding. They're just theorizing. Well, that's why it's a theory, correct?
So listen, let me break this down to you. So, have you heard that quantum field theory is the most accurate and successful physics theory ever created by man? Have you heard that? Quantum physics.
Well, yeah, quantum, yeah, on the
That is
quantum
accurate.
level.
It can accurately predict like the mass of an electron down to like 13 figures, right? An accuracy of like 13 digits, 13 decimal places.
Okay.
So it's simultaneously the most accurate theory known to man and the worst theory known to man at the same time. It made simultaneously the best prediction in the history of physics and the worst history in the prediction of physics. And that's what Hank is showing you. The worst prediction in the history of physics. It was wrong by 120 orders of magnitude.
Right. Oh. Okay.
That's like going into your bank account, right? And you thought you had a
Right.
jillion dollars, and you have $1.
So what do they think then? What is the theory? Because
They don't know.
right. So that's crazy.
See, if you went to public school, you think gravity is like the most, formidable theory of all time, and Einstein was the smartest guy who ever lived.
I don't believe that. I know Einstein was an inbred. I know all that stuff, but
did you know he liked wearing women's shoes?
Yeah, I know he's a fucking weirdo. No, he was definitely. I know, I get it, but yeah, I thought the Earth was. Listen, I don't believe all the. I know scientists can be wrong and all this stuff and theories and all that, but I literally thought because it makes sense, right? Like if it's completely expanding, if we're talking about black holes, it just made sense to me because black holes take it and literally turning into nothing and then explode, right? Or yeah. And then, so I would assume that force of energy could go ahead and push out, the galaxy. So I just
from what? Where did the explosion come from, bro?
Black holes, they self-implode.
Wow.
Don't they self-implode?
Show me a black hole though. What the fuck?
Right. Well, listen.
Shit, people are lying to you, man. That's what
I get it, but listen, I can understand that it could all be a lie.
Hold on. No, it's all lies. People in white coats, they want to fucking think that you're insignificant, make you think that you're insignificant, and you don't know shit. You know what I mean? And they know more than you. They want you to think that they know more than you.
I get it, man. But a black hole, there is
trash.
There's one in our solar system, is there not?
That's all fake, man. I'm telling you, it's all fake.
But that doesn't explain the flat Earth theory, though.
No, you gotta go. Okay, show me a
I'm not
picture
talking
of
about
a
flat
black
Earth.
hole.
If you want to talk about flat Earth, we can.
I'm just saying, I thought that's where we're going with it because I joined the Flat Earth channel. But I don't.
Do you have any
why would they
pictures of
lie, though?
a black hole, man?
Why would they lie, though? That's my thing. Why would they just lie about that? I mean, there's no reason to lie about that.
To control your mind. I just told you.
But why would they? No, there's no donations to black. That has nothing to do with black holes.
NASA steals your money. The fuck you talking about?
I'm not saying
Elon Musk is stealing your money too. He's taking
why to go to Mars? What you don't think Mars is
fake.
real?
It's all fake, man. I'm telling you.
Mars is fake.
Bro, Mars is a light in the sky.
No fucking way, dude.
Yeah, Mars is a light in the sky. You think?
Give me
hold
something.
on, bro, will you please quit talking over me? You think it's a mountain in the sky that you can walk on because you watch TV?
No, I don't watch TV. I mean, it's not a mountain. What do you mean? It's a different planet. It's a circular
Mars
planet.
A rock in the sky?
Not in the sky, in space.
Is space in the sky?
I mean, I don't know. I think it could be totally different. Guys,
right?
We can still breathe in the sky. Right, we can breathe in the sky.
It could be totally different than what you saw on TV, right? Maybe it's not a ball of rust.
What made you come to this?
Potatoes.
Listen, I'm not, because I've had friends that talked about this and stuff. I'm really big into conspiracies and all that stuff, and I can change my opinion. Man. Listen, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like back in the day, I got into conspiracy and all this, but I never was into fake space. Like, what made you get to that conclusion?
sorry,
I know the
wait,
government
wait,
lies.
I can tell you.
Like real quick,
If your water
Elite,
is flat.
the kid Tony want our help right now. He wants it. Like maybe we can go help him real quick. We'll be back.
Okay, I can tell you. I went to the beach, made some observations, and I can't deny.
What, can you take the whole room over there?
Bro, what are you talking about? You're interrupting me. So I went to the beach. I made some observations. I saw some shit from like 10 miles away.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Larry.
because,
Kembo, you're hot micing, man.
Remember Tony?
Kembo, you're hot micing.
Someone got him. It's all good.
So wait, you went to the beach? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and that's what we're telling people to do. Don't take my word for it. I'm an idiot on the internet. But you can
Right.
take a Earth curve calculator, go to the beach. You don't even need binoculars. You can use your eyes. You can just use your eyes, and you can see too far. So we've
Why?
taken videos of this over and over and over again, but we're not asking you to believe the videos.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth because it's curving downwards.
I mean,
how do you explain when boats
Can you
are
stop
coming to shore?
interrupting? They're having a conversation, man.
I've been listening.
So you interrupted to say that you don't see the curvature of the Earth, but we see it blocking this thing. Can you just let a productive conversation take
I just
place
want to
instead?
understand,
Thanks.
like, what would they gain from all of this? I mean,
What
this
would
is
the
I get
government
it.
gain from lying to you? Are you a conspiracy theorist, bro?
I'm understanding the fact of maybe like climate control and all of that stuff, but I mean, I'm talking about maps and
Where does
stuff.
the
What do you
climate
think about?
stuff come from? NASA, bro.
Well,
It
of
all comes
course,
from
and
NASA.
other
Where did
organizations.
the weapons
Not
of mass
all of it.
destruction come from that we
Listen,
invaded Iraq over?
What do you think about
NASA
the old
satellite
maps? Then?
imagery.
What
Are
do you
you
think
listening,
of?
bro?
I am. I'm listening to you. I'm saying, what do you think of like the old maps?
Ken, just chill out, man. He's trying to. You
I'm-
asked him a question and then you didn't let
I
him
can
answer.
talk and hear him. I'm just trying to
How do you
understand why he
talk and
thinks.
hear me at the same time?
Because I do this all the time. Because I'm pretty good at it.
That means you don't listen.
Yes, it does. I learned what he. I heard what he said.
What did I say?
I
What
mean,
did
I'm
he
not.
say then? What did he say?
He was talking about fucking. God damn it. The fucking.
I'm just gonna go back
what do
to
you say?
playing Starfield. You guys have fun.
I just
Yeah.
don't
Hey,
understand.
I'll answer your question. Why would they lie? Why do people lie?
For a gain
Answer
of
me that.
function of some sort. Actually, you know. Yeah,
To gain something, yeah?
usually. Unless they're just completely malicious.
There
but-
you go, man.
Right.
That's why they lie.
I just don't understand because usually everything on this earth has some sort of symmetry. Like even the Fibonacci, even the Fibonacci sequence has a symmetry towards it, a circular symmetry. Everything
Of course
that
it does. What's that got to do with the government lying?
because it would make sense that everything with gravity involved would make a circle, like a ball, like Mars is a circle.
Is the Fibonacci sequence a circle, or is it an ever-expanding?
It's an oval, honestly.
Number.
More so an oval, just like how the Earth is, though. It's an oval. It is an ever-expanding number, and like
It's a spiral, bro. It's
yeah,
spirals
but if
out, bro.
right,
It's not an
spirals out
oval.
in a circle or an oval.
It's not a circle.
It's not an oval.
Circle
If
is
you
a
put a
line
circle
that's
over the
spiral.
Fibonacci sequence, it would make a circle or an oval.
It's
It would.
spiral.
A circle is a line with an equal radius from the center that a line
an
that
oval.
meets and creates a circle.
So an oval then, more so like the Earth, because
Are
the
you
Earth isn't
saying
really
that?
circular.
Oh my god, man.
It's not really spherical.
It's an oval.
What?
No.
An
I
oval is
hope
a
you
2D
listen
shape.
back to
Earth.
this and realize how retarded you sound.
You mean like an ellipsoid, or?
Dude, you're Australian. I would not really take anything you say for granted. You can go to arrest for a knife.
Makes sense.
You can get arrested for a knife. Get out of
It's a
here.
fair take. No, but I mean, it's one thing to say
I've got one on my head
Mars
now.
is far away enough, but
You
like
have your,
the sun and the moon are so obviously observable. They're not within the atmosphere. You can't get close enough in an airplane to see the sun. It's not like the sun is within Earth's atmosphere. How can you say?
How do you know that?
Like you would have to.
It's distant.
You would have to
I
like
didn't know
have an
that.
oath with everybody who's a
Because I've
pilot
been in
and
an
stuff.
airplane and it doesn't get any closer.
What are you saying, Kendi?
That doesn't make sense.
You'd have to what?
He thought he could get close to the sun on an airplane. Huh.
Well, this other guy was talking about like pilots having to have an oath or something.
Oh yeah, I'm saying
No.
like, what about like the pilots that you could just fly around and stuff like that? What if they notice something? Or, I mean, I guess they would just be considered a Batman crazy guy. But
Well, I think
like,
most people don't
what
really
if
think
there's a
about it,
curve?
though. I think
I
most
guess
people
not.
don't really think about it, and then when they're challenged to, they pretty much just deny it up and down, like all the people we talk to in here.
I don't know. I think the flat Earth conspiracy was made up as kind of like a fucking troll on 4chan, and then it just got steam.
So you think that flat oceans were just made up on 4chan?
Flat Earth. I mean, 4chan's done some dastardly deeds.
Flat water, hydrostatics was not made up on 4chan.
Well, how do you?
That's observable reality.
Okay, how do you explain like water currents?
Water currents have nothing to do with water.
Yeah, it does.
Listen.
If
It has
the moon
nothing
wasn't there,
to
that's
do.
what causes the tides, right?
Listen. You're jumping to something irrelevant here.
No.
Waves and tides have nothing to do with water seeking a horizontal surface at rest. That's what it does. If it were a ball with gravity, like you were talking about, it would be seeking a curved water level at rest. Waves and tides are completely beside the point.
That's insane because you're talking about something that is massive in scale. It still would be looking for a rest. I get it, but you're talking about like an ocean or a lake or something.
Right.
But on the bigger stretch
Hold
of
on,
things,
Kay,
it doesn't
right
make
here.
sense.
Let me stop you here, Kay. I
Okay.
live next to Lake Ontario. Massive fucking lake, right? Massive,
You know how big the Earth is, bro?
Huge. Relax. You said lakes.
How do you know?
Relax. Let me explain my point right now. Let me explain my point. It's a serious fucking point, Kay. And here's the point. There's full moons. I walk this fucking lake almost every day, and I always walk the full moons. When the full moon's above this lake, there is no fucking increase in tide. That the level of this water does. This lake is massive, my guy. Lake Ontario. Go look it up. It's the Great Lakes.
No, I know.
The moon does not fucking cause them to rise. Ever.
Well, what does then?
Nothing. They don't rise. Ever.
Yeah, they do.
No, okay, only when the fucking winter fucking
Surfers?
melts the snow melts, and then they'll have maybe a couple inches. That's
Bro,
it.
what about surfers and shit? Like
There's
they
no
fucking...
surf. Nobody surfs the Great Lakes. The fuck are you talking about?
Oh, bro, I'm not talking about the lakes. Jesus Christ.
Lakes do have different
I'm
physics.
talking about oh my god, you're talking about the fucking moon rising, taking the moon.
Right.
If the moon is above a fucking body of
It's
water,
just not big
large
enough then.
Oh, it's not that big enough. Go look at the fucking map, bro.
Look at the
Stupid
ocean.
Fuck.
Look at the
Go look
ocean.
at the fucking map. Oh my god, go look at the Great Lake map, you fucking moron.
You're a moron, bro.
No, you're fucking retarded.
You're an
bro.
idiot. You're an idiot, bro.
Look,
You think the Earth's flat.
tides are beside the point anyways, because it would
No,
be
it's not.
seeking
It
a
causes
curved water level. Yes, it is.
What causes the tides then?
Because here's the deal.
You can't explain it.
The surface of your Earth, your ball Earth, must be curving in all directions continuously at an equal rate. Right? So the water at rest will be conforming to that curve. Does
water
that
never
happen in
rests,
reality?
though. The water never
it's
rests,
going to be tending towards that, though. So if it were perfectly at rest,
I mean,
if it were perfectly at rest, that's how it would be. It'd be it would conform exactly to gravity. It would conform to it's irrelevant. You're trying to get off the point.
No, it's
Yes,
not irrelevant.
It is. Yes, it is.
How's that irrelevant?
Yes, it is, because they're long period waves. It's not saying anything about the horizontal equilibrium of water at rest. So you're just trying to get off of the point. So
No, I'm not.
you said a minute ago.
I really want to
can't
understand
tell.
this.
You said a minute ago, we can't tell. The scale of this thing is just so huge so that we cannot tell that it's curving. Well, you're just describing a flat Earth. So why do you think it's not what you experience it as?
I just feel like having a flat Earth seems ridiculous. Like there's no ice wall. I mean, we can go to Antarctica.
Also irrelevant.
No, it's not. Isn't that the whole
Yes,
point
it
of
is.
flat Earth? You guys
Yes, it
believe in
is.
ice
Because
wall?
listen to what I'm telling you, dude. I didn't say
Like,
anything
what's
about
at
ice
the
walls.
end? Are
I
we
didn't
just
say
gonna, like-
anything about the end. I didn't say anything about ice
But
walls.
you believe in the Earth is flat, right?
Listen, what I said is that water seeks a horizontal equilibrium at rest.
Right.
That's all I said. So all that other stuff is completely beside the point. If water's doing that, then it can't conform to the surface of a ball. And that's it. That's it.
A ball that is stretched that long and you're talking about a surface area.
So
that
now
is
you're going to
very
go back.
stretched.
Now you're going to go back to describing a flat Earth and then telling me why that must be a ball. What's your reasoning?
Well, I told you multiple things, but you cannot.
Yeah,
like-
you're telling me you don't experience a ball. You're saying I experience a flat Earth, but it's just such a big ball. It seems flat. So then why do you think it's a ball? Well, that's where you're going.
Why do you think it's a ball? I said that in the beginning because everything in nature is formed as. Do you believe in atoms or anything?
So is that a belief?
Do you believe in atoms?
I don't
Why
see
is
atoms when I walk around.
Atomic theory.
What
Come on, bro.
makes that spin around? What makes all those things
Well,
spin around?
show me an atom. Let's take a look at it together, and we'll just conjecture about it together. But for
So you
now, I'm
believe
just
that's a
talking
lie?
about the horizontal surface of water.
I understand that, but if
That's
we're
it.
going to a bigger
That's it.
picture of things, we can always go down to the smallest part of things.
Okay,
There's-
fine. But let's get
why
to
do
the
they
bigger
spin
picture.
around?
How are you going to do that? No, listen, this is irrelevant to the topic. Again, why
not.
can't you
Because I'm
focus?
talking-
Yes, it is, because
No,
we're
it's
not
not. You're not
talking
letting me
about
explain.
atoms.
You're not
No,
letting me
but
explain because you said
we're not talking about atoms. Yeah, you're going to as above, so below sort of a place. Like, okay, everything is balls, balls, balls spinning around. Okay, also irrelevant. Look at the surface of water at rest. If it's not curving, it cannot be conforming to the surface of a curved object. It's as simple as that, no matter what sort of speculation or philosophy you want to conjecture about.
Yeah, you just muted me. You lost.
Yeah, whatever.
Go ahead and mute, bro.
Yeah,
What a
you don't
fag ass
understand.
dude.
Okay, fuck you.
Well, anyway, as this other guy was trying to say earlier, I didn't say that going into an airplane would get you closer to the sun. But someone did say that space doesn't exist. And if the sun isn't in space, then it has to be within Earth's atmosphere. So it's either so big that you can't even see the size difference from an airplane, or it's just not in Earth's atmosphere.
Nobody said space doesn't exist. There's space between you and I. It's just the vacuum of space that we're contending with, right? Because you're claiming there's a place where there's no thing. But if you read what I posted, talks about the vacuum energy. There's no place where there is nothing inside of it. It doesn't exist. It's your imagination. Nature abhors a vacuum. I don't know if you looked outside, but there's nature out there. There's no vacuum, bro. It's a concept. So what you said about the sun being the Earth's atmosphere, you don't know where the sun is. But people have told you that you do. That it's a giant ball of gas in a vacuum. Can you show me a ball of gas, a lump of gas in a vacuum? Think about that, like logically. You got a tank. You suck all the air out of it, and then you pump gas back in. And you think it's not going to touch the containers? And there's going to be like a vacuum in between the walls and the lump of gas inside the container? Because that's what your cosmology is saying. There's lumpy gas in a vacuum. I don't know if you've ever messed with a cigarette lighter, but you know there's no lumpy gas in a vacuum, bro.
Well, then where is it? Are you trying to argue that it's not gas, or are you trying to argue that it's not in a vacuum?
I don't know what the sun is. I know that it gives light. It has electromagnetic radiation, and it has visible and invisible light. But like to claim that like I have a knowledge claim, like I took a biopsy, like think about it like this, bro. You go to the doctor and the doctor says, bro, you got dick cancer. We want to amputate. You'd be like, no, like I need a second opinion. Like, let me talk to my wife about this. I want to go see another doctor. And you go to the other doctor and the doctor's like, he said you have dick cancer. Did he take a biopsy? And you're like, no. And the other doctor was like, I want to do a biopsy. And you're like, no, we don't need to do a biopsy. Just amputate it. Like, no, you would want to get like a piece of that cancerous tumor and find out if it's malignant or malign. I'm sorry, malignant or benign. Right? When has anybody ever got like a piece of the sun and put it in a lab and told you for certain what it is? They
Because you can't really get that close.
Right. You can't do it.
Or burn.
And the guy was talking earlier about what caused the tides, right? He was gish galloping all over the place. He went from the tides to atoms, but think about it. What caused the tides? You know, you learned it in school.
Let's do the moon.
Right, the moon's gravity, right? So in science, this is how it works, right? It's a process of elimination like a detective. You're basically trying to find the cause of the naturally observed phenomenon. That's why it's called natural science or natural philosophy, right? So when you're looking for the cause, let's say we're cavemen. We come across a hot spring. Why is the water boiling? The fish here is really good. So you try to figure out what's causing the water to boil, right? You come up with a theory. Maybe it's the heat. So you add heat to water and it boils. You got a cause and effect relationship. That's how science works. So if we wanted to find out what's causing the tides, all we would have to do is stop the moon's gravity and see if the tides stop. Oh, we can't do that. So if I had a theory that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon and that's what's causing the tides, my theory is just as scientifically valid as the theory you were taught in school about gravity causing the tides, because we can't test either one of them scientifically. That means it's outside of the realm of science, and it's only philosophy. Do you understand that all science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science? Do you understand that? So if we're talking about philosophy, my philosophical stance is that green grass on the dark side of the moon causes the tides. Prove me wrong. See, that's a stupid thing to say, right? But from your point of view, you were taught that gravity causes the tides, and I have to prove it wrong. Wouldn't really, you can't prove it. I can't prove it. It's not worth really talking about because neither one of us can prove it. That's Newton's razor, I think, is what it's called. Newton's razor.
Well, you can prove the moon's not on that side of the Earth. You can see it, or you can't.
Okay.
Or at least not facing that side.
That's observations, right? So that's empiricism. Empiricism is knowing stuff through experience and observation, right? So we can find out what causes scurvy, vitamin C deficiency. We can test it. You go 60, 90 days without eating any vitamin C and you're eating bread, you're barely going to be able to walk. But if you reintroduce vitamin C back into your diet, you've established a cause and effect relationship. That's called science. You got independent, dependent control variables, right? Which are fancy words for cause and effect. And the ancient Greeks were writing about cause and effect like 3,000 years ago. Hermes Trismegistus was talking about the law of cause and effect. This isn't new. This has been around for a long time. Cause and effect. So what they're telling you is they know the cause of why things fall, right? So once again, you got to manipulate the cause. Like, why isn't your car starting? Well, I replaced the starter. That's the only variable that I changed. And when I varied the starter by replacing it with a brand new starter, now my car starts. What was wrong with your starter, if that's true? I mean, what was wrong with your car? The starter went bad.
I kind of got lost there for a second. I don't think Hermes Trismegistus was a historical person. It's more of like a figure that it's more of like hermetic. It's not really. It's more of an understanding of a myth. I don't think that was one person. It was like a combination of ancient ideas.
Okay, sure. But did they talk about natural law 3,000 years ago? I'm sorry, cause and effect 3,000 years ago?
Definitely.
Okay, so we're on the same page.
But I mean, to your argument, the ancient Greeks argued that the Earth was round. It was globular. At least some of them did, not all of them.
Okay. So,
what do you
So
think
whether
about
or not they-
what do you think about boats going over the curve?
So did you just bake in, your premise in with that question? Was that a loaded question? Like, how long you been beating your wife?
No, because you can observe boats going over the curve. How do you explain that?
Okay, so You can observe boats going over the curve.
Yes.
How do you know it was the curve and not just refraction causing obstruction?
Because you can observe it on a clear day and you can observe the bottom of it. It doesn't even matter if there's refraction because you can watch the bottom of the boat disappear first. And then you see the tip of the sail last. And then eventually the sail disappears as well.
Okay. So you've seen that. And I'll give you that. I've seen videos like that. Right? But how do you explain me being 1 foot above the surface of the ocean with my head sticking out of the water and me seeing Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away?
10 miles. So on a curvature calculator, you're going to see, it depends on what you're seeing. If you're seeing the tops of the buildings or if you're seeing the bottoms of the buildings. Were you seeing the bottoms of the buildings?
I couldn't tell. It was with my naked eyes. All I could see was a building from 10 miles away. We're talking about a beach house.
So if the buildings are taller than 60 feet, then you're going to see that. You're still going to see the building.
You ever seen a beach house skyscraper?
A beach house skyscraper. So the lake was 10 miles across, you say. Which lake is
The
this?
ocean.
The ocean. So you
North
saw
Beach.
the North Beach. So where were you and where was the location you were looking at?
I was at North Beach, Corpus Christi, right next to the USS Lexington.
Okay. Hold on, I'm looking it up on that.
Sure.
What is USS Lexington? Is it a ship? Is
It's
it a boat ship?
It's a ship that's like a permanently parked hotel now.
Hey.
And where were you looking?
To Ingleside on the Bay.
Hey, good morning, guys.
The other side on the bay.
Yeah, good morning. Let us finish this up and then you can get in. Yeah, Ingleside on the Bay.
You were on the deck of the Lexington?
No, bro. I was in the water. The water was up to my armpits.
Okay, and where were you looking?
Ingleside on the Bay.
What's the location?
Ingleside on the Bay.
Angleside? How do you spell that?
INGOL. Ingleside on the Bay.
All right. No. And you were looking across the bay?
Yeah.
All right. Now we got to measure distance to
Oh my god. Lexington was not just a boat, it was a fucking aircraft carrier. So you was deployed, stationed on the aircraft carrier?
Oh my God.
Lexington.
For the third time, I was in the ocean next to the USS Lexington. The water was up to my armpits. My head was sticking out of the water, less than a foot.
The Lexington is a museum boat. You can't be stationed on a ship that's not in active service.
No, Lexington is a carrier, aircraft carrier.
Right, but it's
USS
not in active service anymore.
Oh, okay.
But
So
like
it
I
has been
said-
decommissioned?
That's right. It's a permanent hotel.
No.
It doesn't move. It's still there all these years later. So that's where I was, right next to it. If you're on the beach looking at the ship, I was to the left of it.
This thing is miles. What's 10?
So it doesn't matter if you saw the boats go over the horizon. I saw Ingleside on the Bay with my own eyes. And I'm not expecting you to believe me. That would be ridiculous if you did. I'm expecting you to go to the ocean yourself and check it out for yourself.
All right. So you were looking at what location were you at? You were besides you were in the water right next to the ship.
Right to the left of the ship if you're facing the ocean.
Okay.
To the
And
right of the
sea
ship
level.
if you're facing the land.
And the buildings are, I'm looking at pictures of buildings on the beach over there. The buildings themselves are on platforms that are 10 feet above the water. And the buildings themselves are about, look like 30 to 40 feet tall.
Okay.
So that math checks out. That math checks out.
Wait a minute.
You still
Wait a minute. So hold on a second. Let me check this out for a second.
You'd still
It's
be able to see though.
66 feet of curvature, and you said 40 feet tall. So
Plus
what's
the 10
40?
feet, 10, actually 13 feet. It says 13 feet of elevation.
Okay. So
From the
what's
base
that
of the
add up
building.
to?
Plus
What's that
40
add up
feet
to?
tall. That's like 53 plus your other foot. You're still going to be able to see it.
So you think that 53 minus 66 is a positive number? Like
No, you're
that's
still going to
what
be.
you're
No. It's not. So the top of the building is still going to be visible.
So I could see the buildings during the day and the street lamps at night for 3 days in a row on the 4th of July.
And you know, there's ocean waves that dip. There's atmospheric refraction. You're still going to be able to see it.
For 3 days in a row, I could see the street lamps and the buildings during the day.
Yeah, you're still going to be able to see it.
So you think that checks out?
Yeah.
So if it
That
was
still
higher
doesn't
than
make-
66 feet,
that
I could
still doesn't
understand.
make. Hold on,
bro.
wait, hold on. That still doesn't make ships going over the horizon. That doesn't make that fact disappear because you observed that.
Do you know what a black swan is?
So because you observed some buildings
It's a
across
yes
the bay
or
does
no.
not make.
It's a
does-
yes or no, bro.
Listen, you're either going to answer. You're either going to let me speak or you're going to mute me and run away. What is it going to be?
Dude, I haven't muted anybody since I've been here.
You muted me 4 or 5 times.
Prove it. Show it right now.
Tonight, I have
Yeah.
DMs where I sent
Show
you
it.
several messages telling you to look in your messages. I actually and I sent you,
Show
and
that
I
I've
sent,
muted you. Show it.
okay, buddy. And I sent you the message or the video link to the.
Well, you're obfuscating,
sailboat.
obviously. So in your free time, when I'm not talking,
And I sent.
go ahead and show it.
And I
Hey,
sent
my
you,
white boy.
and I sent you the video of the sailboat going over the curve slowly. The bottom.
Just let me know when you're
disappearing.
done talking, bro. Let me know when you're done.
All right, fuck you, dude. If you're just gonna be a fucking ass, then I'm not gonna talk to you.
Well, I mean, that's what I was kind of
don't
hoping you would
curse
stop
each
talking
other,
just for a
please.
little bit so I could speak too.
Let's
I mean,
keep
that's
a
how a conversation.
respectful.
That's how a conversation works. Just let me know when you're done
Let's
talking.
keep our room respectful to each other, okay?
Well, I would like to see that standard enforced earlier when you had that guy ranting and cussing at everybody like 3 hours ago.
Just let me know when you're done, bud.
You can go ahead and speak, buddy, pal, kiddo.
Okay, thanks.
So what kind of
Well, wait
can
a
I
minute.
ask a
Is it your
question?
turn now? Is it your turn?
Can I ask a question?
It's
What
your
kind
turn all of a
of
sudden. Hey, bro, do you think it's your turn now that I've been patiently waiting? Can I speak now? You think that'd be
what
okay?
kind of power was
No.
used to power
No,
the
you don't think that'd be okay?
USS Lexington?
Hey, bro, can I speak now?
How much time I pay you to ask that?
You guys are funny. You guys realize what you're doing is called funding muting. What it means is you're a fundamentalist and someone's questioning the narrative, so you're muting me with your voice. You know it's a tactic, right? Whether you do it intentionally or not, it's still effectively a tactic. That means you're yellow belly, right? You know what that means? It means you're scared to let me talk.
It means
So
you're
if you're
Asian.
scared, then keep talking over me. But if you're not scared, then put yourself on mute. Give me a second to respond. And then when I'm done talking, I'll put my headphone back up and then I'll be on mute and then you can respond.
Okay,
Unless
are
you're
you done,
scared.
Pete? Are you done pounding your chest?
So you're scared? Got it. Go ahead, bro.
Are you done pounding your chest?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm waiting on you.
No, bro, you're terrified. You got cold chills. You're so scared right now. You have to keep moving your mouth so that I don't get to speak.
Keep dreaming.
Well, just keep yourself on mute so I can speak. So, we talked about street lamps at night. Those street lamps aren't 66 feet up in the air, but somehow in your mind you think that that's a win for the globe because I saw street lamps a foot above the surface of the water. So can you explain to everybody how that makes sense in your head? Like that is what you should see through a hump of water 66 feet above the surface of an object that's 10 miles away.
I would say present video evidence of that, obviously, because I'm not gonna rely on you saying you saw lights that you saw were lamps. They could be anything. They could be window lights. They could be anything.
Okay, so this is the thing. I can present evidence of oil platforms from 10 miles away. Right? The same thing
Those
exists.
stick up above the ocean. Those stick up above the ocean like 100, 200 feet, don't they?
Right, but you can see the pillars going into the water.
Those themselves are like 100. You know, I need to look it up actually. How tall is an oil platform?
Right.
How
So if
tall
I show
is
you some black swan imagery of the oil platforms.
Oh, I'm wrong. They're actually 500 feet tall.
Right, but we're talking about the bottom.
Yeah, the bottom pillars are about at least looks like 200 feet, and the rest 300 feet is the other part of the platform.
So which platform did you look up? Because I didn't tell you which one.
Actually, there's most of them are above 400 feet. They're at
Most
470 on average. 470 on
You're
average.
telling me the pillars are 470 feet from the surface of the ocean to the
No.
bottom platform.
No,
that
they're like
everybody-
200. They're like 200 to 150 feet. You're still going to see those, especially at 10 miles.
All right. So can you show me what you're talking about?
Google it yourself. Look up how tall is the oil platform.
You can't just post what you're talking about right now that's on your page. Like, watch.
Go
I'll
look
post
up.
what was on my page. Watch.
No,
Right
I
click,
can't. I can't post
copy.
anything in chat.
It's 9,800 feet, 3,000 meters.
All right. So look, I posted. See what I did just now? You can't do that? You can't show me what you're talking about?
It's 9,800 feet, 3,000 meters, but it could be 4,900 to 1,500 meters as well.
So can you post what you're talking about so I can see it?
You want me to post it for him?
No, not you. Him.
I told you I can't post anything in chat. Google it. It's the first Google result, you lazy fuck.
Can you send it to me?
Here you go, sir.
All right, let's see what you got.
It's the first Google result.
Oil platform.
Just type it in. What's wrong with you?
Is it wrong for me to ask you to cite your source?
It's the second one, sir.
When I gave it to you, I said Google a source. What do you, bro?
No,
what
sir, I'm his defendant. I'm his lawyer. I'll look up whatever he says. I got you. Don't worry.
Really being that pedantic?
I'm looking it up. I don't see how.
Well, why'd you mute him?
I didn't mute him.
Oh, I don't know why he was muted.
I don't see anything here that says
the mods don't got time for haters. It's all business in this chat.
It's the first one. It says these are capable of operating in water depths up to 3,000 meters, which is 9,800 feet. In shallower waters,
are we
you
talking
can
about water depths.
No, we're talking about oil platforms.
Yeah, what I'm looking at here is this picture of the platform from the source that you cited shows the pillars in this particular platform, which is not Habitat or Hill House, the ones that I was referring to. So it's a non sequitur from the get. But the boats are about the same height as the pillars. So if you look at the door on the boat that humans walk through, looks like a 3-story boat. So maybe 30 feet. So if you can see 30 feet from 10 miles away, like you can in the Black Swan image, which I'm about to post, that's a real problem from you guys from 1 foot above the surface of the water and 10 miles away.
Are you a flat earther?
Bro, water's flat. Earth is topographical.
Do you believe the earth is flat?
It's topographical, but it's level.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Level?
No,
Doesn't that mean flat? No, I know what topography is. It has to do with mapping. But if it's a level, doesn't that just mean it's flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
But you described it as a rock, and a rock can't be flat. It does have a surface. But
A rock can't be flat. You ever seen like marble?
Yeah, actually, the
well,
reason
you can have a piece of slate, right? But it inevitably is going to be rectangular.
Oh, I see what you did there. You got me to say flat so that you can make it like I'm saying the Earth is like a smooth surface.
No, I don't mean it like that. Obviously, it
Okay, I
is.
didn't mean it like that either. Obviously, there's mountains. I've heard of Mount Everest, believe it or not. I've had the internet
No,
for
I didn't even mean it like
20
that. I
years.
mean the sense that a piece of slate has 4 dimensions or 3 dimensions. Sorry.
Oh, come on. You know it's got 4 dimensions, bro.
Well, no, it has height, width, and length.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Obviously,
So,
most of them are cut square, but you have to
what
go
I'm telling
around.
you is the physics of water always seeks its level when it rests. It doesn't matter if you got a thimble, a cup, a bathtub, a pool, a lake, or an ocean. The water's level, and I'm challenging you to go to the water, you know, that stuff outside, and check for yourself.
I don't know what I'm trying to prove.
Curvature. You're trying to find the curvature.
It's a bit too big for me to prove that just by looking at the naked eye.
Oh, but boats go over the horizon at the same time, right? Those are both true. So you got a married bachelor. Yes, I'm married. Boats go over the horizon, but I'm also a bachelor. You can't see the curvature with your eyes. Think about what you just said, bro. Write it down. Look at it tomorrow.
Shapiro.
If you're elevated enough, you can see the curve.
Oh, so I got to go to space to see the curve? Oh,
No,
shit.
not
So you can't go to
necessarily.
space.
You can
Right?
either go in an airplane or you climb a mountain. From ground level, obviously, it will look flat.
So let's go over this again. So I debunked your claim, your evidence for the Earth being flat was that you saw houses across the bay that are well into
How
the
did you debunk that?
cruising range. And then you had no rebuttal for boats going over the curve. You admitted that it was pretty good. That was your words. And then you gesh galloped onto a bunch of other random nonsense. So you still have no evidence for the flat Earth.
Okay, how did
Would
you
like to
debunk?
try again?
How did you
again?
How did you debunk it?
Because I showed you. If you're
You showed me.
looking across the bay, the buildings themselves on the bay start out at between 10 and 13 foot elevation, plus the height of the buildings themselves are, I'm guessing, up to 40 feet, 30, 40 feet.
You're guessing. Okay.
And by looking at them, and that adds up, and you're across the bay, you're looking across water on I'm assuming a hot day, so there's refraction, there's everything else that allows you to see the tops of those buildings and the lights over on the other side of the bay.
What about night? Was it hot then too?
Yeah, it takes a little while for things to cool off at night.
Right. We weren't used to swimming all the time like that, right?
And also, you could still
Well,
have
we weren't-
refraction even when it's not like extremely hot.
Right, but you guys used to say it was 8 inches per mile squared till we showed you the black swan, and now you guys say it's refraction. So you can't really see the, Earth curve causing the horizon because it's always refracted. But somehow boats going the horizon is somehow proof that the Earth is a globe, even though that's not the actual horizon; it's the refracted horizon, which is
And this is
basically
also
changing the goal. Bro, do you mind if I finish? Are you such a coward that you can't let me finish? You're really going to have to chop this part out because if your
Man.
audience hears this part, they're going to think that you're being dishonest, right? So what I was saying was,
You're
is
testing
that,
it over with your
bro,
gambling.
if you could just stop funding muting me, I know you're a fundamentalist, but if you could just stop funding muting me and let me finish, that'd
Are
be
you
great.
done? Are you
No,
done?
I'm not done. You're still interrupting.
Well, finish
Like
up.
you're
Quick.
okay.
Quick.
You're still
Hey.
interrupting.
Hey.
Okay.
Make it
So
quick.
what this guy is doing, it's a tactic, right? He's trying to throw me off my groove whenever I'm talking. So what I was talking about is it was 8 inches per mile squared, right? But then you changed the goalpost and said, no, wait, that's not right, because we showed you this image that I just posted, right? The black
No,
swan.
that's not true. That's not
Right.
true.
Yeah, It is true. It used to be 8 inches per mile
No,
squared. Is
no,
it still 8 inches per mile squared?
we're talking about there's different conditions in the
What's
atmosphere
the
on different
curvature
days.
rate?
Oh my god, this is so simple to understand, and you're like, this is really way too simple to understand. I don't understand how you're not getting it. There's different days have different atmospheric effects.
Agreed.
Right.
How so? How so?
He's saying
Temperature,
the light
humidity,
bends
temperature
around the
and humidity.
curvature of the ball. That's what he's claiming. That the light
Temperature and
bends down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the globe, luckily enough.
Well, in your example, you had playroom of it at most probably 10 feet, and that's definitely enough room for you to have
make
some
it look
play.
flat. To make it
10
look flat, right?
And
That's what
10
you're going to
feet
say?
is nothing. 10 feet is
Alright.
nothing. That's easy for refraction. That's how you can see mirages on a hot road. It's the same effect.
So you're saying it was a double image? Because I didn't see a double image.
And that's why you can see sometimes, like if you look on the horizon on a hot day, like on a road or something, it looks like the person's hovering above the road. That light is getting bent by the atmosphere.
Doesn't the mirage cut things off from the bottom up? Haven't you seen cars disappear?
No, that's why you see some people hovering above the road. It
Right,
looks like
because
they're
they're
hovering
being cut
above
off
the
from
road.
the bottom up.
So the light is being bent. The
Right.
light can be bent.
It's causing obstruction from the bottom up. I live
So
in
if
Texas.
you don't have a solid surface like a road and you have water where the light acts differently above the water, you can get it to bend. That's why you can shoot lasers into a waterfall and bend the laser through the water.
Yeah, if you hit it at the right angle, but there is no angle. See, you're talking about. See, if you look at Snell's law, and I really think you should look it up. If you look at Snell's law, it's all about the angle of incidence, right? Because if you're spearfishing, it's where the light meets the boundary in between the atmosphere and the water that causes the light to bend like that. Can you show me where that exists between the person who took this photograph and Hill House, the platform? Where's the boundary?
Let me look at your fucking nonsense.
No, look at Snell's law so you understand it first.
Bust down,
Here, I'll post it for you.
About eyeball. Platform, Hill House, platform, habitat. All right, let's look up platform, habitat.
Right, so you see Snell's law? I just posted it. See how there's a boundary of a rarer medium and a denser medium? Where does
Hey,
that
buddy.
exist in atmosphere?
What are you doing, buddy? Why are you awake?
Somebody's hot micing.
It's me. Hold on. Why are you awake right now?
You gotta mute yourself, son.
So far, he's accused me of muting him, but refuses to show the evidence. He's claimed that the oil platforms are sticking up in the air like 300 feet, and that's just
Hold
the
on.
pillars.
My
Hey, bro,
son,
you
my
said,
son,
go
my
ahead, bro.
son
Take
woke
care of
up,
your
so I
son.
have.
Go ahead.
My,
Go ahead,
my
take care of
son
your
woke
son.
up, so
Go ahead, take care of your son.
Don't you tell me what to do, you fucking lonely loser. You have no fucking kids of your own because nobody loves you. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, son. I love you, buddy.
I love you.
Oh, you got proven wrong again.
And I hope you. What? No, I haven't even addressed it yet. First of all, you can see the bottom of the oil
Hey,
platform
I
cut
thought you
off.
got to take care of your son, bud. Why don't you be a good dad?
Yeah,
Take
worry
care of your
about
kid.
yourself. Worry about yourself, you flat earth numbnuts, you fucking retard. First of all, the
ad
bottom of the
hominem, you're losing. You're spinning. You're spiraling out of control. You're losing, bro. Address the platforms. Why can we see it from 10 miles away? Come on, bro. Don't be a sore loser. Good game, bro.
Can you see it from 20 miles away?
Why'd you mute me and then ask a question?
Bro, I can't mute you. I'm standing
Why am
up.
I
I'm
being
nowhere
muted
near
after
my
you asked
computer.
me a question, retard? Why am
Hey,
I being muted?
answer your
Who's
question
muting
now.
me?
Answer your question.
Find
now.
another
First of
mod.
all, the first observation I can see is the bottom of the oil platform is cut off, and I mean, that's typical of flat earthers to be so monumentally stupid.
Post
They
it on
can't
your
even
channel
see
so
that.
they can see.
Post it.
Show your audience.
So I can look at the picture.
Yeah, but show your audience so they can see.
My audience? What are you talking about?
Are you not live streaming?
No, dude, this is what I'm talking about. Flat earthers are beyond stupid. Holy shit. So listen, I can look at the picture right now and I can see the bottom of the platform, especially on Habitat, cut off. And it's at 9 miles. Let me look at the flat earth calculator real quick. That's below.
So where's the horizon in this picture?
That is below 60 feet. That's like at around.
Did it cut off the boat too? Because there's a boat in between the two platforms. Did it cut off the boat too?
I mean, this is so. The picture is so easy to understand, but you're too fucking stupid to understand it. So 9 miles.
Well, I know that you're using ad hominem logical fallacies because
Because it's so easy to
really
insult
losing.
you because it's so obvious you could see the bottom of the
Yeah,
platform.
it's easy
cut
to
off.
insult when that's all you got left, right?
I'm literally disproving you in real time. You
But
can
I
see the
haven't
bottom of the
disrespected
platform
you
cut
one
off.
time.
You can
One time.
continue to ignore the evidence right in front of your face, but it's not going to save you. It's not going to make you look.
I'm not
stupid
resulting
in front
to
of everyone.
dishonest tactics
I mean,
to win
you
a
look
debate.
stupid in front of everyone right now. Look at the picture
I'm
again.
not the one using
dumbass.
ad hominems.
Look at the picture, dumbass. Look at it again. You can see the bottom of the platform is cut off by the ocean. Now
So
look
you
at a
lied
picture.
3 times, and now you've
Now
used a
look at a
logical fallacy
picture.
like 20 times.
Okay, are you
and
gonna
you
keep
think you're
interrupting
winning?
me, numbnuts?
Okay,
you
go
gonna
ahead.
keep interrupting me? Yeah, so shut up, bitch. Listen, so you can see the bottom of the platform cut off. And when you look up a picture of it online, picture up close, you can see actual.
What'd you stop talking for?
Who's muted?
No, he's not.
Says he's server muted for me.
I'm looking at him right now. He's not muted. He's muted himself.
That's red. I can clip it, but I can't post it in chat.
Yeah, I'm server muted, you fucking liar. See, that's.
You muted yourself, bro. You muted yourself again.
Yeah,
Okay,
see,
now
this is
you're
what
muted.
happens.
Go ahead.
You're losing. You're waffling. You're struggling. You're muting me because you're losing.
Bro, you are a liar, bro.
What level do you have to be to post stuff in chat? Is it 3?
I don't know, bro. I'm new here.
It says you're level 3, so I assume that's what it is.
Why is that dude muting himself? And claiming that I'm muting him. That's weird.
No, he was definitely server muted. It was red on our screen too.
Okay, so can you prove that? Because you guys are a bunch of youngsters, right? You can screen cap. Can you prove it?
Yeah. Says he's
Go
server
ahead and post
muted. Like I said, I don't have chat perm, so I can't.
Yeah, he just unserver muted. He just unserver muted him. I was just about to screenshot it.
Yeah, I took screenshots too. It doesn't make me mad, dude. It just makes you look pathetic in front of everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. There's a difference between him muting himself and you doing it because, like, as a moderator on the server, when you mute someone, it turns red, and when they mute themselves, it just turns gray. So that's how everyone knows that you're muting them.
Okay,
I don't think he's a real flat earther. I don't think you're a real flat earther, dude. I think you're a troll.
Okay, well, whatever you want to think, bro. I'm sorry you got emotional
I
because you
can
think
hear
we're
the
trolling
smiling in
you.
your
Listen,
voice when
listen.
you're speaking.
I'm
I
going to
can
give you
hear
the
the
microphone. I'm going to hover over the mute button to make sure you don't get muted. Go ahead and make your argument.
You can't. You need some lessons in trolling, dude. You can't reveal it like that. Like it's too easy to tell.
I'm not trolling, bro. Go ahead and make your argument. I'll hover
Bro, I
over the
can
mute
hear
button to
the
make sure
smile.
you don't get muted.
Look,
I
dude,
can hear the
trolls
smile.
only exist on global formation.
Bro, you're not a real. You're infiltrated deep. I'll give you that. I mean, props to you, dude. You infiltrated deep.
Bro, go ahead and make your
You
argument.
had me going. You had me going. Like I actually thought you were.
Dude, the Earth is legitimately flat, bro. I know you're
I can
pandering to
hear
your
the
audience.
smile in your voice. I can hear it, dude.
Dude, I'm not smiling. Go ahead and make your
Bro, I
argument.
can hear it, bro. That was good. You got me, dude. You got me. I was actually.
Are you capable of making an argument now that you're unmuted?
I was face palming for a second. You got me.
Go ahead, bro. Are you not capable?
Dude, make
I mean, I
your
get it.
Yeah,
argument,
that's
sir.
it. That's it. I'm a little 3-year-old. I poopy in my diaper. I can't do it.
Well, at least you admitted it.
You got me, buddy.
I'm gonna get muted again, but I think all flat earthers have a mental illness. I'm not gonna lie.
For sure. Not this guy though. He's definitely a troll. He's not real.
Dude,
The
we can't
baseless
prove he's
assertion.
real unless we see him.
Bro,
You know
you
what a
created
baseless
your account.
assertion is?
You created your account recently, and you're already a mod. Like it's definitely
Prove it.
you're a troll.
Prove it. Post it right here. When did I create my account?
You can see when you join Discord. You know this later, right?
Right. So post it in the chat so that everybody can see it.
No,
So
I'm saying it says the 2020, right? November 13th.
Yeah. So the flat Earth bullshit started off like in 2015. That's when it really was like popping. So yeah, that's definitely and politics was popping back then too. The server was. I think they started in 2017, didn't they?
So this isn't my first account. This is my second account.
Yeah. Why are you so late to the party? That's suspicious.
I've been
dude.
around since
You're
2015.
definitely a troll.
Dude, he's
Definitely a troll.
he's got one for
It's a
each of
baseless
his,
assertion
his
fallacy.
testes, dude. Obviously.
You're a funny guy. You actually are pretty funny.
So I'm going to read the definition of baseless assertion. If you describe, sorry, bro, do you mind if I speak for a second?
Oh, go ahead, buddy.
Thanks.
No
If you
problem,
describe an accusation, rumor, or report as baseless, you mean that it not to be true, and it's not based on facts. So you're just saying stuff, and it's not based on facts.
Okay.
You said that I recently joined.
I know
3 years ago.
I know who the real flat earther was earlier. What was his name? Like Deccan Frost or something like that. He got mad. So yeah, I think he was a real flat earther, but you're not.
Because I got my Zen, I'm not a flat earther. That's your logic.
You got your Zen. Your Zen. No,
Yeah,
dude,
can you not hear it in my voice?
that dude was a lunatic. Like he'll stab somebody for flat earth.
Is that another baseless assertion? You're good at those.
Oh, did you hear him? He was ear raping everyone's. His voice. He blew out his vocal cords, screaming into the microphone.
And globe earthers don't do that ever.
I've never done that.
Bro, you know that all the politicians in the world are globe earthers, just like you, right?
Well, actually, there's Mike Pence is a creationist, fucking idiot Christian creationist. We have a lot of idiot politicians, so I wouldn't be too quick to assume that.
Wait a minute, is a creationist a flat earther? Are those words synonymous?
They're pretty much the same.
Oh,
They're dumb.
pretty much the same.
Yeah, they're equally dumb.
Okay, but I guess you believe everything sprang up out of the rocks all by itself, right? All the organisms
That's
on
a
Earth.
That's a great straw man. Look, I know you're a troll, dude. Stop trying to bait me, dude. I'm not gonna fall for it.
Well, tell me, how did life begin on Earth?
God splooged in the Earth's pussy.
Well, I thought that everything just sprang up out of the rocks because it rained on the rocks for millions of years, and the sediments washed into the oceans and the water, and life came up out of the primordial ooze, and all the multitude of organisms that we see on Earth came from the rocks, all by itself.
Yeah, it rained God's splooge all over the Earth for millions of years.
And then the rocks found someone to fuck after they became non-rocks. And the non-rocks have been fucking ever since, right? They found a female that evolved just like them, the same exact type of animal that could have sex and procreate, and then that's how everything got started.
Yeah, just a lot of clacking rocks for a couple million years.
The weird belief you have.
I mean, shit. Fuck it, right? If we're gonna just make up whatever we want and believe in a flat Earth and believe in little god fairies creating
What do you mean believe? Is your house moving right now?
Incest people.
Is your house moving?
I'm making it levitate.
Well, I mean, you think your house is moving, right?
Yeah, because I'm making it levitate. I'm using telekinesis.
Well, see, I observe my house is not moving, but you believe that it is.
Bro, the jig is up, dude. You're a troll. I do not believe the jig is up with me. Go to somebody else.
Go. Well, if you want to leave, you can go if you like, but I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you're the only troll. You're the only troll here, mate. I've known Larry for a long time, so you can shut the fuck up or get out if you want.
You can shut the fuck up and stay on your prison desert island, you stupid Aussie.
Okay.
Like America.
Go get
no
raped.
prison.
Go get raped by a kangaroo, bitch. Shut the fuck
All right,
up.
no worries. You're out, man. Catch you later.
Justice is served.
So, Timbo, is there any Glober mods in here?
Not sure,
Nope.
man. Oh yeah, there is.
Which one is it?
Call out to Aurora.
Well, she's like a server mod, but like of this VC, nah, no Glober mod.
So how is he getting muted? Because I wasn't muting him.
Oh, there's a few mods. Timbo's a mod.
Yeah, it wasn't me though. I didn't do it. I did it once.
Crit. There's a few around here.
Well, you just said he was out, and then he was muted. That was definitely you. If not, it was somebody else.
I think.
Dude, he's unmuted.
Go back to.
I think Sorry.
Go ahead, Moist.
I think like one experiment everybody here can do without like any assumptions is just like circumnavigation. Right? If you believe that the Earth is a globe, you can start from one point and then go straight into one direction until you go back to the point again. I think that's probably the cheapest way to see if the Earth is possible to be circumnavigated. That still doesn't say anything about the shape, but
I can run around my block, around my house. So that means my block is a sphere, right?
No. You have to go in one direction, I think. Just head like let's say you start in Berlin and just head east.
You ever drove down the interstate at like 70 miles an hour? Can you drive in a straight line?
No, obviously there are obstacles. Like I'm not saying you should go through matter, but like
You would have to be in an airplane. You can't go on the surface because it's not even.
So
why not? You can use ships and cars, like.
Because people can fly in a circle over a stationary plane, does that prove that it's a globe?
No,
it wouldn't be in a circle. You'd be continuing in the same direction.
You guys are not listening.
So you know that we base our directions relative to north. You know what that means?
Correct.
So we're heading a course due east. So how would you know that it's a straight line or not? You're just holding a course.
Yeah.
In your head, it's a straight line, but that's wrong too because you believe you live on an Earth that's curved.
Even if it was flat, it would be a straight line.
But that doesn't speak to the shape of the Earth.
Right. You should go make observations.
You're trying to see if you can like circumnavigate. Right?
You can go make observations over large bodies of water at rest. That's the best way because you're looking for curvature.
No, we're not looking for the shape.
You're not looking for curvature to see if the Earth is curved?
No, we're just trying to see if we can circumnavigate the Earth. That would be the experiment.
Why would you need to go all the way around the world when you're on the Earth itself? You just go to the edge of the Earth where the water is and make some observations.
Because, like, at least, I think that's the cheapest way, right? At least you can deduce that if you can circumnavigate, then that maybe we can derive some shape for Earth, right?
How?
Well, maybe it's like a cylinder, right?
A cylinder Earth.
Yeah, I mean, just if you can circumnavigate it.
Are you really invoking Dick Earth right now?
No, I'm not invoking. What the?
What's a cylinder?
I mean, it's either some kind of geometric three-dimensional object that you can circumnavigate, right? It's a cylinder or whatever the fuck, right? Whatever. could be a pyramid. You can still be like able to circumnavigate it. At least you know it's like a three-dimensional object. That's the point.
So you think that if you drive in a circle in a Walmart parking lot, that proves that it's a three-dimensional object?
No, of course not.
Okay, but if you make it like 3,000 miles or 24,901 or anything in between those two, then that proves that it's a sphere?
No, not a sphere. Like I don't understand. I never said sphere.
You're trying to prove that the Earth is a three-dimensional object.
Yeah.
All right, so I can go outside and pick up some dirt and make a little mud pie out of it, and that's a three-dimensional object. See, when I say Earth, you picture like the Earth as a globe in your head, right?
No.
No? What do you picture?
As some three-dimensional object, undetermined, yet to be determined.
I don't think the Earth is an object. I think it's a realm.
It's a what?
A realm.
A realm?
Yeah.
Like what? What do you mean? Like, can you give me an example?
So, when we talk about the Earth as a model, like that's just a model. That's not reality. Like reality is the dirt outside. And when I think about the dirt outside, I think about dry land. Right? In between the water, there's dry land, and this dry land is like a realm. So there's the realm of the air, the realm of the land, and the realm of the sea. You with me so far?
Sure.
Right. You think that maybe that the lights in the sky, like Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, etc., the sun, the moon, like you think those are like rocks in the sky?
No.
Like the Hallelujah
I don't think that.
Mountains. Okay, what do you think they are? What do you think they are?
I don't know.
That's a good answer. I don't know either. I just think they're lights in the sky, and they have repeating.
Sure,
patterns.
I mean they could be. I'm not rejecting your hypothesis.
No, they are lights in the sky.
Question: Is the flat
But you said
Earth...
you don't know, and now you say that lights in the sky. Like
Okay,
I don't know
can
what they are.
observe, so that's primary first-hand knowledge. Empirically, there's lights in the sky.
No, there's light coming from them, but that doesn't mean they are light.
Okay, so is my light bulb a light?
No, it's matter. Like it's glass and
carbon
whatever,
filament,
neon gas, and whatever.
Yeah. Plasma.
Yeah, plasma.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that the Earth is a realm, and when I go outside, I'm not in a model. I'm not walking on a map. I'm walking on the dirt outside.
Yeah, sure, I agree.
Okay, and I can't observe any motion or curvature whatsoever.
Yeah, same.
So there's no believing that the Earth is flat. It's your base axiom.
Oh. No. Yeah, I guess I misphrased it. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's a language barrier. What do you mean?
Well, I said that I think that if I can circumnavigate the Earth, I'll prove it's a three-dimensional object for myself. Like I can spare a little money, like just take like train trips and then boat trips and end up in the same location, tracking my motion so that I'm sure I'm not going in circles.
Well, you can do that if you like, but I would just go to a beach and make some long distance observations over a nice calm day when the visibility is high, and see how far I can see, and do a little bit of Earth curve calculating and see how
Can
far
you
I
just
can
do
see.
that on land?
Well, you might be measuring topography. That's why we use water, because water has very
Not
little
really. If
topography.
the land is flat, you can still do it. Great
Well,
Plains.
there's a lot more variables. See, you can do it over land, right? If you're really good at calculating, eliminating variables, you could I guess go in a boat in a circle around the world or in a plane if you wanted to. I don't know what that would prove, but I think my way is the best way because I'm looking for curvature. Where am I going to find curvature? On the surface.
I don't want to. Going on a plane means you have to go to cruising altitudes where you cannot track the terrain, so you may be like cheated or whatever. Somebody may try to pull wool over your eyes. You have to be a very low flying plane so you can account for everything. That's why I think a car or a train would be the best, because you can account for like obstacles in your way, and when you can move to avoid them and then go back to the previous like axis you're traveling on.
What about a hot air balloon? What if you just got into a hot
Hot air balloon
balloon?
probably is a good thing, yeah. A hot air balloon is probably a good thing.
Just straight up,
What if
right
we were to
above the
take
clouds,
two
below.
opposite sides of this
Oh, not about the
ostensible
clouds. You need to look at the
globe and
terrain
take
so you know
pictures
you're
of
not
it
cheated.
Oh, you're right.
during
You
the
can't see
nighttime?
down, huh?
And then we're
Yeah,
gonna
you have to
notice
be able
that
to see down.
we see the
So you can account for every change.
Yeah, but if there's curvature, right, you should be able to go high enough above the clouds and still
Who
see.
cares? No,
Can
no.
you not?
Sir, nobody cares about the curvature. We're not talking about. We're talking about circumnavigating Earth, proving that it's a three-dimensional object, whatever it is. It could be a cylinder, a pyramid, or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, but regardless of the shape, right? If your experiment is to simply look across land, like at the deep ocean beyond, right, and see curvature or no curvature, if that's your experiment, you might as well do it in a hot air balloon. It would be better.
Yeah,
They're
I
going to go in
agree.
a
Hot
straight
air balloon's
line
probably
if the
good.
wind
Train
is
is probably
moving.
good.
They're
Boat
going to
is
go in a straight
is
line.
okay.
a hot
Why
air
would a
balloon's
train be
not high
good?
enough to see curvature though.
No.
What?
Trains usually have very straight tracks, and there's little deviation, so they don't build them into mountains. They usually like avoid doing this, so you don't have to take into consideration the deviation from your original axis or your vector. Because I think that when you make a deviation from your original vector direction, you have to like adjust for that later. Like you have to go around the mountain, but just end up at the exact same spot as if you went through the mountain, right, with your vector. So you're not cheated. Like everything is straight.
I agree.
So for the flat Earth model, is it like so obviously there's lights in the sky, right? So it's not just we're not just looking at a flat Earth, right? As you said, you break it into realms, right? So is the way it's presumed to be essentially like a half sphere, kind of like so like there's the flat land sky, obviously, and then like the lights are kind of in like a dome. Does that make sense? Is that the model?
No, I'm not claiming a hemisphere.
Well, I
What
mean,
I'm claiming
there's lights,
is,
right?
What I'm claiming is only that which we can confirm with our senses. That's what empiricism is. So the Russians have dug 8 miles almost deep. We can't get any deeper than that. That's what they're claiming. So if you want to claim that you have a model
With your hand?
With my hand?
8 feet
No, they
deep?
use technology, sir.
8 miles.
Oh, sorry, 8 miles. I thought you said 8 feet. My bad.
No, 8 miles deep. Right?
That's pretty deep.
Furthest. Yeah, that's the furthest we dug. So if you want to claim that you have a model with a molten core that's magnetic and creating magnetic fields, then go ahead. But I'm not claiming anything below 8 miles because I can't confirm it. It would just be imagination to me.
So, say those people who are digging that, whatever you want to call it, they're just digging 8 miles down. Say they said to you, as we dig, it gets hotter and hotter. Temperature. This is observable, measurable. What would you attribute the heat to?
Geothermal energy.
Okay. Is it just always? Sorry.
It means heat from the earth.
Yeah. So, what would you? I guess. So, what's the theory here, right? Like,
there's no theory. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't theorize. We don't speculate unless we say, "Hey, I'm speculating." We don't like to do that. So what we say is what we observe is lights in the sky. The earth is at rest. It's topographical, so it has valleys and hills and mountains and forests and all kinds of stuff. But the water, when at rest, is level. I'm not talking about a drop of water. I'm talking about a large body of water at rest is level, and you can see too far. That's why they came up with the whole refraction thing. Because when we saw too far and started pointing it out, like in 2019, they said, well, you can't use 8 inches per mile square anymore. I'm going to change the goalpost, and now we're going to say it's refraction. So the Earth looks flat because of refraction. That's what you guys are saying, essentially.
You guys, sir, I'm not claiming anything.
Well, not you, bro. The anti-flat earthers, which you guys are in training, apparently.
So is the idea essentially that light refraction is what, just false, or what, light can't curve, or what's
Oh, wait,
what's the idea?
light refraction does happen under certain circumstances, right? I posted Snell's law. Can you see that? What I posted?
Snell's.
I'll post it again. Can you see what I just posted?
Yeah.
What you're looking at here is like the water. So if I painted the bottom half blue, that would be water where it says denser medium. And then above that, it says rarer medium. That would be like the atmosphere. So if I'm looking at a fish that's 3 feet in front of me, the fish isn't going to appear where it actually is, right?
Actually, this is just above my head. I have no clue.
It's okay. What I'm trying to explain to you is when the light hits the water at an angle, not at 90 degrees perpendicular, but at an angle, it causes the light to change its angle of incidence. So the light is bending down. Yes, refraction is real. Snell's law is real. Anybody who's ever looked at a fish tank can observe it. But does it happen in the atmosphere the way that this is showing? Because this is what refraction is. There's no medium with a barrier between two mediums like there is with a fish tank. It's actually 3 mediums. You're looking through the atmosphere, it hits glass, then it hits water, which is a different density medium, which makes the light bend, not bend, but it's changing trajectories again.
But isn't gas a medium, sir?
Of course it is. But it's not 2 mediums.
No.
It's 1.
It's just gas.
Right. So whenever you see like stuff really, really far away in the Texas heat, it kind of wobbles a little bit. Like when you see a helicopter take off and the sun is right behind the engine and you see like heat waves, that's called atmospheric turbulence. What you guys are saying is happening, if you believe in the globe model, is that the light is somehow bending down around the curvature of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, which is the exact same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth, making it look flat. That's a steel man of your argument. That means I represented your argument correctly, that the light is refracting around the curve, allowing us to see things that are allegedly hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can see it. But we can see it because of refraction. What'd you say?
Is that problematic in some way?
Is it problematic? How do you prove it?
In terms of what?
You know, like I can prove certain things. This light makes this switch, or this switch makes this light go on and off. Right? How do you prove that with refraction, that it looks flat because of refraction? Well, you can't remove the atmosphere, which would remove the refraction, which would show us the curve. You can't never see the actual curve of the Earth because it's always refracted. That's your claim.
Well, I mean, there's no refraction on a beach ball. You shrunk something down. Put a camera on it.
It's a false equivalency fallacy. We're talking about large bodies of water and making observations over 10 miles. The beach balls are irrelevant.
I'm saying if you made one big enough, had an object small enough, it would look like a flat surface.
Right, so you admit the Earth looks
No
flat.
atmosphere on
So
it.
why do people keep asking me, why do I believe the Earth is flat if you just admitted that it looks flat?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Right.
From the ground.
Right, from the ground. But have you ever been to space? No, but you saw it on TV, right?
No, I don't watch TV.
Well, think there's a healthy skepticism to say from the ground it's flat, but like if I ever go to space, I'm willing to change my mind, obviously.
Well, I mean, I would too, but how do you go to a place called space where it's a near perfect vacuum?
So there's so many people who are flat earthers, and there should be enough of them to pool their money together and send someone on a rocket up.
Why do you guys keep looking up? The Earth is right below your feet. The
No, I'm
surface
just-
of the water
I'm
is the
just-
edge
when
of the
you
Earth.
look up, you can see down.
Here's my point. You can see other spheres in this solar system rotating. And if you were to go up to the Earth and go some way other than perfectly following the rotation of the Earth, then you would see different parts of it given the same exact altitude. Your speed of rotation would just be a little bit lower, and your distance would be a little bit different to compensate for the lower speed. So, if you're real close, then you have to go fast. If you're far, you don't have to go as fast to overcome the gravity well.
So, if you
I
think
did
the
not
Earth
understand the thing.
He can say it again if he likes.
I'm saying the reason that you have to go a certain speed in the round Earth model is because if you go any slower, then gravity is going to pull you down onto the ground.
He's talking about escape velocity.
If you go any faster, then you will hit escape velocity. But
Are we talking about rockets now, or like
yeah, let's call it a rocket or whatever you want to call it. You could call it a probe, I think would be more, or a module. And if you're at 100,000 feet above the ground, let's say 1,000 miles above the ground, you have to go a certain speed to maintain in the round Earth model orbit. If you're at 200,000 feet, you don't have to go as fast to overcome the gravity of the Earth, and you at that point would be able to see that it's rotating.
Sir, all we know is there's something, an anomaly, that when we jump, it pulls us down to the surface, right?
It's not an
That's all we
anomaly,
know. Let's stick with that.
But you can't say that we know something that we disagree with.
We know the effect of that anomaly. We don't know what it is. We don't know the source of it.
What makes it an anomaly, though?
What you call gravity is something that we can observe mechanistically working, but we don't know the source of it. We don't know what generates it. Yes, the hypothetical particles called
How would this
gravitons.
progress the conversation if we knew the source of it?
Well, I mean, then you have a demonstrable way of testing it.
Right. Like, for example, I can make an object levitate by adding volume to the object, and it's going to create levitation, right? So if I'm claiming that this object is floating because of levitation, then I decrease the volume, in which that's ipso facto going to increase the density, and it's going to cause it to fall. I can say the reason this balloon fell is because I increased the density and decreased the volume. That was the cause of the balloon falling. Does anybody disagree?
Sure, you're talking about gases. Some gases
Right.
are lighter than the atmosphere.
Every 5-year-old knows this after his 5th birthday party.
Can you speak slower? I'm having trouble following you.
Sure.
I would agree because you have to take into account velocity, given the round Earth model again. But let's say that, and you can do this, you shoot something up into the air and you have a strong rocket pushing up and another rocket pushing to make sure it stays exactly where it is in space-time relative to the sun. And then you can see the Earth rotate. It'll take one day to rotate all the way around.
And how am I going to do that?
What?
By getting a rocket and shooting it up into the sky.
By shooting rockets. So I can do that.
Not shooting it, but launching a module up there. No, you can't
Right.
do it. That doesn't mean that it's not doable. Can you build a microprocessor? Because you're on Discord right now.
No, I can't.
So that Discord's not real then, right? It's magic.
That's not what I said. I'm saying that you're making claims of stuff that I can't do. I can, however, take a trip to Taiwan and visit the factory and watch them build microprocessors. I can't, however, take a trip to space and do whatever you said about space-time and reference frames and the sun. I can't do that.
Why not?
Bro, you're asking me why I can't go to space?
Yeah.
Like, do you think, like, in your mind, it's like something I should be able to do?
No.
Then why would you ask me?
I mean, eventually you'll be able
I'm
to.
asking you why you can. That's the crux of my question. Not whether or not you can, it's why you
Because
can't.
the only way that I would ever be able to achieve altitude worth anything, it would be with buoyancy. I could probably get up to 110, 120, maybe 1,000 feet. And you can't see the curvature at that height. So how am I going to build anything else to get up to that height?
So what about
Where does buoyancy come from? What
let's
causes
take, for
buoyancy?
example, the International Space Station. You can turn on the camera there right now and see where it is. And you can actually make a visible display on it, something that you can see. You can put it on the ground. I could put something on the ground on the opposite side of the world, and we would see it rotate until you could go from seeing yours to seeing mine.
Fantastic idea. I've been saying that for years. Yeah, when this ISS is going over the United States on the 4th of July, we could look at our cities and take videos from the ground and time the fireworks and compare it to the footage from the ISS and see if that's really what's up there and not just a light in the sky from some sort of technology that we don't understand that's a lot smaller and a lot closer.
Yeah, and I guess my proposition is, why don't we all, since there's so many of us, so many flat earthers in the world, why don't we all pool our money together to sponsor someone on a trip on module?
Why would you need to do that, though? We live on the Earth. If you wanted to see if the Earth is curving, we're already on the Earth. We don't have to take a trip to outer space to get to the Earth. We're on the surface, bro.
What if it's not visible from?
Oh, because if you see it, if you can see it turning and it looks like a sphere, and you can see one side of it and then the other side, then I mean, how is that possible in the flat
All
Earth
right,
model?
let's talk about that. So, you familiar with the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner?
No.
Yeah.
So this guy took a balloon. He took a balloon up, right? And if the Earth is spinning at about 700 miles an hour, where he was at, because he wasn't on the equator, so it wasn't 1,037 miles an hour. If he went up in a balloon and the Coriolis effect is true, and that's one of the proofs that the Earth is a globe, then he was up there for 3 hours. He should have landed 2,100 miles away. Guess what? He landed 80 miles away in the opposite direction. So where was the spin then?
He was going with the spin because when he launched, he was already spinning.
So the Coriolis effect isn't true then?
The Coriolis effect is true.
Then he would have landed 2,100 miles away.
No.
Hey.
I can explain why too, if you like.
I really do love you. All right.
So what's the first part of the Coriolis effect?
Oh, there's two reference frame, an inertial and non-inertial reference frame. So one is spinning and one is not. So when you throw an object or launch an object or shoot an object over a non-inertial reference frame that's in motion, there's going to be apparent deflection. This apparent deviation is not an actual force, but it's an apparent deflection because of the rotating reference frame.
So it is rotating.
Yeah, but Felix, this is the Coriolis effect that you can experience on a merry-go-round. We're talking about Earth-caused Coriolis effect, and Felix Baumgartner didn't land 2,100 miles away after he was in the air for 3 hours with the Earth spinning underneath him at 2,100 miles an hour. So
no, because while he was launching, he was already rotating at that same speed.
Right, that's how it works. Anytime you shoot a bullet, allegedly, according to you guys, the Earth is rotating underneath that bullet, even though the bullet was already spinning. But there's been people that have made confirmed kills at like what, 2 point something miles? I think it was a Canadian sharpshooter who got the world record. How do you do that if the target is moving at 2 miles away? Obviously, the Earth isn't moving, or he wouldn't have been able to make that shot. Recently, someone hit a target from 4 miles away, but it wasn't a single shot. He shot over and over and over again until he finally hit the target.
You're saying the Earth is not only flat, but also stationary.
Right. Flat stationary plane.
Got it. But what about the rest of the solar system? It's not.
The solar system is a model, bro. All motion is relative. You know about relativity, right?
What about if I look at a planet in my telescope, which I have, and on one day I see part of it, and on the other day I see a different part of it?
Right, phases. Yeah, I admit they look like orbs. I've looked through telescopes too. Mercury definitely looks like an orb.
You can't say it's phases. They look like orbs. I'm asking you, how is it possible for me to put my telescope and look at, let's say, Mars?
Because it's a light in the sky that you can look at. That's how it's possible.
No, you zoom in until you can see it.
Right. It's a light in the sky that you can zoom in on, and you can see it. But you think it's a mountain floating in the sky, like a spherical mountain. Like, I don't make any claims like that. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. You guys say that it's red because of rust. And I'm going, I don't know why it's red. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I respect your agnostic position on the flat Earth.
Yeah, because really what's going on here is I'm an Earth skeptic. But when I say that, nobody knows what I'm talking about. And since all you people have been programmed to understand what a flat earther is, it's someone who is skeptical about the heliocentric model. And that's not even the current model. It's the lambda-CDM model. That's your actual model. And it's in the middle of a Kuhn cycle right now. So a Kuhn cycle is when you have a theory and it deviates from science, and eventually it circles to where you lose the theory and you get a new theory.
So you said the Earth is spinning at what, 700 miles per hour, right?
At New Mexico, it's 1,038 at the equator.
Okay, so can we just do like Florida, just to make it? Or actually, no, I think
Florida's on the same parallel. It's on the 33rd parallel, just like Texas.
Mexico's perfect.
Okay, so 750 miles an hour.
And so instead of shooting it straight up, I shoot it straight up and to the left, such that it rises, and then it goes to the left, to the east, at 750 miles per hour.
You hurt somebody, don't do that.
You would land in the ocean.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I still don't recommend shooting bullets into the air, but I get what you're saying.
Be a bullet, it would be
right?
a module, and it would have a parachute, so...
Okay. Well, there's been people that have shot a cannonball up into the air, and the damn thing landed right back in the barrel. And other people on YouTube, you can look it up, they shoot bullets into the air, and it lands right next to them. So if the Earth is spinning under it, yeah, it's going to have that initial velocity of the spin of the Earth.
No, let's hold on. What if I'm on a train, and I throw a basketball up and I catch it? Is the basketball going to fly back at me, or is it just going to fall back down into my hands?
There is going to be conservation of momentum, right? Because you're on a train, it's moving. When you throw it up, it's going to move, right? But you guys are claiming that there's a separate reference frame. In the train, it's all one reference frame because it's enclosed. It's a closed system. Whereas outside, it's an open system. When you throw something up, it's going to be affected by the spin, right? It's going to be an apparent deviation. If you launch it north, it's going to deviate to the east because the Earth is spinning towards the west.
Why would it deviate to the east if I launch it straight up and I'm already traveling to the
No, I
west?
said if you launch it north, brother. You missed that part. If I launch it towards the north.
Hey, whoa, gotcha. But what if I throw it up and the train is moving at this certain amount, and I shoot it straight up, just like up, because it's flat, right? The Earth is flat.
Can't tell if you're trying to make an analogy for a spherical motion Earth or a flat stationary plane. Which one were you trying to use an analogy for?
Flat stationary plane.
Well, then the train wouldn't be moving, brother.
So the train's not moving. The trains don't move.
Trains don't move. I don't know what you mean by that. Can you elaborate?
Well, you said so the train isn't moving.
Okay. So yeah, you throw a ball up, it goes straight back down.
How can that be straight back down if things rotating?
You said it wasn't moving. You said trains don't move.
You said trains don't move. I asked you that.
Okay, maybe I misheard what you said. That's possible. I was in a garage band for 2.5 years. Let's start over. You're talking about a train.
Yeah. All right. So let's say that let's do something easier because I don't know if you've been on a train. I don't usually ride trains. Let's say you're in your car and you have a pool ball in your hand. You're traveling at 75 miles per hour. And you throw that thing straight up towards basically nearing the roof of your car. And then it falls straight back down in your hand.
Are you trying to give an example of the Coriolis effect?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So yeah, the ball goes up, it goes back down.
Then why doesn't it go towards me, like you said, at 75 miles per hour?
Because the conservation of momentum.
What kind of momentum?
The momentum that was given to it by the car.
But I thought you said it's not moving.
You said the car is moving at 75 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So who said it's not moving?
75 miles an hour relative to what?
Everything.
Got it. Okay. And then, so instead of a car, it's not a rocket. I'm launching a module up into space, and it's coming straight back down.
The combination of songs that you can put together, like, these things.
Okay.
It's gonna land right where I am, right?
I don't know. I mean,
because I just threw it straight up, just like the thing in the car.
Okay, it's going to go straight down. It's not going to deviate.
So
let me post the Coriolis effect so you can see it visually.
I just googled it when you first mentioned it.
So you notice how Wikipedia said the Coriolis force? That's weird. Oh, that's not what I want.
I don't know. I just googled Coriolis effect.
All right, there you go. So you can see from two different angles, there's the ball being thrown from the center of the merry-go-round.
Where can I see that?
I posted it in the chat. It's on the right.
Got
top
it.
right-hand corner.
I'll find it. I'm seeing. Give me a sec.
It's a GIF.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Thank you.
So let's say there's a child in the middle of the merry-go-round, and they throw it towards the edge of the merry-go-round. They threw it in a straight line, as seen from above, but a person who is on the merry-go-round, as seen from below, is going to see an apparent deflection. Now, the ball's not actually curving through space, it's actually going straight through space as above. That's why I said you have to shoot north to see it deviate to the east, because you see how it's deviating to the right if you threw the
Why
ball
do you
and
have
you're
to
on the
shoot
ball,
north?
because it's like you're going perpendicular to the spin.
The spin of what?
The Earth in your model.
What's east though?
Relative to north.
So there's north, east, south, and west. There's 4 directions.
Correct, the cardinal directions.
Got it. Okay. So you've got an object with 2 variables, x and y, right?
An object with 2 variables.
Where 0, 0 is the very middle, and then let's say that positive x is up north. Sorry, x, y, z.
In actuality, take this merry-go-round on the bottom, right? And put a drone halfway between the center and the edge. And you spin the merry-go-round, and you tell the drone just to go straight up. You don't program it to do anything else. It's not one of those GPS drones. It's a manual drone, like analog. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why isn't the orange thing moving on the bottom?
Let's see. It's to give you a reference frame so that you know the merry-go-round spinning. It
But
represents the child spinning.
Everything else is moving.
It's all moving.
The only thing that's moving is the black circle and the yellow.
The black circle is the ball. The yellow part is the trajectory of the ball, and the center represents a child sitting in the center, and the red circle represents a child sitting on the edge of the merry-go-round. And the bottom picture dictates what it would be like if you're on the merry-go-round, and the top picture dictates the point of view as if you're a drone hovering above the merry-go-round.
And so show me the rest of this GIF where the ball ends up back to... One sec. Ends up back to the where it started from, the middle.
It doesn't do that.
Why not?
Well, this is how the GIF is made, and that's what it shows. And it doesn't show what you're talking about.
How do you ever get any kind of thing coming back to you when you throw it up?
It's not a boomerang, bro. It's like a soccer ball.
Yeah, it's like a soccer ball, and you throw it up in the air.
No, you're not throwing it up at the air. A child is sitting at the center of the merry-go-round, and they're throwing it.
All right. So let's say you're on a flat plane where you're standing, and you can look straight up or straight down. And you look straight up, and you throw it.
Okay, you throw a ball straight up on a flat stationary plane. It's going to come straight down.
I thought you said it wasn't stationary. You're showing me rotation here on this GIF.
No, you started talking about a flat stationary plane. That's what you led.
So we can skip this merry-go-round GIF then, right?
Right. This was just to help you visualize the Coriolis effect, because it's counterintuitive. Most people have a lot of trouble with it.
The Coriolis effect really isn't counterintuitive.
Well, if you've been on a merry-go-round, it's not, because you've experienced it. But when most people talk about it, they don't understand that there's 2 separate reference frames. There's inertial and non-inertial. Non-inertial is the part that's moving. The inertial reference frame, in this case, would be the stationary atmosphere. But what we witness in reality is that the atmosphere is right alongside with the Earth. In fact, some days there's no wind at all. So there is no Earth-caused Coriolis effect. It's only one reference frame. It's almost like the atmosphere is Velcroed to the Earth somehow. And that's an analogy, not to be taken literal.
Got it. Okay. Fair enough.
So if I had let's say, a container, right? And inside this container, there is a tether and a ball. And I can take the ball and I can spin it, even though it's on a tether, but the tether is real elastic. So when I let go of it, it starts spinning, right? And then it spins so far and then it spins back the other way. The air around it is going to be perturbed slightly, but it's not going to be able to keep up with the motion of the spinning of the ball on the rope. You guys claim that the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is in lockstep with it, except for wind and storms and high pressure and low pressure.
I'm seeing the atmosphere as part of the Earth.
Right, I agree with you. If this is what you would experience if the Earth was stationary. The atmosphere would be in
Yeah,
lockstep.
regardless of whether it's stationary or not, and whether it's flat or spherical, the atmosphere is fixed to the Earth.
Agreed. We're in agreement.
Kind of how clouds work, right?
Wow, that's so freaking interesting. You know about electrostatic forces?
Yeah, I'm an expert on electrostatic forces.
Awesome. So, people have told me in the past that the reason clouds form is because of gravity. And I just thought that was like the funniest thing I've ever freaking heard, because it's obviously static. If you know anything about cloud seeding, if you know anything about, the electric static forces, all the, bumping, moving particles, they're going to create a charge. And then what do we see as a direct result of this charge? Lightning, and the clouds are grounding the charge because they get like an ionized charge, and then we see lightning. And it's crazy because the rain goes from liquid, sometimes ice, but then back to liquid, and then it has a phase change and it turns into a gas. And water as a gas is more buoyant than the atmosphere. And it's counterintuitive because you think water in liquid form it's dense, right? But in gas form, it's extremely buoyant, so it goes up, right? And then all the rain clouds collect because of the static force. And then when it collects and condenses, then it comes back down and the process starts all over again. And like, to me, that's just like really fascinating. I love taking high speed videos of lightning strikes because like it's so magnificent. There's so much power in those lightning strikes. It's really fascinating.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm done. We're in impasse. But it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, it was
Thank
nice
you
talking
for
to you,
being
bro.
civil.
Yeah, you too, bro. Appreciate it. That guy was chill. Super chill. That guy brought his Zen game. He's a Zen master. I could
I
tell.
think you might have brought it out in him too. You're good
It's
at
high,
that.
to be honest. It's not high and sleepy.
He sounded sleepy. I don't know if he was high.
I think my main argument is, yeah, you can't prove that it's round because you can go up into space and look at it and see it being round.
Yeah,
and I'm saying you can't prove that a microchip is real because you don't know how to make a microchip.
Well, I got some really, pretty decent 7 nanometer microchips here, and I can take my graphics card apart, which would be like a huge loss. But I could take it apart and prove that microchips are real. So I can observe it. I guess I'll need a microscope because I don't know how big 7 nanometers is, but I would probably need some sort of optical device, and I could, observe and experience and have firsthand primary knowledge of microchips in my 7 nanometer chipsets.
Okay. I'm gonna have to agree to disagree with you here. It'll be interesting if you're correct.
You don't think I could take my video card apart and take the cap off and reveal the chipset? What part are you disagreeing with?
You can see it, but you can't build one, can you?
Oh no, I have not the
You can see a
skill.
rocket launching into space, but you can't.
Can I? I can see it launching into space. I just thought they go up until you can't see them anymore, and they kind of go sideways.
So you can do that, but
Or you just see a rocket launch. You don't know where it's going. You just see it
you
take
can't
off.
see the microchips, though, right?
Yeah, you can take it apart.
But you can't actually build one.
No, I have not the technology, the capacity, the know-how, the minerals, the machinery. Yeah, I'm lacking all those things. But I can verify that it exists because I can physically hold it in my hand. I suppose I could go to college and get like $100,000, $200,000 worth of debt that I can't default on, and I could possibly, become an electrical engineer. And maybe if I studied really hard and worked really hard, I could get a job at like Ryzen or AMD or Intel or something, and probably Intel because I live in the States. But I'm sure they got factories over here too. But yeah, I could work at a factory and I could build it and understand the ins and outs, and maybe even work in research and development and create even smaller
Maybe work
chips.
in rockets.
I guess I could do the same and work for NASA, but I would have like firsthand primary knowledge of microchips. I wouldn't have any knowledge about space. A sky vacuum, and it sounds like Zeus to me, like a sky god or sky
All
daddy.
right, so you could master in, I don't know, graphic design or web development.
Then I'd really get a job at NASA.
Do you know machine language?
Do I know what? Machine language?
Yeah, binary code.
No, I don't code. I'm just a gamer.
So you just trust that it works?
Well, no, I don't trust that it works. I experience it working 99.9% of the time. Thereabouts.
You experience the effect, but not the cause, right?
Let me think about that for a second. I experience the effect of my computer working, but not the cause. Well, there's multiple causes. Usually is in science. One of the causes is I add power because I pay my electric bill and I give power to the power source. What's it called? The power box. What's it called in computers?
Power supply.
Power supply. That's it. Yeah, that's one cause of it working. The other cause is really good engineering, and another cause would be technological advancements. So I can experience one of the causes. So for me, as a wannabe empiricist, because I probably do have beliefs that I don't have any evidence for, like the sun's going to rise tomorrow, et cetera, et cetera. As a wannabe empiricist, I only want to claim things if I have firsthand primary knowledge. Like, I could tell you what dirt tastes like. I could tell you what ocean water tastes like because I have firsthand primary knowledge. That light in the sky that we call Mars, I have no idea what that tastes like.
Because you don't have a good enough telescope to look at it, right?
Well, I mean, I just heard a guy earlier, not that long ago, saying that we can't trust our senses. But I don't think if I had perfect 20/20 vision and a $300 billion telescope flying at really high altitude, I wouldn't be able to confirm that that's rust on that ball of light in the sky. Hang on a second. My son's talking to me. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'll let this guy go. It's good talking to you, dude. That was an interesting conversation. I'm just gonna let the other guy talk because I don't want to grandstand here.
GG.
We got any new people in with questions? Nope. All right.
So interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone's got comments or questions, throw them out.
So does the sun set due to perspective or does it go around the horizon? It's like it can't be perspective. So it has to be obstructed by something physically. So like, how does that work? Do you guys know if you get like balls on pendulums on like a free moving like pendulum, you can figure out where you are on the earth? Only if it's round, right? If it's flat, it doesn't work.
What I miss? So this being a politics server, like there's some people in here that are like legitimately highly trained Marxists. Like I don't know that for sure, but I'm like assuming that there's, gonna be all types that come in here. And the communist type, like they really know how to use tactics, right?
No.
No?
No, communists are like a minority in every country other than the major communist countries, and even then, they only became communists through like brutal takeovers and not through some democratic elected process by an intelligent, well-educated group.
Well educated is probably correct. But there are, neo-communist, neo-Marxist, I guess I should say, everywhere. They're just in small groups, like you said, but they're extremely vocal. But they can't
Yeah,
debate
if you go
outright.
on. Okay.
Do I know you, brother? Have we met before?
Probably. Some can. Like, I think I could probably represent a position that says that we should move towards that, but not change towards it, but like incremental change towards over a century towards communism.
You don't like private property?
We could transcend the need for private property, and we could have private property under communism as well.
You know your rights come from your private property, right?
No, your rights come from institutions.
Institutions.
Yeah.
Isn't private property an institution?
No.
No.
No, institutions are like governments or
Oh no, the
family
rights
groups or
don't.
social groups. Or
I don't know about your country, but in this country, your rights don't come from the government.
they do, yeah.
From God.
So,
Yeah,
like, if I wanted to come and get you and put you in a cage in my backyard for, I don't know, until you die, or I want to do some unspeakable things to you at some stage, if I'm bigger than you, have more people than you, or I catch you unawares, I can do that. The only thing that would stop me would be the institutions, the government, the policing.
the
Those are
only
the only
thing that
things
would
that would
allow it
actually
would
get
be
us going.
the institutions and the policing.
Only if that institution allows.
Just because someone infringes on your rights doesn't mean you don't have them.
It kind of does. If you have no ability to secure your rights, you have no rights.
No, you still have the rights. Someone took them away from you illegally, like against the will of the creator. And there will
No,
be an
you don't
account
have
for
those
that.
rights. I also, there's no reason to think there'd be an account for it because no one has ever come back and said that there's going to be an account. It's only ever been through like revelation. So I have no direct knowledge of an afterlife. So why should I act as if there's an afterlife?
You have no direct knowledge of dark matter either, but you act as if gravity is a reliable theory.
Yeah, you'll act
Well,
like
yeah,
there's an
because it is.
afterlife,
Because
or they'll
we
lock
have
you
we
up.
have direct observations of gravity, don't we?
You have direct observations of the bending and warping of spacetime?
Yikes.
Well, that's relativity, but yeah, we do.
Which is Einstein's theory of special relativity, which is
Yeah,
commonly
but
known as the theory of gravity.
yeah, but Newton described gravity before Einstein went deeper as to the cause, didn't he?
He
But that
said God.
description of gravity,
Newton's
that
cause is
description of
God.
gravity, that description of gravity still exists regardless of whether Einstein's correct or not. Things fall down, things are attracted to each other due to mass. Everything else can be wrong, but those couple of facts are correct.
And the cause still exists, even if you don't know it. This is why it'd be interesting if there's like a modern day Newton who could just go around and roast atheists all day with like calculus problems.
What?
His causal agent, his hypothesis was God did it.
He was a pantheist, so
See,
his idea was God did it, and by God he means all things. Like
No,
all
he
natural
means the
things.
God of the Bible. He wrote like thousands and thousands of pages analyzing every passage of the Bible. Had virtually the whole Bible
You
memorized
mean Newton?
word for word. Newton,
You
yeah.
mean Newton?
Yeah.
Yeah, Newton was some esoteric faith, wasn't he? He wasn't a Christian.
He sure did write about it a lot. About
Yeah,
Christianity.
he was
There was
Catholic.
recently a chest that was allegedly Newton's, and it went off at auction for a really high price. And when they opened
Okay.
it, it was all about the Bible. They were kind of
Well,
pissed.
yeah, but atheists write about the Bible all the time, don't they? That doesn't mean they acknowledge a creator. They're
True.
just saying this
True.
is the only basis of belief for a creator. So
Right, but let's
if
get
we
back to
can
gravity.
show this to be incorrect.
So here's why Newtonian gravity was incorrect. When they discovered, in the 1900s, quantum mechanics, they discovered that Newtonian gravity doesn't work and it doesn't jive with the double slit experiment. So if it's a law, right?
Wait. Sorry, if I may, what does it have to do with the double slit experiment?
I can cite my source if you like. Would you like to see the sources on that?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Yeah. Make sure you get them because they don't stay very long. So I'll go ahead and look for that and I'll talk while I'm doing it. So
sure. I mean,
yeah.
you can provide us later. No problem.
No,
by the way,
I'm gonna provide it immediately so I don't forget because I like it when
sure.
people actually want the sources.
Cool. By the way, can I just say you sound really familiar? Did you have like a picture of Hank Hill?
Yeah.
Dude, I think I remember you. Remember me? I'm Thor.
Thor from 2016. Yeah, I remember you, bro.
Yeah. Flat Earth. We had the Google Hangout thing.
Yeah.
You joined.
Good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, hope you're doing well.
So,
Man,
can you tell these people in this room that I'm not a troll, like that troll was saying earlier?
No,
and that I
Hank
really
is
am.
not a troll. No,
I really am a flat earther.
Yeah, oh yeah, and he's one of the most fucking decent people that I actually know.
I appreciate that. I try to be classy.
But yeah, go on. What are you guys talking
about? Gravity not working everywhere, because if it's a law, right, like the laws of thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. So that law of the conservation of energy is true everywhere, all the time, 24/7, like no matter where you go.
Well, no, there could be exceptions to the general law, and the universe would still function.
Okay, show me an exception to a law.
Well, no,
it means the law is
incomplete. I'm just saying it's not a necessary refutation. Like I think what they're talking about there is that, I mean, because I just watched a couple of documentaries, like what is it, the Cosmos, right? And yeah, there are some unexplained aspects of our universe, including like some like places like black holes, for example, right? We don't, they're a mystery, but and they do suggest like there is a deeper explanation for all of the facts that we know, right? That ultimately explains the black holes themselves, right? Because we have to integrate something else into this. But it doesn't falsify. The main point is it doesn't falsify the other observation. It doesn't overturn the other theories. It's sort of adding to them, right? Like Newtonian physics is still applicable. It's still functional, right? You can
it's still functional.
like,
anything that has mass will have gravity. So if you want to talk about quantum mechanics, like quantum fields, quantum particles, don't necessarily have mass. Therefore, they don't necessarily have gravity under Newtonian physics.
Mass?
I mean,
there are some particles they don't. I'm not sure if it's electrons, but there are some particles that don't have mass, like neutrinos.
Photons don't have mass because it's impossible to have mass and travel the speed of light. No, they don't.
No, they do, but they're bended by
massless.
Gravity. But they're bended by gravity, extreme gravity, like lens gravitational lensing.
They're massless.
So yeah, that's the thing. I think they do have some mass actually.
Photons. Okay.
I know. I heard that too, but at the same time,
I'm googling.
Gravitational lensing is the case, right? We have discovered this, like that. gravity bends
Do
light.
photons have mass?
Politics.
Yeah, wasn't there a famous
Experiment, yeah, but when the eclipse happened,
observation only?
yeah, which
The
I think
photon. This is by current day academia. It says the photon is a massless particle.
how is
Okay,
that
So
cool? How
gravity
is it being
influences it
measured?
in some other way.
Yeah, not through
Oh, so
mass.
we don't
So
even
gravity
know.
can.
Interesting. So maybe
All right,
some
so I'm
other
going to
thing
read
there.
this because he asked me to post it. I'm man of my word, so I'll post it.
Sure.
It
So
is
here we have it.
impossible to. Sorry, just
Sorry.
real quick. It is impossible to travel at the speed of light if you have mass, because once you start approaching the speed of light, your mass will grow exponentially to ad infinitum, which means it will break all laws of physics.
Theoretically.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right, not actually.
I mean, nobody can travel at the speed of light, yeah, sure.
Right, that's why it's not actually. Okay, so this says, quote, so here we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit, and we fire a bevy of electrons and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons at both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? This is the end of Newtonian physics. This is
Oh
Professor
wait,
But that's not
Shankar.
what that
but
means.
no, but Hank, wait,
Wait a
no,
minute.
we're talking
Okay,
about gravity.
hold on, time out. He just said that's not what that means. What does
No,
he
that's not what that
mean?
means.
What does he mean by this is the end of Newtonian physics? How are you translating that?
I think he means is
Yeah, so
that,
he's
like,
he's hyperbolically saying that Newtonian physics doesn't explain all things
yeah, there
correctly,
are other
which is
laws
true.
that need to
But
be.
it does explain that mass attracts mass. That's just a fact. So just by saying that there are some things that Newtonian physics doesn't explain doesn't mean that the things it does explain it no longer explains.
Okay, that sounds like an assertion you're making. The next one says, first I
Oh, I
want
can
to tell
prove it.
you.
Yeah, can't we just prove it with like the millions of observations of mass attracting mass according to
Yeah, but bro,
constants being described?
I'm
Can we not just
reading
do
from a
that?
professor, and you're just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
talking, and you're
But
not a
Hank,
professor.
Well,
wait,
Can
Hank,
I read
do you think?
this?
Wait,
You're
but
reading its
Hank,
hyperbolic state. I just explained it to you. So how about you address my argument?
You're talking about hyperbolic static?
No, he's using hyperbolic language.
Okay, so
yeah,
you
he's
think
being
that this is the
bombastic
end
about
of
it.
Newtonian physics is good? Is that a good thing?
Do you know what
But no,
hyperbolic means?
Yeah,
wait,
I
he's
know what
not.
that means.
Wait, if I may,
What does it
can
mean?
I?
No,
It means that
just wait
he's
a
like
sec. Let me go through
it's
this
like
with him.
explosive language. He's like using like an idiom.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
He's
being
trying to
So when
get
he
a point
says this is the
across.
end of when he says this is the end of Newtonian physics, that can be hyperbolic language. That could just mean that he has shown that Newtonian
Right, but
physics
what does he mean
doesn't
by the new?
doesn't fully explain everything. That
Right,
He
doesn't
means
mean
I
that
quite the
agree.
Newtonian
He
opposite.
physics
doesn't
can't be
explain it
used.
because the bro, can I get a word in? The Newtonian prediction would be, you guys know how important predictions are, right? If we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. And they don't. And the next one says, first I want to tell you what goes wrong with the Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. That is what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Professor Shankar, chair,
By you reading
Yale
that to me,
Physics.
I've already given you an argument against what you just read to me. I accept what he said. I just think he was being hyperbolic. Newtonian physics
Okay,
still
so he was
accurately
being
describes. Hey, hold on. Newtonian physics still accurately describes that mass attracts mass. Do you agree with that or not?
I bet this guy identifies as an atheist. That's why he's trying to take down Newtonian physics.
No, I mean,
Shut up and let this guy answer. Do you agree that Newtonian physics, like his description of reality and the observations he made, describe mass attracting mass?
That's what he said, but in reality, when we check it with this here double slit experiment, the third one says, today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press.
Yeah,
We
that
build
doesn't.
somebody up only to destroy them. Build up Newton, shoot him down. Build up Maxwell, going to get shot down. So we got a nail in the
That
coffin.
doesn't.
We're going to shoot it
That
down, and
doesn't.
this is the end of Newtonian mechanics. What do you think he
That
meant by
doesn't
that?
mean.
I don't think
That
God
doesn't.
exists.
Well, by the way, wait, can I actually guys chime in on this? Right? So the double slit experiment doesn't necessarily negate actually Newtonian explanation for light because Newton thought they were particles, and one of the behaviors, right, the double slit experiment is that they act like particles too. It's just that at the same time somehow they act as waves, right? The circumstance, right? That's like the mystery there. But so the fact of the matter is that Newton was correct too, right? Light does behave like particles. That's a fact. That's what the experiment shows. It's just that it
A
also
wave.
shows,
Light
yeah,
behaves like
yeah,
a wave.
that it also behaves like a wave too, right? And it's like, so it doesn't contradict the facts, right? So when he paused, and also, come on, you think if you like email this professor and we ask him, hey, do you deny gravity now? Do you deny gravity? Right, like Cavendish experiments, right? For example, do you deny that? Of course, he would say no.
Well, see,
Of course, that
it's
is
not
still a
that.
fact. That is a experimental fact, right? Gravity exists. Mass attracts mass relative to its
Okay,
masses, right?
what's the experiment? Because
Oh,
I can show
Cavendish
you
experiment.
300
Cavendish, I
papers.
think.
I can show you
There's
300
Cavendish
papers
experiment. There's the
of
original
modified
one.
Newtonian gravity.
Yeah,
Why are they modifying it if it works?
Let's
getting
go to
more
the next one.
precise. Wait, getting more precise. Yeah, because there's like, it's not 100%, right?
Right,
I
so it doesn't
mean,
work.
what? No, that doesn't. What?
If I sold
Wait,
you a car that wasn't 100%, did I sell you a car if it
that's
doesn't
no
have a
car.
transmission? Right,
Dude,
that's
as a
no
car
car.
mechanic, I can
Right.
tell you that no car is 100%. They all have like their own like.
No, I'm
Like
talking about a car without a transmission, right?
Well, no,
Because you
that's
don't
like
observe the
that's
car
more.
going
We
down the
don't
road.
have that. We don't have something that doesn't make the thing work at all, right? Because without transmission, a car like fails its purpose. But what we have in physics is happening there is that we're adding to it, right? We're not making it not work. We're expanding the model, right? The model was model. The early models of like Newtonian physics is still accurate, right? Like 99%.
Not according to what I've seen. And I'll post it right here. Here's another link. Yeah, I'm off for 2 days, Cindy. So what this says, MOND is the alternative paradigm of dynamics seeking to replace Newtonian dynamics and general relativity. It aims to account for the ubiquitous mass discrepancies in the universe. Now, if it works, it
Yes.
wouldn't have discrepancies without
No.
invoking dark matter that is required if one adheres
Right.
to standard dynamics.
But
So
everything
dark matter
else
just got
works.
debunked. No,
Okay,
it
let's
doesn't
say it's
work.
debunked.
That's why they came up with dark matter, and it recently got debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma.
Certainty of, I don't know, but wait, but again, no. Whenever we discover these things, we don't contradict the facts, right? Like, it is still like the Cavendish experiment still works, like, right? Things with mass attract out of things with mass, right? We've measured this. That's a fact, right? And when we look at
Why
the
are they
sky
modifying it?
to make it more accurate, because there are some things in the universe on like different scales. This is what you're missing. It's about scales of things, right? On certain scales, this works perfectly, right? It describes the motions of planets, right?
No, Newtonian
Yes,
doesn't
it does.
describe the orbit of Mercury.
Gravity, yes, gravity does describe orbits of planets. Yes, it does.
Newtonian does not
Yes,
accurately
it does.
describe
That's
the
literally
orbit of
what they
Mercury.
created for, to
No,
explain
that's why they
why the
came up with
planets are moving
Einstein.
in the way that they are. Like, why are they there? Literally, Newton had a thought experiment, the Cannon thought experiment. They did.
Mhm.
That was to explain orbits. That if you fire a cannon shot, right, at such high velocity, sufficient of velocity, it will orbit the planet because of gravity, right? He explained it, right? That was because
He
they're trying to
explained it,
exactly.
but didn't demonstrate it.
Yes, it did. Gravity does demonstrate that.
Newton demonstrated orbiting cannonballs.
But no.
With
Gravity, the
what
principle,
cannon did he use?
the principle, right? So we already have cannons, right? Theoretically, in our model, already observable planets, right? Now, for you're saying that the reason why they're there and they're acting the way they are is because of this force of gravity, right? Any object with mass relative to its mass would attract other objects with mass, right? If that was true, that would explain planets. And so we can. He tried to. I don't think he actually proved it. It was later on Cavendish, right, who proved this actually, right, with the experiment by sideways gravity experiment. He proved that objects with mass exert an attraction force to odd objects with mass. That is a fact.
He proved it. Well,
Yeah,
if gravity's proven, then why are they coming up with modified Newtonian dynamics?
because on certain scales it doesn't function, but that's not important
So
to
it doesn't
like.
work.
Okay, so bro, like, okay, I have a map of a place, right? I have a map of America, but some things there are like inaccurate, like 0.1% are inaccurate. Is this therefore not a not working map? It's a useless map. Doesn't tell you 99% truth still.
Well, then it's not complete.
Yeah, sure, right. And that's what the theories that we make additionally
Right,
try
so you
to
have
do.
incomplete theories. They're not scientific theories.
Yeah, no, wait. Where does it say that a scientific theory has to be always 100% complete? Like, the reason why science exists as a field, people get paid to be there, is to do research, right? Is to open new ways of how the theories can be expanded.
If
That is
one
part
were
of
to
science.
look on a map and one were to make a pin anywhere and makes a point, in the same way that that single point wouldn't have a single building in it, right? There's no actual thing to that point on the map. Some scales are to that. Like, you can't apply a function to something that is simply a thing.
Well, if it's a law and it doesn't work at the micro or the macro, then it's not a law.
No, laws
Well, it's
are
a law
not
that
absolute.
comes from it.
The-
Gravity
we
is something
just-
that comes from the macro.
Yeah.
Dude, gravity doesn't work at the galactic level.
For black holes, for galaxy
It does. It
shapes.
just functions differently.
No,
It functions in a
doesn't.
very difficult. Yes, it does.
Dark matter just got debunked. Click on the video that I just posted. It doesn't work.
Okay, sure, but the dark matter is still like a placeholder for like an unknown, basically.
Or
But
gravity
again,
not working.
But Hank doesn't. But no, Hank. Again, it's still a fact that things with mass attract other things with mass, right? It
Yeah,
is a
because
fact.
there's static forces, right? We know how clouds form.
Static electricity. You mean?
Static, electrostatic forces.
But we know how to measure this. Like, you don't think that scientists can account for and know about static electricity? You think
Right.
they
So
ever
what
counted this in
are
an experiment?
atoms made of?
How is it debunked when it's a hypothetical?
What's hypothetical?
Dark matter.
Well, it was falsified because when two galaxies collided, the professor says that they should have acted like a marble dropping through a jar of honey, but instead it acted like a marble dropping through an empty jar, therefore debunking dark matter halos. And you can ask Thor, I've been arguing about this for 8 years.
Oh yeah, so
And
that's
this professor
debunking the
just-
notion.
Sounds
Right,
like
so the
over
notion.
just proved me right.
That
They
sounds
also
like
think they found a
oversimplification
galaxy
because this would
with
seem
no
like
dark matter.
this would seem like it'd be something that I'd find almost instantly if that is the case, and it doesn't seem
Well,
to be
if
the
you
case.
click on the link, you're going to find it instantly.
What link? Where?
Posted the video in the chat.
I can find the link too. They said that they found a full galaxy with a James Webb Telescope.
You mean the interview?
Any dark
Yeah,
matter.
the professor.
So a single
Pavel
individual
Krugman.
states that they don't understand or believe or whatever. Like, how does he debunk it? Like, bro, this is an individual.
Yeah, he's a professor, just like Professor Shankar is a professor.
There's just one professor like this.
Can
doesn't
somebody
this
explain
reflect-
on to me?
Hold on. Modified Newtonian dynamics. There's been over 300 published papers trying to solve the cosmological
Right,
constant problem. Hold on, bro. It's not just one professor. 300 papers have been published about the cosmological constant problem.
You can't
Cosmological
misrepresent
constant
this
problem?
stuff
What
and
do you
expect. Hey, listen, you're not going to misrepresent this stuff and then continue to talk. All right? If you get a link and say, "Oh, it's just one professor," that is a disqualification from the conversation.
Wait, but that's what he gave so far, right? But now he says there's many people. Cool, we can talk about that, right? So it's not just one professor. So is this like a consensus? Wait, so what are you talking about there? Because you changed. You said now gravitational constant, or no, wait, what, some constant or something?
The vacuum catastrophe.
The what?
I posted that earlier too. I'll post it again.
Okay, wait. But I think we kind of went to a rabbit hole, right? Does any of this falsify like Newtonian laws? All of them?
Yeah, the double slit experiment. I posted that earlier. It was the first thing I posted.
No. It shows that that light behaves also as a particle.
Okay, that's just like the interpretation of the experiment.
No, that is
you
what the
read?
experiment shows. That's one of the problems. That's one of the
What the experiment
horns of the
actually
contradiction.
What the experiment actually shows is the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function.
Yes. Right. So
Okay.
when there is
So the stuff that you're
when there
talking
is
about is the philosophical dialogue after the experiment has taken place.
No.
I put a link that supports your claim.
We're talking about the two results of the experiment, right? When somebody observes the experiment, right, it has, I think, a particle pattern. And when somebody doesn't observe the experiment, it has a wave pattern.
Yeah, but what?
Right, but so
What
both
does that have to
facts
do
are
with what he
true.
said?
That's the
So I think
because
the first thing
it doesn't falsify Newtonian even understanding of that one phenomenon.
I think
let
it
alone
helps on-
let alone all of them, right? Which is what we're trying to talk about. Because gravity, like Newtonian laws of gravity, still apply. They still
So I
work.
think
what does nail in the
it
coffin
helps to
mean?
understand that dark matter is something that was hypothesized to be a reason for why galaxies function the way they do, and based on an observation that entails it should function differently if the theories concerning dark matter, what it is and how it would influence the universe were true, differs. And because it's only ever been hypothesized, this not being the case, like this showing itself not to be the case in this one example, puts into question the whole thing again. And it was
Right.
never something that was observed to be anything in the first place. It was always something theoretical. So I get
Right.
where you're coming from. Like, now I'm looking into it, and it seems to have a lot of credence
Well,
to
you,
it.
sir, sound like a student that's going to be a physicist one day.
I'd like to do so.
What's the issue exactly with dark matter being falsified?
You can click on the link and look at what the guy says. Pavel Krupa gives an interview where dark matter is falsified with a certainty of 5 sigma.
Okay.
So
What's the
dark
significance?
matter was first off concluded based on a theory where it kind of filled a gap where this could
Right.
or should be the case, and now they're like, well, apparently it's not.
Right, but that gap was gravity working at the galactic level.
I'm sorry, but dark matter never was a theory. It was always just an
It was
hypothesis.
it was an explanation
Right,
for
it
why
was never
the
a
universe
scientific.
has more mass than we thought it should have, I think.
Right, it was
Yeah,
never a
there was never.
scientific theory. I agree.
Well, also to explain why galaxies are, some galaxies are the way they are.
Yeah, it's just
Like,
an hypothesis. It was never an actual theory.
Right.
yeah,
They were. It was an ad hoc hypothesis to fix gravity not working
but
at
that's
the
what all
galactic level.
hypotheses are.
He's not
proposed.
wrong, because the way we expected the universe to be, or Einstein did, was that it's gonna contract into itself because of gravity. But we discovered that actually it is pushing away from each other.
Oh, that too, actually, yeah. That's an
Yeah, that was
What's
one of the
fired, the Earth or
contradictions.
my girlfriend's titties?
That was one of the contradictions that I first noticed in the heliocentric model. Ever expanding and contracting.
Why would that be a contradiction of the heliocentric model specifically?
Yeah, well, do you know the meaning of those two words? What does expanding mean? Does expanding mean contracting, or not? Or not that?
I understand that, but why is that a refutation of the heliocentric model exactly?
Can I explain it to him, Crit?
Yeah, fire for effect. Then.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. So Hubble, the man, not the telescope, discovered the Doppler effect, or what he interpreted as the Doppler effect, with the universe expanding, right? So they thought because of gravity, this was going to slow down, obviously. But actually, what they discovered in the late 90s was that it was speeding up, hence the theory of dark energy.
Mm-hmm.
And dark energy was pulling everything further and further apart in the model, the standard model of cosmology. And they needed to fix the problem with the galaxy before all this. Well, they added dark matter. When they added dark matter and then discovered that actually the expansion is increasing, accelerating, they couldn't figure out what the deal with the problem is. And this is where you get, some of these problems where the cosmological constant problem is where we get that number with 10 to the 120th power, where the universe is expanding, and they thought, well, if it's the vacuum energy that's causing it, this is what we would expect to observe. It was way off. It wasn't off by a little bit, and that's the link that I posted earlier. It used to say Harvard, but they changed it on me, so now I think it says something else. Let me check.
So what I'm getting
Vacuum
is
catastrophe.
essentially.
Go ahead.
So what I'm getting is essentially that Einstein's theory wasn't complete, which most people, are readily willing to accept. That's
Yep.
fine. But how does that falsify a heliocentric model?
So this is not the heliocentric model. This is the lambda-CDM model. CDM standing for cold dark matter.
Sure,
So
but I'm not.
This is your
convinced that's
model
the word.
of cosmology that just got debunked.
But how does it debunk?
I don't
heliocentric?
need dark matter to exist. Einstein could just be wrong. That's okay.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been saying it for 8 years. Ask Thor. I've been saying dark matter was bullshit for 8 years.
Yeah, I do remember.
Okay.
But how does this make the Earth not round?
Well, how are Spaceballs made?
It could still be gravity.
Oh,
yeah.
What you just said, you're okay with it not being gravity.
No, I'm okay with dark matter not being the explanatory for why his specific formula not working out. I'm okay with that, but gravity was still existing here.
Yeah, gravity is still the case. No scientist would deny this. Like the
Okay,
phenomena of
so
gravity.
it's incomplete, but it's still true.
Yes.
I mean, dark matter is not a part of gravity. Like, the theory of gravity doesn't include dark
Wait a
matter
minute.
whatsoever.
Hold
Like,
on.
wait,
I
Hank,
never
Hank,
said that it did. Hold on, time out, Thor. I never said that the theory of gravity included dark matter. What I said is that gravity didn't work at the galactic level, so they invented these dark matter halos, and this matter created more gravitation to explain the gap in the math for gravity not working at the galactic level, because according to Michio Kaku, the galaxy is spinning 10 times too fast, and the stars should fly apart. But they don't, so there must be dark matter there, because we know gravity exists. Well, now dark matter's been falsified if you just click on that video that I posted. And what does that mean? That means gravity is fucked, and they're trying to come up with a modified Newtonian dynamics, and they're retooling gravity to try to make it work, because it's not working, it's broken. Or like you
or
say,
or
like
the
you
formula
say,
is not
incomplete.
accurately predicting what we like. It's just not accurately predicting what we would like to see. Basically, the formula is just bunk. We just need a different formula for this specific case.
But it's
But
still a
may I ask
fact
a
again that
question?
gravity exists as a phenomena, right? Like we
But
measure
may
it.
I ask
Yeah.
a question? How come, like, okay, you might be right. Like, gravity in the
Artie, your
universe.
mic is low.
Is my mic low? Hello?
No, that's better. Yeah.
Sorry, it must be something with noise suppression. If one observation is wrong, which maybe it is, we don't know for the universe when it comes to gravity and the way it acts, which I don't believe, but whatever, let's just say this. How come that debunks the observations that we have
Is it
done?
okay to be gay in this channel?
No.
You can be gay
How
wherever you
come?
want, bro. Who cares? But you're
As
being
long as your
rude and
gayness is flat.
interrupting. So
How come
stop
one
being
observation?
flatphobic.
How come one observation removes another observation? That's just all I'm asking. Because like we observe gravity on Earth.
Wait. There's a huge discrepancy with what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Yes, we observe the effect of gravity on Earth, right? But what is
Yeah.
the cause of that effect? Well,
We don't know.
when we say gravity, most of the time we're talking about, like, in colloquial term, like weight, like gravitas, right? Like how much do you
Yeah.
weigh? I'm not asking how much you weigh at the bottom of a freaking swimming pool. I'm asking how much you weigh in your bathroom, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what is the cause of you weighing that much at the bottom of the pool, which is basically nothing? You're weightless in the pool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
I wouldn't
what
say
we're
weightless, but I get the point. Yeah.
well, if you let out half or maybe 3/4 of the air in your lungs, you're right in the middle of the pool. If you're in a 12-foot pool, you're neutrally buoyant.
I get the point. I get the
Okay,
point. Yeah.
okay. So what we're saying is that maybe there's something to this, electrostatic force thing, and because everything is made up of, in the atomic model, electrons, protons, and neutrons, and of course the nucleus, that maybe the reason that things are dense is because when they're more dense, there's more charge that they could pack together. Like, that steel anvil floats in mercury, right?
I don't know that. No.
Right. There's a GIF.
Yeah.
You could look it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
I will
reason
take
for
your
that
word for it.
is the mercury is more dense than the steel. And we're saying that this is probably a better model of gravity than the hypothetical bending and warping of space-time, because bending and warping of space-time is basically exist in a vacuum. But when we
But
actually
I
look,
have
hold on, brother, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
When we
Okay.
look in the vacuum, if you look at the Casimir effect, there's too much energy in the vacuum. So there is no empty space. It's a concept. Nothing really isn't nothing. There's actually a
Yeah.
vacuum
There's no real
catastrophe.
vacuum. Yeah.
Right. So this 0-point energy, or quantum foam, or whatever you want to call it. Oh no. Yeah, sorry, my cat knocked over my drink.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, I'm almost done. So
You're
I'll get a
fine.
towel, John. So basically what it boils down to is we're having to re-examine what we thought was true, because what we thought was true, when we observe reality, it doesn't match what Einstein said.
But my question is, Einstein, yeah, he was wrong on certain parts. When we reach quantum physics, he was wrong. That's true.
You mean
But
experimental sciences, right?
my question is merely like, okay, so you might be right. This thing that we call dark matter, which was like kind of like a gap filler to make sense of what we already know, could be wrong. It might even, and that's for the conversation. Let's say it is wrong. How does this contradict, for example, the case that the planets that we observe spin around the sun? Like, what else could that be?
Well, you know that all motion is relative, right?
The law of
don't know
motion
that.
is relative.
No, you
Okay.
know that all motion is relative, right?
Of course.
Yes? Okay. So how did you say with such certainty that the planets orbit the sun?
Einstein said so. You said yourself that you believe in him, and I mean, we
No,
observe
no, no,
this
no,
in
no, 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 no. I
ancient
never said
Sumerian.
I believe in Einstein. I've been
Oh,
railing
okay.
against Einstein for 8 years.
Oh, okay. My
All
bad.
of Einstein or just the dark matter part?
Well, Einstein didn't come up with the theory of dark matter. He came up with general special relativity. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but his
I don't
theories.
believe
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't believe that
Okay.
his theory is a scientific theory. I believe it's unfalsifiable and a thought experiment at best.
But like what I seem to not understand is you use our understanding of the universe, right, to debunk gravity, which is fine. That is what we should do. If you have a theory in front of you and you think it's not actually producing the predictions that it should critique it. But my problem is you just toss away everything else that we have also established about the universe. Like, for example, that planets do spin around the sun. This is knowledge since the Sumerians.
So the whole knowledge since Sumerians, I can't really verify that. I've read quite a few books about the Fertile Crescent and ancient Babylon and Sumer and Acadia and all the different ones. But back to the modern concept. Look, I'm not throwing away anything that's observable. It appears that Mercury and Venus are orbiting the sun. I agree with you. And it appears that Jupiter has something orbiting it, right? But
Yeah.
does that automatically mean that, Mars is a giant ball of rust? Like, is that
Practically.
automatically true?
Rust?
Now
Yeah.
we are jumping to conclusions here. Like, first,
Exactly.
let's just stick to why is that happening.
Why is it happening? Who could know
Yeah.
such things? So
Einstein
here's the
might,
thing.
right?
I'm looking at the lights and going, I don't know what that is, right? But if I ask you what is the mass of Venus or Jupiter, you can type it in Google and it'll give you an exact number of the mass of Jupiter, and you're just going to accept it. And I'm going to be like, I don't know. That's like a mathematical calculation. I'm skeptical, and you're probably
Well,
not.
They physically cannot work out the mass
It
of
could
it
be
unless
wrong.
they bring a scale
It,
into it.
it
That's
probably
the
is.
problem.
Probably
right
is
there.
wrong. Yeah.
It
That's the
probably is a
problem right there.
mistake.
Until you guys are able to shift the conversation away from Google is your facts of life, it's really
I personally
difficult.
use ChatGPT.
When,
Yeah,
wait,
when have we
or
referenced
chat
Google?
GPT, yeah. It's really difficult to talk to you because there's no way at the end of the day you're just going to default and reset back to whatever Google says. That's why you guys
Well,
think
What's
men can
I
get
what's
think we
wrong
pregnant.
with
are
a
at very
search engine? Wait,
I
That's
think
what.
we are at a very
That's
interesting
why you
point.
guys think men can get pregnant now because Google just hand waved it
I
and
am.
suddenly
Thanks.
men
oh,
can get
Arnie,
pregnant.
he's on your
I
side
don't
on
think
this.
that.
Can we
I
get
don't. I
back
don't.
to Einstein for a minute, please?
Are you trying to say
I don't
cannot
think
get
about.
pregnant, man? Shit.
I don't think men can be women. So let's just settle that. Anyways,
I had my
He's on
hopes
your
up,
side,
bro. I
Well,
was,
Arnie.
they can. Do you watch Mr. Beast?
bro,
All
I
right,
was
let's
hoping to
get
get
back
pregnant as
to
well.
Yeah, so
I
back to
just
Einstein.
we are at a very interesting point with the other
yeah,
guy.
this is why I'm saying put down your Google and use your noodle, okay? Because
Okay.
if you agree that Google does have
I might have to.
misinformation in it, start
All
with
right.
that.
Sure.
I will use any search engine throughout this whole conversation if that makes you happy.
Well,
So
there's nothing
Pull out-
wrong with the medium,
pull out the
right?
books.
Looking for
I don't
information.
understand. How did
But
we get our information? We
wait,
got
but
it
I
from
have a
somewhere,
question,
right?
guys.
It doesn't matter.
The other guy who was like explaining, I'm genuinely interested in, like, you cannot just look at, you said Venus spinning around something, and you also mentioned Jupiter. You agree that there's some sort of like orbit with these planets. So Are you just gonna like say I don't know what the answer is and leave it at that, or are you like trying to figure out why that is?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it out for a long time. I've been studying electric universe since 2012. I've been trying to figure it out,
How can I
like
be lucky?
literally trying to figure it out. So
Have you
it's
tried
not like
applying?
I just want to tear down the system. I'm not anti-system. I'm pro-truth. I'm anti-corruption.
But have you tried using the law of gravity to explain these movements? Have you like done some calculations? Did they
I'm
add
always
up?
against gravity.
So the law of gravity was done away with the double slit experiment.
I understand. I understand. I'm not saying, look, man, I'm not saying that it is true. I'm just saying, have you tried using the law of gravity for these observations that you had to just
Math.
check if they would map on?
I'm mathematically illiterate. It's not a language that I'm fluent in, so the answer is no.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be interesting. I would like you to do that. Like you observe, since you agree that Venus has an orbit, I mean, it would be interesting for you to check if the math would add up.
Well, what does orbit mean? Etymologically, it means a circuit. How could I deny that, it has a circuit that repeats over and over again like a cycle, right? Like my
Well, I'm not.
washing machine that's spinning in the background. How could I deny that cycle going right now?
Excellent.
No, the point is not denying the observation. The point is trying to come up with a theory of the observation.
Yeah, I think it's more electrodynamic than bending and warping of space-time. And I can post lots and lots of articles of professors in Scientific America that are basically agreeing with what I don't know if I'm agreeing with what they're saying, or if they're agreeing with what I'm saying, but we're in agreement that the whole concept of space and time, it's going out the window.
Well, I mean, that might be the case, but I still would find it interesting if you would look into these planets that you agree that you have observed an orbit on, right? Just do like the calculation on it and see if it actually holds up. Maybe the like your observations are incorrect with with gravity, right? Maybe it produces some other outcome, and your observations are in fact not right. But maybe it produces the right prediction.
Well, I would like to
And
see you
that would be
translate.
interesting.
I would like to see you translate the Sumerian tablets yourself instead of relying on someone else doing it.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that.
Right. I'm not going to learn math to calculate the
Well, then
heavenly
maybe
bodies.
pay someone to do it, or I don't know, like maybe look someone doing it, like check someone up who does it, because that would be interesting.
Look, here's the deal, man. There's a paradigm shift
I
going
haven't
on.
heard Ardian make a propositional claim about the mistakes of mainstream consensus academic research on the Sumerian tablets. If he was doing that, then I might encourage him to translate them himself. That's the difference, right? You get that?
No, I didn't get what you said.
Okay, I have a question. So, do you disagree fundamentally with any of Newton's observations or formulas?
Are you talking about Newton's laws? Like an object that in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by an outside force?
So I'm primarily referring to Newtonian theory on the planetary trajectory around the sun. So he had presented some theoretical math which is able to some degree, at least to our best knowledge, predict the orbit of bodies, whatever you want to call them, the light
Well,
that you
is it
see.
really a prediction if I go to work 6 days a week for 30 years and after 29 years of observing you go, "Hey, I predict that guy is going to go to work tomorrow." Like, is that really a prediction? Because that's what the heavenly bodies are
If you have
doing.
an
Except for they've been
equation,
doing
It is
they've been
yes.
doing it for thousands of years, bro.
If you use a calculation, if you make a model mathematically, and you can end up with a math that predicts that the person will be at a certain point at a certain time, yes, you are predicting it.
No,
Exactly.
bro. You're not
I
predicting
agree with this man.
a guy going to work for 30 years, and after
No, not
30
you.
years,
No, not you. The math equation is predicting, because the math equation is
it's not a
stupid.
prediction. It's
It
an
is.
It is. It
observation that
clearly
you're
is.
describing
Well,
mathematically, because
wait,
math
well,
is a
wait, wait,
language, right?
Clearly is.
Is
wait,
math a
Well,
Kellen.
language?
a
They did
prediction
predict
is an
something novel.
observation
There
that
was a
you
comet.
have. A
Wait, Arya, if I might
prediction.
quickly. There's a comet that they predicted using calculations of like orbits. I think it was actually a guy who recruited Newton to explain this. I forgot his name. He was actually in the cosmos, but it was a fuck.
This is
What's the
this is
comet?
a
Helios
semantical
comet.
issue.
Halley's comet was Haley. Yeah, Haley.
This is a
He
semantical
using
issue. He
no, but
wait.
no,
He
no, but
believes
no.
that if something
But no,
happens
I
and
can
you
just give
say
him a novel
it's gonna
prediction,
happen,
right?
that's not a
So
prediction.
everybody thought that the Halos comet was just like a random thing like happening. Haley looked through historical documents and he found that it was appearing regularly. And from calculations like angles where it was spotted, right, he calculated the orbit and predicted when it will come next to the day. Right, Haley predicted when the comet will come. So they were not just explaining already known patterns. They discovered a pattern through a law of nature that they discovered.
So pattern recognition is not predictions. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
this is
saying.
why
No.
Spartacus, you're
They
talking past each
discovered.
other.
No, wait.
That's
They didn't
actually
just
exactly what it is.
Past each other. He has a semantical problem with it. So the problem that you have is
Man.
yeah, the problem that you have is that you say that if something is occurring regularly and you know it's going to occur regularly, therefore if you in the future know it's going to happen. That's not